Well, this wouldn't be the first time
Guess,
I got
guess,
labeled a racist from somebody in your
guess,
space.
guess. What movie got me to start? So I started dancing in Australia when I used to live there. Where,
Dirty Dancing.
nope. Anyone that guesses the movie, um, you could be the host of the next show, or we could do whatever. Like I'll do. There's no way anyone's gonna guess the movie that got me into dancing.
It was
Footloose.
Magic Mike.
A Scent of a Woman. Scent of a Woman.
All right,
Magic Mike.
Trash. You're a stalker. You're a stalker, and now I know it. You saw me comment it
Dude,
somewhere.
no, that tango scene. It's legit.
Son of a bitch. You actually didn't see me comment it, and you guessed it.
I really did. Yeah. It got me into the. It got actually got me in that music, and actually, I actually thought about doing it as well because of that movie. So that was my guess.
Holy fucking shit. Yes, it is that movie. Anyone that hasn't seen Scent of a Woman, you're missing out. It's an incredible movie. It's a blind general, former general, that got me into dancing or in a movie. Um, now,
Hooah!
Al Pacino, hoo-ha.
it's incredible. Well, I'm glad first not Slayman guessed it because I know he'll wish for something fucking crazy. But yeah, I owe you one wish, Trash. You could use it wisely. Um,
I'll hit you up next time I'm in Dubai. I haven't been since 2019, so.
Um, cool, man. Yeah, I'll probably still be here. Yeah. All right, let's kick it off. It's been a crazy fucking week, and it's been
Been
no
a
crazy,
crazy
not crazy.
24 hours,
Especially
bro.
last 48 hours.
Yeah,
48
no,
hours
man.
have been insane. Have been insane. Now I want to kick it off with the shooting that we saw on the bridge. I asked Censored Man. He told me, Mario, it's nothing too major. Can anyone give us an overview on that shooting we saw on the border between the U.S. and Mexico? The video that a
Yeah.
few of us have tweeted.
Yeah. So we were doing an immigration space earlier, and I had all sorts come in because he obviously, he had the video, he posted it. He said it was basically like it's kind of like the Mexican army and like cartels, but it's actually what the video was. There was two different like factions of organized crime, and they were kind of going after each other. And he said what he said was funny about it was that they were heading the direction towards the river. So if they were trying to get away from somebody, they weren't going to get too much further at that point. So he said, I'm not really sure how it ended. He was going to give me some updates, but I haven't had any. But it was basically just two like rival gangs fighting.
Okay, and is that relatively common? I'm not sure if anyone has more experience on this.
He said it's happened 3 times at that bridge.
3 times in general, or three in total, or 3 times in recent?
Yeah, total.
Okay, so it's not that common.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. Oh, that's got an update on that. The other thing I would like to do is say, man, Ian, good to have you. I'm glad you didn't come to the last space because I think it would have just
Okay.
gone crazy at everyone. It was pretty heated. But
What was at the last place?
we talked about the Biden. Oh, did you see the Biden press conference, the one related to the Biden
No, I
family?
wasn't really paying attention to
Uh,
it. I wasn't really paying
All
attention
right,
to it.
so Simon, maybe you can give us a quick overview on what, because I know you did a thread on it. What were the key takeaways from that press conference? You did say in the space earlier that it's important, yet it didn't add much that we didn't know. It just started adding more evidence. Is that correct?
Oh no, no. They added more stuff, more content, more information. But in terms of the like
Not
aspect
more,
of
yeah, exactly. Not more allegations, but more context and more evidence based on
yeah,
the existing
even more
allegations.
allegation to the same stuff. So like for example, Biden. We know Biden was in cahoots with like China and Ukraine, but also we got that he was basically in Romania, and 17 out of the 18 payments that were made while he was vice P. It was a 16 out of 17. So sorry, what the Biden family made. I mean, as much as people want to blag this and make it look like it's not about Biden, like if every single member of his whole dynasty is getting money, like come on, what's going on, bro? Like I get it, you gotta blag it, bro.
And what was your
It's
As
like not
corrupt
even
as
the
the devil
children; it's like
steals.
even the grandchildren.
and what was your conclusion after listening to the space and the debate?
My conclusion is the guy's bent. He's been getting money, and it's just about whether they can find it or not, and link it to him.
I guess.
The interesting thing, guys, is that they're setting up the entire family down to the grandchildren to take money. It's like Walter White with the A1A car wash in Breaking Bad. They're finding a way to launder this money every way, even through grandchildren, and it's all starting to come out.
I mean, the question's going to be really for me: are they going to be able to link it to Biden? Because that's going to be
Joe Biden. Was there anything to indicate that it is linked to Joe Biden? Because from what I've seen, that was one of the
nothing,
main arguments made. There wasn't anything
nothing
linking to Joe Biden.
direct, like
Not a
nothing direct.
thing. What?
Well, actually, it doesn't matter if they can link it to Biden because the damage to the U.S. has already been made, according to me. Because what has happened in the U.S. The last 6 months with all the the Trump, then now we have Biden. What the world sees is that the U.S. has corrupt leaders. So regardless if they can connect it to Biden, it clearly shows why he had all of these shell companies. It's very clear why.
Yeah, it
And
shows that
so,
Hunter did. It doesn't show that Joe did. So I think that's important. I mean, if
Yeah,
there's
I
a
think
link
if
showing,
yeah, sorry, bro, I'll let you finish. But like the thing I want to say, Visar, is that both are bad. But if there's a direct
The smartest person I know, according to Joe
Thank you,
Biden.
Hayan. Thank you. I appreciate it. But what I would say, Visar, is if they link it directly to Joe, and listen to me because Ian just called me the smartest person he knows. If they link it directly with Joe Biden and Joe Biden was directly
sorry,
involved,
Aryan.
that's significantly more serious corruption than Hunter Biden leveraging the Biden name. Both are bad,
Yeah,
but one
definitely.
is, in my opinion, significantly more serious.
yeah, one would
Yeah,
be
definitely.
questionably legal. You know, like if he's just leveraging his name and selling his services as a consultant or a lawyer based on his name, you can't really say that's illegal unless there's something being given back by government. And I haven't seen anything like that yet. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I think
Yeah,
it's important that we.
yeah, but Brian, what I mean is not if it can be shown if it was legal, not legal. It's not that important because many things that let's say Putin does, you cannot show it that he's doing something illegal with many stuff he does, but the world knows that he is a crook. And
Well, yeah,
what I'm
but
meaning is
go ahead.
hold on. What I'm meaning is that the picture that the U.S. leaders have shown the last years is that U.S. leaders are not that much better than, let's say, Putin
I'd
in
argue with
terms
that.
of.
Like
Yeah, yeah, but you understand what I mean.
you're saying that
The difference from
we're saying,
how US have been portrayed, the leaders, is starting to get more or less the same level as, let's say, leaders of the Balkans.
I
Everybody
mean, real
knows that they are
question,
crooks,
Brian.
but
I mean, would like real question, like legitimate. This isn't like a trap or anything. Like, would we ever have a scenario where Putin, I don't know, family members are receiving money to essentially impact policy in Russia?
No,
Uh,
I think that if you can show that it was impacting policy in the United States, that's one thing. That would be a major crime, and
No, but
that
in
would be
Russia,
horrible.
like, would we have that? We would never have that, would we?
Would we have
wouldn't have
evidence
what?
that? Yeah, I'm confused.
Can
Right.
you ask
So
your
would
question again, please?
yeah. So it's actually let me.
you're suggesting that in Russia there would never be a scenario where a member of the Putin family would receive money for
No, no
policy?
ways request. No ways is mentioned. I think
No, no. So
something
I'm
else.
asking the question that would you have that scenario where Putin directs his policy solely based on his family members receiving money? Of course, he'd be receiving money for various things, but would he rechange his policy just to receive financial wealth from a foreign country?
I mean, I would argue that he does that all the time. I mean, I
How,
think
based
he's a
on what would you argue that?
um,
Based on what?
based on what he's known to be a
Do
corrupt
you know
leader.
anything about Russian politics and how they pass
I,
this is what I
legislation?
mean, Brian.
I
This is
think
what I
no, no.
mean.
Listen, I think if you ask U.S. intelligence whether he is pocketing money based off his policies and if his family's getting wealthy off his policies, I think the answer would be a resounding yes. I don't.
Or is
You're
it
right,
based on
Ian.
what?
This
Based on
is
what? Your biases?
this
I
No,
mean,
based on
like,
U.S.
do you not
intelligence.
understand
Based
how
on U.S.
laws are passed
intelligence.
in
Well,
Russia?
I'm sorry.
They
this
have a
is
due
what I
All
mean,
right, so
Brian.
let me. Okay, I don't know what you meant, but let me read out. So the Panama Papers in
You meant what I
2016, the
meant, bro.
release of in 2016, I'm reading it as I see it, so I haven't read this. Could contradict whoever's point. In 2016, the release of the Panama Papers revealed a network of. Before I read this, just so you know, the audience, we do have the Trump town hall starting in an hour and 15 minutes. We'll be discussing Trump very shortly in a few minutes. We'll be discussing what we're expecting that town hall, and then we'll be streaming it and discussing it live on stage. So Emmanuel, tell us why this is such a big event and why you're pretty excited for it. But let me read out what I just found now, and Ian will probably butt in for this one. In 2016, the release of the Panama Papers revealed a network of offshore accounts and shell companies linked to Putin's inner circle, including his childhood friend Sergei Roldugin. The document suggested that Roldugin may have acted as a frontman for Putin's personal financial interests. Russian oil and gas industry. Putin has been accused of using his power to benefit his personal financial interests in Russia's oil and gas industry. In particular, he has been linked to the state-owned oil company Rosneft and its CEO Igor Sechin, who is widely seen as a close ally of Putin. Sechin has been accused of using Rosneft to enrich himself and Putin's inner circle. Last one is personal wealth. Putin's personal wealth is difficult to estimate, but some estimates place it into the billions of dollars. While it's not clear how much of this wealth is directly linked to his position as president, some have speculated that obviously so there's no direct
it's all
evidence.
speculation.
Yeah, and what I wanted to add, so that's just some things I read now. What I would add to it, I don't expect there to be anything other than speculation because I don't expect there to be much getting leaked from the Kremlin.
But even the speculation, Mario, none of it is like. I'm not denying that any of these guys will be getting cuts for certain things and making sure their wealth, like that'll definitely be happening. I'm not even saying that's not happening. Like they're definitely all getting wealthy.
Yeah,
but
but your point,
yeah,
making policy based on personal gain, I think
come on, if you're
different
right,
levels.
If China, they're paying you. You're the vice president. Like, come on.
What?
It's China. So, for example, one of the countries that the payment was received from was China. China is United States' #1 rival. That money went to, let's not say Biden directly, but went to his children, his grandchildren, basically every single member.
But you have every single, well, not every single, 99% of every Fortune 500 company is making money from China. It's not abnormal.
I'm making money from China, bro. One of my
companies. Me too.
I import products from China.
I put you down. I mean, the difference is
you don't know much. You don't know much. Let me teach you business 101. There's no business. You cannot run an e-commerce business without China. So China manufactures products. So they have things called factories.
Mario, what was?
I'm just messing with you. Let me ask you a question. No joke. I'm just joking. Let me ask you a question. I want to understand. I was just joking.
My question to you: What was Hunter doing then? What was this e-commerce?
I don't know because I'm just joking. So I'm telling you, you're countering a joke. My serious question to you is: who paid him the money? Because I haven't looked into it as much as you have. So I'm genuinely curious. And this is concerning. Like if there's money coming in from the CCP to Biden's son. Definitely a point of concern. Obviously, Brian, you'll jump in and say there's nothing illegal.
It's the Bank of China. It's the Bank of China.
And what do we know about the money? Like, why did the Bank of China give money to Biden's son? Do we know?
Supposedly to give it to Hunter to provide them with legal services because they were supposed to be like a go-between with American investment companies. It doesn't make a lot of sense because he is not an expert on energy policy. He's not an expert on law. That's why it's extremely fishy that he would get this deal at all. His company, right? Seneca.
Whoa, hold on, Ian. Not an expert in law. The guy's a graduate of Yale Law School. I think that would qualify.
Yeah, but he was fucking high the whole time. I mean, you get that.
Yeah,
like,
but
he wasn't present, right?
Ian, I just want
to. Being high doesn't mean he's not an expert. It just means he's
okay, sure, yeah. You want to mince words, that's fine. But he's rubber stamping his stuff, right? He's not in charge. He doesn't know what's going on. He's fucking high, fucking hookers the whole time. And you're telling me that they hired this guy for what reason exactly? Because they wanted this expertise.
Benjamin.
But
Ian, I just want to. I mean, listen, I agree with you, Ian. But I mean, I think any lawyer will tell you there are a lot of lawyers that get high and a lot of lawyers that have sex with hookers, right?
Sure, but none of them, their names are not Hunter goddamn Biden.
No. This had nothing. Ian, he didn't refer to Biden. He said you made the particular argument. Why would they hire him if he's high and if he's fucking hookers? Which I don't know how fucking.
Like if it was a
hold on.
I would get it.
I would
understand,
Ian,
but like we're talking
Ian.
Hey.
I wouldn't. We've got. Hold on. Where's Fiji? We have a perfect example.
Let me chime in for a
Are we
second.
like pretending that Hunter Biden is not an important person? That he?
No. So I'm just saying.
I agree with you. I mean, listen. Clearly, I mean, if you have a lineup of people with great credentials, right, and you just happen to pick Hunter Biden, that's not by coincidence.
Now, keep in mind, I'm not saying Biden, even took any of the corruption. I think that the Chinese, right, they gave money to Hunter, thinking that they would get access to the government. I don't know if they necessarily got it. There's no evidence that they did.
I think that's
right?
fair.
So
that's
what you think.
So just to say, I think you're both right, Benjamin. I'll let you answer, but you're just both making sense. Like Benjamin, you're saying that him fucking hookers, and let me finish, Ian. Him fucking hookers and him taking drugs is not enough reason not to hire him, doesn't make it completely incompetent. And then Ian, you're arguing that yes, but the fact that he has Biden in his last name, I'm sure played a key
Yep,
role in him getting hired. And then Brian will
that's a
probably,
big deal.
and then
Yeah,
Well, I think if I can
influence,
He
respond,
will,
it's
he
a,
will,
traveling
okay,
influence.
guys, let me finish off, and then Ben, you'll respond. Ian, you can add on to it. Brian, you'll probably jump in here because you did earlier and say yes, but just because he has Biden in his name does not make it illegal. If someone has Trump or Biden or whatever in their name, ethical or not, it's not illegal for them to be hired just based on that class. And I agree with you that this happens all the time, and I've seen it happen around me in business the whole time. People that have a nice, cool last name, they get hired, or they can charge that premium because they have that last name with those even relationships. But then the God linked to Sulaiman's point saying yes, but this is actually a big concern that to have the CCP and is it the Central Bank of China or some Chinese bank pay money, and I'm guessing it's large amounts of money, to the son of the president shows serious conflicts of interest. And then link it to the final point, because I'm going to link it to what was said earlier in the space, and I want to slowly move to Trump in the next 5 minutes. Link it to the final point that yes, but this doesn't mean things like, so also, so I remember talking about Biden's comments on Taiwan, etc. Such amounts of money and these things will not, I don't think they might impact policy in small bits and pieces. There might be a small loophole in a regulation that none of us will be able to spot that benefits some bank that someone will eventually spot. That one makes more logical sense. But general policy, if China invades Taiwan, I'm sure the Bidens will not say, yeah, take Taiwan just because thanks for paying us that $10 million. I think this is, it's a step too
In
far.
fact, he
But
said the opposite.
he said, yeah, but Andrew, on that point as well, I'm contradicting all points pretty much, but on that point, I'll kind of add on to it. Last thing is also it's like, yeah, but Biden said we will protect Taiwan. Again, that does not show policy. That's just rhetoric. If there is any impact on policy, which I wouldn't be surprised, I think it would be something in the fine print in one of the bills passed that might benefit some financial institution. That for me seems like the most plausible, the most possible explanation, which is not right, but that's like to me that makes the most logic. Ben, you were going to add to it?
yeah, just very quick. So I agree with Ian, right? I mean, clear. There are many people with phenomenal law degrees, phenomenal experience, commerce, finance. I mean, it's not just coincidence that they happen to pick Hunter Biden. My question is this: so, is there any actual tangible documentation that was provided today? Because I watched bits and pieces of the presser that we have, right? Aside from just theories and statements, right? Is there anything that's been released that's concrete? Number one, and number two is, when was this information uncovered? Like, was this information in possession of the Trump White House, for example? Like, when did all this allegedly take place?
So
They,
first of all,
I
there
was,
is direct proof. There is direct information. There's nothing directly linked to Biden. Just every single person of his dynasty, as I said. And in terms of the way it's been framed, it's not basically an issue of nepotism. Like, this is a scenario where they received, for example, Rob Walker for the Biden received $3 million through State Energy HK Limited, and that State Energy HK Limited is linked to the CCP. We know there was
So is this?
we know there
Oh,
was
go
a
ahead. Sorry.
significant change, or not significant. We know there were some changes in the policy. I mean, some of the things that were mentioned early in the space were reduction in tariffs and so on and so forth. So there was policy changes. What the depth and breadth of that is, that someone needs to look into that, investigate. So yeah, all of this is highly problematic.
Now, is this the last question? Is this the same situation in which Jamie Comer was talking about with Pamela Brown about a week and a half ago on CNN, when she directly asked him, "Do you have any evidence that suggests that the president, either the president or the vice, when he was time as vice president, committed any crimes?" And his answer was, "Well, we found a lot of things that should be illegal." Is this the same
Yeah,
investigation,
it
or
is.
is
I
this
mean,
another
so
one?
look, they're doing the investigation right
same
now. So just think
investigation.
about it. In March, about 4 weeks ago, I think, or it was in March, they released the previous House Oversight Committee document, which showed his connections to China, Ukraine. Now they've got Romania. They've asked for a subpoena from the FBI. So obviously, the FBI are not willingly giving this information, so they're having to try and get this information.
Yeah.
So essentially, they're still investigating. But what they know is, obviously, that's going to be the whole question. Was Biden good enough not to get this link back to him? Because it's clear. I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
anyone with a bit of logic, I know people get on pile. Anyone with a bit of logic knows he's basically paying everyone plus his grandchildren and nearly every single person's dynasty. It's obviously for him.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to wait until this unfolds, till actual tangible evidence is released. That's verifiable.
So there is
Only because I
tangible,
remember for
verifiable
four.
evidence, but
No,
nothing like
hold on.
because you keep saying that because you're making it
No,
sound like it's
Well, okay. So
no, but it's wrong.
let's let
There
him
is
spin a
tangible.
narrative.
They've got
That's
his
good
bank
I
for
statements.
just,
his
I
They're
no.
grandkids,
releasing
his
his bank
Let,
statements.
grandkids.
let me.
So,
So,
man, I don't
right.
know.
Let
I
me
don't know
just.
if you know. No one heard anything you said because you're speaking at the same time as Ben and Fidji. Not sure if you realize, but someone
No, I
speak.
realize. I just trying to get my point across.
Oh, cool. Well,
Right. I just want to say this. So, just because, for 4 years, I heard the Democrats talk about Donald Trump, well, the walls are closing and we're going to get him, right? This is it. He's 2 weeks away from indictment. He's 2 weeks away from being charged. I heard that for 4 years. So, I'm going to just bite my tongue and wait until see if anything actual tangible shows up that shows criminal liability on a part of Joe Biden. Look, distasteful, of course. I think everyone in this room can agree with that, right? But I'm just so sick
Ben,
of
let me ask
hearing
you,
on
Ben.
both
Ben,
sides
can
that the
let
walls are
me ask you a
closing.
question,
Yeah.
Ben. We have so for liberals, Trump is being is facing legal issues for a lot of things that he did. For conservatives, the Bidens are under the microscope and they're facing legal issues for things they've done. Could we say that the imperfect, keyword imperfect, so I don't want Slammer to jump in and start telling me how imperfect it is because I know it is, but the imperfect legal, Putin is not facing any legal issues, no, nor is Xi Jinping, but we're seeing that in the US political spectrum, different policymakers are facing legal hurdles. So while it's imperfect, it's working. At
Yeah.
least it's working. Is that a fair
I,
statement?
I, I think it's a fair statement. The only thing I would say is this, and this does not leave a pleasant taste in my mouth, right? Again, I have been waiting and waiting and waiting, basically for the evidence to come out that suggests that, okay, Donald Trump is this mastermind criminal. He did this and he did that. And thus far, even though I'm not a Trump supporter, right, what we have is the Manhattan DA, which charges, they're a little bit far-fetched for me. That's just me. And we have a 30-year-old sexual assault liability case, right? So I will wait and see. But again, if this is it, if the next round of indictments, which I do believe will happen, out of Georgia, potentially Mar-a-Lago, if it's going to be of the same caliber as what we saw in the Manhattan DAs, I mean, I'm going to start to say, well, maybe he is the most persecuted man in history. Maybe it is a witch hunt, and that's a very hard thing for me to say. I'm going to state that out, right out the bat. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Yes,
And
I
let's
don't agree with
start.
Ben. I don't agree with
Yes, I'll
Ben's
let you.
basically.
I'll let you respond. Do you mind after you respond to Ben, if you can also add to it about regarding the town hall? I'd love to get your thoughts and Trash's thoughts on what we can expect in today's town hall. And let's do the basics of what is a town hall? What is a CNN town hall? Talk a few examples in the past, historically, what we've seen.
Yeah, sure. So I
Yeah,
just
so the
don't
town.
agree. Sorry. I'll give it to you, Trash, to give the summary. But yeah, I don't agree with Ben's point because it's basically minimizing what happened. I get that I'm.
But I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, and neither do you. Nobody
Of
knows what
course, no
happened,
one.
right? We won't know what happened.
What are you on about,
Right.
Ben? Let me just explain my point without interrupting. I know it's hard, right? So essentially, what I'm trying to say is, we obviously the scenario is we have got evidence as much as Ben is trying to make it look like there's not. We've got the bank statements. We've got the evidence of this money going from someone linked to the CCP to the entire generation of the Biden family. What we don't have is the direct link to Mr. 10%. That's what we need to. That's what we haven't got. So let's be clear about that.
Right. I just, before we start counting things that are released by Jamie Comer as concrete evidence and
I
factual,
mean,
right?
bank
They
statements
have
will
to
be
be
concrete, bro.
verified.
I
There
have to
are
say,
many, many. No,
when
hold on,
it's
Suleiman. There are many, many cases in which bank statements can be fabricated. They can be looked at through a different lens.
Yeah,
So,
but
I
bank
don't think you
statements
can
will be
and
fabricate
released
it.
to everybody. He's going to actually release the bank statements as well. So this is like
right.
a.
So again,
Yeah, they're
I'm
not
going to
So you're
wait.
fabricated.
basically saying
I'm
you're
going to
basically
wait.
saying he's manufactured. You
What
can't
I'm
trust
no,
that.
what I'm
You can't. So basically, that's
no,
fine.
I didn't say. I
That's
said,
because
listen,
he's lied on that
no,
oversight
Suleiman.
committee document.
Ben,
That's
oh,
fine.
No,
Suleiman, can
like,
you let him finish, man? So there's a discussion.
right. So
Ben and
what I'm saying is this, right? Until there is tangible evidence that you can say, yes, absolutely, it is more likely than not that Joe Biden committed a crime. All we have right now are theories and, linking evidence. Sure, we have a lot of circumstantial evidence. I agree with you on that. However, you said we have evidence of, and I'd like to know, what do we have evidence of in relation to Joe Biden?
Can you see how Ben keeps changing the position? Let me be clear.
Well, no, I don't keep changing the. Okay,
Let
please
me
do.
repeat myself for the fifth time. I've said we have bank statements, we have evidence that money from State Energy HK Limited, at least just this is one example of $3 million went from there to Biden's entire family, even his grandchildren. I'm sure they're really good legal experts as well. But
They are.
yeah, I'm sure.
You
I'm
know,
sure they are.
they went to
I'm sure
Yale.
they,
You know,
yeah, yeah,
5-year-old,
yeah. The five
youngest
exactly.
person in Yale.
So they're all brilliant legal experts as soon as they're born, as soon as they. But essentially, all of that we have.
Yep.
That is substantial evidence. And then I said we don't have anything.
Evidence of what?
I said we don't have anything that directly links to Biden. And then you keep saying everything's circumstantial,
No,
and you're
so
making it look like
no,
No, so
so
everything is
Suleiman,
going
Sulaiman.
wrong.
hold on. Maybe I didn't pose my question properly.
No,
My
you
question
pose your
is,
question really well, but Sulaiman has a. This is common with me. Look,
what? So
Sulaiman,
what
I think. Let me.
crime?
What you on
What
about,
Yeah,
man?
yeah.
crime?
So,
How,
What
let me
crime are
ask.
you
Let me
what
ask
you
alleging?
on about,
Benjamin.
bro?
It's
Let
not
me ask
weird
you.
that
Hold
Because
on.
someone would
I
send
know
money
what
to
it
their
is. You
grandchildren.
basically when
Can you ask the
when
question?
Ben's
Can you
making
hold
that
on, Sammy? Can
statement.
I ask the question without you doing without you? Can I ask you the question without you doing personal attacks towards Ben? Because he's been a panelist on a regular basis here and bringing a lot of
Being
value.
personal attack on Ben? I'm literally.
Um.
I don't know why everyone's so like really
Okay. So
I'm
the
vanilla and
on
question.
so.
board
Can
with
I
what
ask you,
Sulaiman's
Sammy? Let
saying
me
here. It
ask you
doesn't
the
make a lot of
question.
sense.
Ian,
Like it,
let me ask Ian, let me ask Sam a question and you can jump in afterwards.
yeah.
So I think what Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're saying is that there's a lot of evidence that points towards potential shady shit going on and conflicts of interest, preferential treatment because of their last name and things that I think we all agree is not right and shouldn't happen. But Ben, your question is, what is in terms of the evidence that you've mentioned, Slaman, which aspect of it is like, do we have anything to implicate the not Joe Biden but the Biden family in an actual crime, at least yet, or do we just
Thank
have
you.
things pointing to
Yeah.
a potential crime? Simon, does that question make sense? I think you'll agree, Simon, with Benjamin. I think you guys agree, but I'll let you answer the question. I think Ian wants to jump in as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've been very clear. Yeah, we do, obviously they've not been charged, so obviously we can't say they've been charged. But like we said, this is what happens when people who are on panels do that. But that's why I always say when you get a regular person who just looks at this from a logical perspective and is like, you know what? Obviously, all this
That's common
money
sense.
going to all his family, including his grandchildren. Like, what is going on? It's $3 million going from state energy
But what's the
through Shell
crime? What's
Energy
the
Fair,
alleged
fair,
crime
fair.
that you're
So,
It's a
so yeah,
smoking
fair,
gun.
fair. So,
That's the
guys,
crime. It's
yeah,
not
yeah,
a
yeah.
crime, but
It's
it's a smoking
evidence.
No
gun.
crime.
fraud is
Okay,
what
Yes,
Ian,
it's
I
smoking
think
about.
your
gun.
answer, Ian, your answer is pretty accurate. I think there's no crime, it's a smoking gun, and there's likelihood that we will see a crime as the investigation
Exactly.
continues.
Yeah, that's where
I
you've
think
got to
okay,
follow the
perfect.
smoking gun
Benjamin,
and see where it leads.
all right.
Yeah.
So Benjamin put 100% emoji. So did John. And Slayman, do you agree with that statement as well? There's a smoking gun, there's smoke, and there's a likelihood we'll see fire. Fitzgerald disagrees, so we'll
I
see
mean,
why. But is that a fair
I think
statement,
it's more
Slayman?
than smoke. Like basically, obviously, they've not been charged, so that's the point. Yeah, I agree. They haven't been charged. So if that from that perspective, I agree. But if you,
No, but yeah, sure. But
The
also we
bloody
haven't
gloves.
seen. Yeah,
There's more. There's
yeah.
more. Like, it's not just the bank records; it's the suspicious activity reports, the SARs, and the Treasury. There's now what was like 20 to 25 we heard. Now today during the press conference, they said well over 100 suspicious activity reports in the Treasury, which means these are transactions between parties through the banking system that's flagged as suspicious. So, I mean, there is evidence there. Now, that's going to require investigation to that point, but it's more than just bank records that are
Not
fabricated. This is through
exactly.
the U.S. Treasury.
Banks, because of U.S. law, banks flag any number of things as suspicious because they have to. Because if they don't flag something as suspicious, and regulators go back and see something that should have been flagged, the bank can get fined. So
Yeah,
banks.
I was gonna add that one. Like, I've seen that, Andrew. It happens a lot. Like I'm in the AI space. I'm in the Web3 space,
Pat, yeah, I mean, it's
and
pretty
that happens a lot.
common. If you're
But
in a
it's
business and you get a big transaction, it's going to be flagged as suspicious. You explain it. Now, it's up to them, right? I mean,
Taxes.
they have to explain
tax
it.
is another one. Yep.
They got
Yep.
to
So
explain it, right? That,
so
that's
Ian, let
that's
me. I think.
that's the thing.
Also, the thing is, you don't, as a bank customer, you don't necessarily know that the bank is flagging your transactions
Sure, you
because
do.
they don't always tell you now. They don't always tell you.
Legally, they're supposed to tell you. They're supposed to ask you what the hell's going on.
Not
so I want to.
necessarily. A lot of it is just a lot of the stuff is just CYA. But
Based
one thing
on
I
what? Based on what are you saying? This, I don't believe that's true. I think that the American banking system is one of the most incorruptible in the world. Right? There's a reason for that. It's like almost as good as the Swiss. Like you can't like get away with money laundering. There's a reason all these systems are in place. You don't want money launderers to get away with stuff. Like if
Right,
something was
but
right, they're going to look into
George
it.
Santos allegedly did. He's being charged with money laundering.
Yeah, he's been charged. Exactly, he's been charged, right? And that's a big deal. So like right now, we got to wait and see. Like the banks, obviously, they're going to be investigated. They're going to see what the
right,
transactions are. They're going to look deeper into it. I mean, that's what we're going to look out for, right? I mean, maybe it's nothing, right? Maybe it's completely innocent. Who knows, right? I'm not saying they're
right,
guilty,
right.
but we got to
Ian,
look
let
into it.
me,
I
Andrew.
just I
Yeah,
want
I'll let you comment, and then Andrew, right after you comment, if you don't mind, maybe you and Ian could give, and then Trash as well, could give us just an overview of what we can expect in 45 minutes or in 55 minutes
I have no idea what's going to
regarding
go
the
on in 50
CNN Trump
minutes.
poll. All right, go ahead,
yeah.
Andrew.
So one thing I just wanted to jump in on was I forget who was talking about it being somehow suspicious that money was going to different relatives of President Biden. And from what I understand from the documents that Comer released today, a lot of these transactions date to 2015, and he was specifically talking about transactions to Hallie Biden and two of her children. And around that same time is when Beau Biden, Hunter's brother, the president's eldest son, died, and uh, Hunter was dating Hallie Biden after that.
It's going
So
on an affair.
no, Hallie Biden wasn't married, so it wasn't an affair. Her husband was dead. But
Yeah,
and
yeah,
and
okay.
anyway,
Creepy.
um, yeah, a little bit. But
It's very creepy. Who does that? Jesus.
You mean what widow
to each
goes
his
out
own.
on dates again after their husband dies?
Yeah, I'm saying. So I didn't know how to jump in. What's creepy about someone who's got their husband or wife has passed away? Why is it creepy
Why
to,
would
to
you?
sleep
Why
with other
would you
people?
date your sister-in-law? Her husband just died, and
Oh, okay, okay.
you start
Ask
banging her.
Jacob.
Like,
Totally
Ask,
excuse me,
But
what's going on
Okay,
here?
ask
okay. The
anyway,
creepy,
Jacob.
guys,
Ask
The
Jacob, the
anyway,
son
creepy,
of Isaac.
the creepy
anyway,
part is the
Binding
sister-in-law.
of
Okay,
Isaac
all
is
right.
right. Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Andrew.
anyway, it's so Comer was talking about how these transactions show some sort of shady intent, but if you look at the timeline, it, that doesn't really make sense because when those transactions were taking place was when Hunter was dating Hallie, and it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be helping to support her and her children, who were his nieces and nephews. So I think Comer has been talking about those things for months. He's not answered questions about uh, why he thinks it would be unusual for Hunter to be transferring money. He's gotten to the woman that he's dating, or who happens to be his. I don't even know how you describe her at that point, but his brother's
Sister-in-law.
widow, who's also his
Yeah,
girlfriend.
sister-in-law.
So,
Yeah,
guys, I have
yeah.
I have a question, Andrew and Ian. Do we have, and then I want to move to the Trump town hall, the
Yeah.
CNN town hall. But I wouldn't be like, is it just me, or is like, haven't we seen cases of corruption, or the Clinton family benefiting from Clinton's last family name, or the Bush family benefiting, or obviously we've talked about the Trump family.
Clinton,
Uh,
yeah.
it's not
Bush,
right. I
no.
just want to be clear. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying is like, for me, it's like, yeah, I'm not surprised that happens. Now we've never, if we link it to direct policy, certain aspects of policy, the policy decisions that were made that would benefit the family,
Well, you
and I'm
really
talking
don't want
about
to jump
major
into Clinton,
policy
though.
decisions. Say that again.
I said you really don't want to jump to Clinton. There's a lot to go over of what he did in Arkansas. Like he was taking money from the CIA. They were it's cartel money. It's very complicated. They've made a bunch
And
of
how about
movies about
is there
this.
examples in the Bush family as well, Ian?
No, not to my knowledge. They're pretty incorruptible.
Yeah, except staging a
Okay.
war with weapons of mass destruction to invade
But
foreign nations to
yeah,
I
steal
mean,
their
you can go
oil.
over
I'm gonna.
Yeah,
that,
but
but
did we
like when you
find?
jump
But
to
Dan, just on
corruption, no.
your, let me ask. Yeah, let me add. Dan, did they have? Did the Bush family have any investments in Iraq, or no? They probably didn't
No, that's
have any
more
investments
Cheney than
that
anything else.
benefited
That's
from
more
the Iraq family.
Cheney than anything else. He
Yeah, I
benefited
think.
from being having stocks in Halliburton and then making a ton of money in Iraq.
Like,
But
look,
that's
Ian,
Cheney.
I'll say this. Like, I do business around the world, and like the US system is fucking solid. Like, it's tough. Like,
More or
businesses
less,
that
yeah.
want to do, yeah,
Yeah,
like businesses that want to do
it's
corrupt
good.
shit,
That's why
businesses
people
that
want
want
to
to
do
be
business in
scammy.
America.
Yeah,
It's relatively not
they
corrupt.
leave. they leave the US. Any criminals leave the US. They no one
Yeah,
dares to come to the US.
I
So
100% agree with that. Which is
there's a
why
lot
it's
of
so bad
flaws.
that Joe and Hunter did this. You know, I'm assuming they did
And I'm
because
glad, and I'm glad, and I'm glad. You know, I mean, I don't think I'm glad that we're taking it so serious. Like I
yeah, we
think
should.
things
And
like
I don't
this,
like the fact that
if
this is a political thing. It shouldn't be a political thing, right? I think that when anyone tries to, get above the law and use it to their own advantage, take money from foreign governments, I think that is something that should be prosecuted. Absolutely, it doesn't matter if it's the
So, your
president
thoughts on
or
Trump?
a small
What's your
person.
thoughts on Trump in this context?
Same thing, same thing. Like I would investigate all of that.
Fantastic,
Yeah,
fantastic.
like
Yeah.
I'm all
beautiful.
about
All right,
having
so
standards. Yeah.
all right, beautiful. So let's move to the CNN town hall. Who could give us an overview? Maybe Trash, you can kick it off. Of what we can expect in the town hall. How does it work? What's the structure like? And what should we be on the lookout for?
Yeah, so it's going to be, I mean, obviously, since CNN's hosting it, right? A lot of the questions are going to be loaded. Sometimes they take questions from like the crowd. You have a moderator who's moderating it, and it's kind of like it's not a debate, but they're more or less standing up and they kind of answer questions and talk about it. It's a little bit more free flowing than say like an official debate. It should be interesting. I would suspect, just my guess, that Trump's probably going to try to take it over in his usual style, but we shall see.
Yeah, you're pretty much right on the format. CNN has given, I don't know if they had tickets or however but they chose the audience from people who are either Republicans or Republican leaning independents because this is theoretically for the primary and they would be voting in the Republican primary. The moderator is Caitlin Collins. I know Caitlin. She covered the White House for the Daily Caller for the first bit of the Trump administration, and then CNN hired her away from the Daily Caller. She's very good, very fair.
She's
Uh,
moderate, which is important.
yep, I don't really know her politics, but um, that's if you want to say she's moderate, that's one way to
That's fine. I
put it.
think that's a plus.
What
Yeah.
what I would say is she has big brass balls and does not take shit from anyone. And so I think she's probably the best person they could have picked for this. And
I would be inclined to agree. Yeah.
there's um, there there's a lot of griping from liberal circles and other networks about how CNN they shouldn't platform Donald Trump. I can see both sides of that, but like it or not, he's probably going to be the Republican nominee for president, and you gotta put people in front of the voters. And uh, I think one thing that people aren't really talking about is that I have a strong suspicion that the Donald Trump you're going to see tonight is not the guy that we last saw on a debate stage a couple years ago. He's been in Florida. He's been isolated. He hasn't been sparring with reporters on a almost daily basis. And I I, I don't think you're going to see a Donald Trump who is as sharp as he was when he was president. If you want to, if you
Andrew,
want to use
His
that word.
aura.
a question, Trash, as you guys comment on this. First, I just found out someone messaged me, someone who always messages me during spaces. Hunter Biden was married when he dated Bo's wife. So I think
Yeah, so
that's
it
what you
was
were
an
saying,
affair.
Ian.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
whether
was
or
it a
not it's an
fair?
affair, it's weird. It's weird either way.
No,
But anyway,
that would
that's
be an affair. Yeah, it means that you're,
yeah.
you're
I
cheating on
don't.
your wife.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for me, an affair is one thing, but this is just odd when it's your brother's wife. Anyway, going back
It's
Yeah.
to
actually
Trash's.
it's actually biblically accurate. You're supposed to, according to the
Man,
Bible,
there's a whole list.
take
There's a
in.
whole list of biblical things that sound weird as hell. So
Well, no,
let's
Let's
just
look
go
at
there.
the Bible here.
I'm just trying to acquiesce to Slayton and Ian.
All
If
right,
it's
man. I don't know what
biblical,
you're
what
Not,
does
doing.
that
Yo,
not
yo.
a
mean?
biblical
I don't look.
scholar.
I don't
I'm
know what
aware
weird.
of the Bible.
I don't know what weird shit. Sorry, I muted you in by accident, but I don't know what weird shit you did, Fiji, and you're trying to warrant it with this comment. Let's go back to Trump. Ian, I'm gonna go to Trump
Yeah.
if that's okay. And Trash, you go first, and Ian, and then and John. Guys, like a very simple question. Whether you like Biden or you like Trump or you hate either one of them, I just don't understand. Like, how's Biden gonna be able? And maybe I actually want Trash and then Brian to go on that one, or Sarah. Sorry, you have your hand up. Perfect. How will Biden be able to debate Trump? It's gonna be very difficult.
Well, yeah, and so far the language that's being used is that Biden won't be actually debating, which is ridiculous, and it should be done regardless of who you're going to vote for. So that should be done. Number one. I don't
Yeah,
see
wait,
how
wait.
he's going to.
Can I just correct that?
Let me finish.
That
Hang
was
on, real
in
quick.
the Democratic
Real quick.
Party. That was
Yeah,
within the Democratic Party, not in general.
no. Yeah. Well, that's possible. So we'll see how that goes. But one thing I wanted to go back on what Andrew said. So I paid very close attention to Trump's first speech at Mar-a-Lago when he came out and he did that speech, and it was a very different Trump, right? It wasn't a rally Trump. It was a very very moderated Trump, and he's going to have to answer some questions for voters that even want to vote for him. He's going to have to answer questions probably about abortion. He's probably going to have to answer questions about COVID. He's going to have to answer some questions that I think the Trump voters want to hear. I think it's going to be this town hall is going to be a lot more important than people are giving it credit for, I think. So I did kind of want to talk about it. Yeah.
Just a
It's gonna
small
say there's Andrew. Just let's go to Sarah,
Mario.
then Andrew. Yeah, go ahead quickly, and then we'll go to Sarah.
Yeah,
And I'm just curious. I think we'll set the stage for what we're gonna see
yeah,
later on
yeah. Just
with
slight
Biden and
slight
Trump.
correction about Biden and Trump not debating. That's a general election thing, but it's very possible that there may not be any general election debates because the Republican Party has thus far pulled out of the Commission on Presidential Debates that has run those general election debates for many election cycles. So
Why did they
it's
pull out?
because like always they gripe about it being unfair, but it's the best system we've had, except the worst system we have except for all the others. So there's it was basically they're pissed because the moderators aren't fire breathing conservatives, but that never happens. You don't get fire breathers on either side. But if either side is saying they're not going to debate, it's the Republicans who've said they're not going to participate. The Democratic Party is not holding primary debates. The Republican Party did not when Donald Trump was in the White House. Traditionally, the incumbent does not debate in the primary.
So I just want to go. I want to say, not go, but I want to say that I think we're going to see, like what Trash said, we might see a different Donald Trump here. I think he's going to try to appeal to moderate voters. And it is going to be more important than people are giving it credit for. I think that they're going to ask a lot of questions about, wedge issues, right? Like abortion, things like that, right? Like immigration and so on. And his answers have to cater to a moderate audience. And it really depends on, how this is going to play out for him in the primary. If his answers are too moderate or not conservative, let's say he even leans liberal about the trans issues, for example, and he has said in the past that he would have no problem with women using girls, trans women using girls locker rooms, restrooms, etc. If they bring that up and his answers are consistent with his previous liberal positions on these issues, that is going to have a very significant impact for him in the primary, because DeSantis would be able to use it against him, right? They would say, hey, he's not a real conservative, he's just a liberal, and look at what he's just said here at the CNN town hall. And it really depends on whether, I would see the MAGA influencers will be spinning it. It'll be like, well, he had to tell the liberals that they were going to do something, but he was tricking them. He's playing five-dimensional chess. I don't believe so, right? It really depends on what he says, and he has to be very careful here. He can't afford to alienate the moderates, but at the same time, he can't afford to alienate his own base, right? Conservatives are the people who are going to vote for him. So if he pisses them off too much by being too liberal, he's going to have a serious issue.
Sarah?
Thank you. I think first off, I think they'll address the E. Jean Carroll defamation suit right off. I think they'll try to get that out of the way right up front. I think it would be smart. And I think if Trump is measured in his responses and is calm, because the moderates are looking for an excuse to not vote for him. So I think if he's very measured and calm in his response to not only what's going on in New York, but with the E. Jean Carroll case, I think it could be very helpful to him. But Ian's right. He has to be he can't be seen as being too moderate or going too liberal. His base is very conservative, and he has to play to that base. But I think if he's measured and he's calm and he addresses things and he tends to go off the rails, especially when he's doing his rallies. If he doesn't go off the rails, I think the conservatives will consider it a win.
Just a note on that. He also tends to go off the rails when he gets questions he doesn't like, particularly if it's from a woman. That was something that, being in the White House press corps, we all noticed during his time in office when it was a female reporter confronting him, and in some cases it was Caitlin. He got very, very pissed off. So I think that that's going to be a factor potentially, depending on how his team has prepped him for
Do
this.
we know? Do we know
So
who the
John,
moderator
I
is,
see your
Andy?
hand up. So just quickly,
Yeah, it's Caitlin
hold on,
Collins.
guys. Just quickly, I saw. I haven't looked into it. I don't know what the source is. None of that. So if someone can give me context. There was someone that worked at the White House while Trump was president, making allegations that Trump was sexually abusing other people in the White House. Did I read that before I sleep, or did I just dream about this? Was there anything like that, or was that a
Harassing,
dream?
not abusing, and it was
Harassing. Okay.
Stephanie Grisham.
Okay, and there's
Hey,
no evidence,
Yeah,
nothing at all.
and
Either.
somebody
He's
else.
just
There were two women. There was another woman. It was harassment though. It wasn't abuse.
Harassing, not
okay.
abusing. What's the difference?
the
Okay.
the thing I wanted to mention here, we have to
Hold
in
John, just
general.
before you jump in, sorry, John, I wanted to give you the mic, but I think there's a difference between harassment and abuse. Like harassment is very broad and vague, so it just allows it to be. I'm not saying it's right, just want to be clear, but it just
More
allows
verbal.
people to kind of
Harassment is
use it
me
to,
telling you I think you have a nice ass. Abuse is me grabbing your
like
ass.
I harass Slayman on a daily basis, for example,
That
but
is actually
I've
not
never abused him.
that's not the legal differentiation. That is
Okay,
literally not.
what is okay? Then I take back my comment, and can you tell me
You,
so I
you,
understand the definition?
you're trying to separate assault and battery. Assault is the reasonable fear of physical violence or impact. Battery is the action of that impact. Harassment and assault is not that differentiation. Assault just implies more of a direct impact, often with sexuality, that is also a subset of harassment.
John, jump in. I'm just looking at the definition of both.
Yeah,
In the meantime.
yeah. So I was just saying before we were discussing how so many people have an issue with CNN giving Trump a platform, and we've been seeing this in politics more and more, and it's very prevalent on the left that people like AOC saying getting Tucker Carlson off television and deplatforming being so and such an effective tool. This is exactly why there's such a partisan crack down the center here. Is we're not allowing politicians to talk across the aisle. We're not allowing them to reach different audiences, and it's all to just continually manipulate the people. And it's literally the biggest bullshit attempt to keep control. And I think more and more with Twitter spaces like this and different ways people are getting the news, it's starting to break, and that is why we're seeing such a mad dash and blitz to try to silence people.
Isn't this the opposite? You
Yeah,
basically got
I,
CNN
I,
putting
I
Trump on
agree.
it.
I was just gonna say, I agree. That's something I disagree with the left on is them saying attacking CNN, calling for a boycott on CNN because they're gonna have a Trump town
That's
hall.
ridiculous on both sides. Yeah.
I mean, it's just like why are you gonna silence him? Let us hear what he has to say. I mean, yeah, a lot of us aren't gonna like what he has to say, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a good thing for Republicans. I think that it could also backfire on him. And if we hear him tell a lie and we can fact check it and see it's a lie, that's not a bad thing. So I don't know. I don't think the boycott is necessary or even called for at all.
And Sarah, I mean,
Sarah?
do you think that in terms of the way the interviews are going to be conducted, it's not going to be one where they're going to throw softballs at Trump?
Well, I don't think so
Yeah,
because
but I'd like,
oh,
I'd like. Sorry, I was gonna say I'd like CNN. I'd like to hear Trump on CNN. I'd like to hear Biden on Fox. I don't want to hear Biden on CNN.
Biden's
I don't
never
want
going
to
to be
hear
on Fox,
Trump on
bro.
Fox.
I agree.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying what I'd like. Go ahead,
I
Sarah.
want Biden on Fox. I want to see if he could
Yeah, but he
measure
won't have a
up to.
teleprompter.
Well, neither will Trump.
Yeah, we don't want him on
But
Fox. Trump actually has half a brain left. We don't want Biden, who's a walking like. I love Democrats. I love mids. I love libs, but that motherfucker can't actually hold a conversation. We don't want him on anything.
But I think that when people start saying we don't want to see a conservative on liberal media, I think that is where it gets very dangerous. We have to see these
It's kind of
people.
crazy, right? Like the fact that you have a president who refuses to speak to half his constituents, whether they voted for him or not, doesn't matter, right? They're still Americans,
I would
right? The
tend to
fact that he
agree.
doesn't want to talk to them is so scary. I mean, it's like, what the fuck has happened to America? I mean, Ronald Reagan spoke to liberals, George Bush spoke to liberals.
Oh, so
Well, I
Biden,
would.
hold on, Biden doesn't want to speak to conservative media?
Well, I mean, technically, I would say no, because they tend to ask the harder questions. Liberal media
Yep.
wants him to look a little better. So I think that I don't know, because I've read that Caitlin Collins is a very conservative journalist. I don't know if anybody can fact check that. That's just what I've read online. I think that she has the potential to be tough on him, and I don't think that any of them should be let off the hook. I think that the questions need to be tough. Also, just as a I would love to see politicians come onto spaces. I would love to be able to have a conversation with a presidential candidate. Put Biden up on this space, put Trump up on this space. I have heard questions asked by speakers and moderators of these spaces that are tough, that
Well,
I don't think that,
you got Matt Gaetz and Thomas Massey to come to
oh
spaces.
really? I've never seen. Next time
Yeah,
you see
we've
one,
had them here.
I want to, throw me.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah, because
Yeah, Matt Gaetz is awesome.
really.
Ben,
Yeah,
Ben,
I mean, he's willing to answer questions, right? And without a monitor, without some guy that's saying, "Oh, you can't answer that question," like he just takes questions. I mean, he's the guy you can just talk to, and that's
Well,
awesome. Whether you like his politics or
well,
not, you got to appreciate
that's
that.
what we
Same
need,
thing with Thomas Massey.
because
Yeah,
it humanizes them a bit. I would love to be able to say to Donald Trump, "Listen, what about this? What about that?" And get him in real time where he's talking to real people. We're not paid to do this.
so Ben, I want to ask you a question. I know you got your hand up, so you want to say something else. Obviously, in 2015 and 2016, when it came to Trump, there was a lot more rhetoric in his statements. This time, it seemed like there's not, but then now it does seem like he is going back into that phase again. Do you think you're going to see a lot of rhetoric in this CNN space?
Probably not. I think he's going to be a little bit more tame and subtle, which is probably a good thing, right? I mean, everyone's aware of his fiery temper and his, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. So, probably the people around him, his advisors, have said, look, let's take a little bit of a different strategy this time around for this interview, for this audience, especially just considering of the E. Jean Carroll decision and so forth. But I wanted to ask Brian. I have been meaning to ask him this for a while. It's a little bit off topic, but do the people on the left actually believe, like Biden supporters, do they believe that he is indeed mentally competent and of sound mind, going into the 2024 election cycle? Or is this just basically, you could put a shoe up there and we would vote it simply because we're terrified of Donald Trump? And I say that with all honesty, right? That's not meant to be a rude question. It's just, I don't like Donald Trump, right? I don't like Biden either. I'm probably more in the DeSantis camp. However, even it's just very hard to see Joe Biden. Well, you don't really see him interact with people all that often, right? It's just, is that not concerning to you? Where there seems to me, and I'm not a physician, but there's clearly some. Well, he's old, right? And that's a natural course in a person's age.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Brett.
So,
Yeah.
so like first, I think that's definitely a fair question. I mean, he's going to be 86 at the end of his second term if he wins. I think he's of sound mind. I think he's definitely slowing. I think that his speech is slowing. He has a speech impediment, and as he ages, it's getting worse. I don't think that means that he's not thinking clearly or anything like that. I don't think there's any evidence of that. But I think it is a concern. I think it's a concern that he's going to be 86. I will vote for Biden over Trump for sure. Do I think that there's possibly better people that could be running, younger people that I would prefer?
How
Yeah,
about Newsom?
I think there definitely is. Newsom,
No,
yeah,
and I
I think
appreciate
Newsom
that
is.
answer.
I think Newsom. I like Newsom. I think he's a little bit too far to the left to maybe. I think we need somebody more in the middle to go against Trump. So you can pull the moderates. Otherwise, you're going to have people not voting, or you're going to have
I mean,
people.
Newsom isn't far left,
And
though. I mean, you look at his policies.
No, he isn't. No.
You know,
I
and
don't think he is.
He's clearly
uh,
moderate. I mean, I know a lot of like Republicans hate the guy and they shit on him, but like I look at his actual policies. Look what he actually says. What he does in California. It's not that crazy. I mean, it's San
So,
Francisco and Los Angeles notwithstanding, like he doesn't run those cities. You can't blame him for those.
and
But
just to,
so,
to
so
follow
in
up
if
general,
with
I
it's
what
had
not.
you pick two alternates, my two alternates would be, well, I actually have three that I would be happy with, and that is Newsom. Newsom would be one of my top three. It would also be Mayor Pete Buttigieg. I think that the fact that he's gay, that would hurt him though, and with a lot of people, unfortunately, it shouldn't be that way. And then I like John Ossoff, as well as Shapiro from Pennsylvania, but. I don't. I wish they had a chance, but I don't think it's obviously that they're not going to get one.
and I appreciate
What
that
about
answer,
Michelle
Brian. It
Obama?
just, the one thing about, yeah, just the one thing about Donald Trump, you knew that, whether it was whoever he was meeting with or who wanted to get something done, it was clear that he ran the show. Like you could see he didn't take orders from anyone. That's just my opinion. And with Biden, just simply because he's not able to, carry on a coherent two-way conversation, I have to wonder, like, who is really making the decisions behind the curtain, right? It's just, I don't know that man is capable of making any decision. I'll leave it at
Well,
that.
do you remember when Trump had first taken office? He talked about how he wanted to go in, drain the swamp, and do all of these great things. And then he gave a speech shortly after, and he said, "You know what, everyone? I went into the Oval Office, and some guys with black sunglasses and briefcases came in, and they let me know it was up." And I mean, that's just the way that it is. The president's really just a face. They may be able to make some final decisions, but really we need to be looking at, like you said, who is giving the decisions to the presidents that they need to make.
What he said that? Where's Dan? Dan,
Suleiman, do
did he
you
actually
agree
say
with
that?
me?
Did Trump actually say that some black people with suits came in, and then
No, not black people, not black
people.
people. I
I
think he
didn't say
said
that. I didn't say
men.
that.
Yeah.
People with let me rephrase. Sorry, I had some food in my mouth. Did Trump actually say that men in black suits came in and told me what's what, and then I had to listen?
No, he did
Yeah,
not
I
say
didn't. I
that.
don't think he said that.
I've never heard that,
And
and that
and
would be
yeah,
concerning, right? I've never
yeah,
heard that ever.
that's ridiculous. That's not Donald Trump. And tonight you will see a very similar Donald Trump. He's not going to, as much as he might be told to stay controlled and try to stay controlled, it's not what he does. It's not who he is. And he's uncomfortable when he's asked to do, to become something else. He is who he is. Like, I've met this guy. I spent some time with Gavin Newsom last week. That guy's extremely charismatic, powerfully charismatic. And he will become more central or middle, left, less left, if he actually runs for president. I'd like to ask the room, does anybody think that the negative media that Biden's getting right now has anything to do with the establishment simply wanting Trump and Biden both out of the way?
Yes.
100%. Yep, 100%. Like Biden's too old. He's possibly compromised. You can have much better leaders, younger leaders, more charismatic leaders, people that you can actually get behind, right? I mean,
Or they got their guy or gal,
right?
that
Yeah.
they're going to
Like
slip in.
like
They're going to slip in 12 or 13 months before the election.
yeah, like
Grant,
personally, I would like to see Newsom. I think he's more centrist, more moderate, and he's in control. Regardless of what you think of the guy's politics, whether it's too progressive or something, at least he's in control. He's in charge. You know who's there, right? With Biden, it's
Grant,
like it's so like
But
obvious who's there.
I'm suggesting something a little more sinister. It won't be with time to run. They'll set it up to bounce Biden out and to slip somebody in. I don't think it'll be Kamala, but
No.
somebody that they could push through that would not get a lot of scrutiny, maybe because that person doesn't want the scrutiny. Michelle would be like, it would be the enthusiasm that would shift over there, and the distraction that would create would be phenomenal, and
Yeah.
probably not cost a lot, and it'd be organic and natural. And I think she wants a lot of cover if she were to run,
That's
and she
true.
wouldn't
Yeah.
want she wouldn't want to do it for 2 years.
If I could just, Grant, I always thought that, and I have no legal basis for suggesting this, but when the Biden classified documents hidden in the garage popped up, I always thought that maybe that was somebody around Biden trying to give him a signal, it's time for you to bow out. So I take what you say. Yeah, I think it's very possible.
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm still trying to digest Brian saying that he doesn't think that Biden has lost his cognitive abilities beyond just increased stuttering. That's astonishing to me.
Well, didn't he
He
say?
looks.
Didn't he shake hands with a
I mean,
ghost?
what can you point to that says that other than him
Well,
stuttering,
didn't he
Brian?
shake hands with a ghost? Didn't he shake hands with
Not
somebody who wasn't there?
Brian. He doesn't know what side of the stage to exit from.
He doesn't know which
Yeah,
door to walk into in the White House.
Just to give a bit of balance,
that
Brian,
stuff's not
Brian,
exactly fair.
Brian,
I mean, I can point
if
to
you,
that
do you,
stuff.
I mean,
Sure.
Brian, Brian, just a
Brian's
quick
just
question.
trolling the room when he says that stuff, guys. Come on.
No, but Brian, let me ask you, is it really that he's actually losing his mind, or do you think this is like, again, propaganda? Like, do you
I
really
don't
think
think
that,
he's losing his
I mean,
mind.
is it,
I think that there's a lot of out of context videos or images of him, and yeah, I mean, when he turns the wrong way and walks on the wrong side of the stage, I think people read into that too much. You have probably four different guys telling him to do different stuff. The president is directed most of the time where they're going and what they're doing. They're not just
What about him? What
wandering
about him
around.
calling? What about him calling upon a dead reporter, or the other when he went to shake hands with somebody who wasn't there? I mean, and I'm not criticizing the man,
Yeah,
right?
what
Like
about
everyone
like when he
gets.
was in Ukraine? They had to tell him where to stand because like he was confused as to where he could even stand. It's like obviously stand next to
Yeah,
Zelensky, right? But they put a red
but
dot on the ground. It's like stand here, stand here. It's like really like who needs that? Like if you're an adult, you're gonna figure out where to stand. You're not gonna need directions. This is insane.
I mean, I could see myself walking on this stage and not knowing where to stand
Yeah, but would you
amidst
need
all
that
these.
though? Would you need like a pointer to be like, yeah, stand here?
Brian,
Like, I don't think
Brian,
so.
I get it. I get
Brian,
it. But
even bigger.
yeah.
Brian, have you ever had a lid day? I mean, consider this. He has lid days where it's like he just can't come out and deal with people. He had that during his campaign. We don't hear about them now that he's in office. But for anyone to think that he's actually making any serious decisions rather than a circle of people around him who are making all decisions and using him as a puppet, I can't even understand how rational people genuinely really believe that. I mean, if you want to tell the public that because he's the face of the franchise, I understand that. But to say in good conscience, I really think this guy is on top of. He's making decisions.
I
I
think that
struggle with that.
I think that he has a good team around him that helps him make decisions, just like most presidents do. I think something Trump did do is that he took a lot into his own hands that most presidents wouldn't have. So I think comparing to Trump, it's apples to oranges. Compare him to a Bush or Reagan, and I think
But Brian,
that you're going to have more
You know,
similarities.
Brian, it's easy to criticize Trump, and everybody here, even the people that support him, say, "Yeah, dude, the guy goes too far. He's petty. Uh, he says crazy shit." You never ever say your guy ever does any weird shit.
Yep.
No,
And
no,
and
Yeah,
and when he stumbles
he's got a
around the
I
point.
stage, hang on a
agree
second.
that I
When he
yeah.
stumbles around the stage over and over, these aren't videos; these are live interviews where he doesn't know where to go. I mean, if I invite you to speak on my stage and you didn't know where to go when it was over, I'd be like, bro, let's not have him back. Unfortunately, we got this guy for 4 years, and he's asking for another 4.
Man,
Yeah, I mean, and
Grant,
the comment about
that
him.
means
Well,
I was
the
going to
comment
say.
about him asking for ice cream right after the killing of the kids, right? I'm Joe Biden. I'm looking for ice cream. No, look, I am not a again. I don't not a Trump guy, not a Biden guy. But you have to admit, I mean, either that's cognitive decline or just a lack of empathy. I mean, who does that, right? I'm Joe Biden. I like ice cream. After why don't you first start saying, "My God, my heart is broken. This tragedy has unfolded, but I came down to find ice cream." That's problematic, Brian.
So I agree that he stumbles around a lot. I agree that he stutters and makes gaffes a lot. I think that that's very clear. And I think that is a part of him being an older man. He's 80. At the same time, the left claimed the same about Trump. And when Trump was drinking water or walking down a ramp or, like I think both sides, they take incidences and blow them up because it's the president. And Ben, I didn't see I didn't see the ice cream gaffe, so I can't
I
comment on
thought the
that. I'm
ice
going to
cream thing
actually
was
go
pretty
back
bad.
and look at it.
When the kids died, he was like, "I'm down here for ice cream," and everyone's like,
That is what he said, right, Ian? I've got
"Yeah,
the right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
yeah,
You
down
know,
here
I'm
for
going
ice
to look
cream."
that up. I'll check that out.
Like,
But hey,
And
wow.
Brian, the difference is when people, trash on Trump, it's not about his age. It's about his character, decision making, character default flaws. With Biden, we're attaching it to, hey, can he run? Can he lead? Who's in control? Who's telling him what to do? That's, I think, what I'm hearing the room say they're concerned about.
Yep.
yeah, so if you remember, and if you go back and you Google it, you'll probably see there were numerous people saying that Trump had Alzheimer's, and it was ridiculous. Like obviously he didn't, right? But there were psychiatrists that came on and said he had all kinds of mental disorders, and it's just taking small glimpses of their life and blowing it up when they make a stutter or make
Sure,
it
but
do
I
something
mean, like,
stupid.
you have the former White House physician, right, who treated both Obama and Trump, saying, that Biden clearly has a cognitive failure, right? I mean, he needs to be tested
Wait,
at a
wait, wait, wait.
minimum.
Who said that? Which position?
That was Ronnie Jackson.
Ronnie
Yeah,
Jackson.
but he wasn't Biden's doctor. He was Trump's doctor, and
Yeah,
he's
I
a
know, but like
Republican in
he
Congress.
was Obama's doctor, and he has the ability to diagnose these
Yeah,
things,
yeah,
right?
but he's obvious. I mean, he's a Republican in Congress. He's
Sure,
pretty
yeah, but
far to
like,
the
I
right.
mean, his medical opinion has nothing to do with
I
it.
would rather hear somebody that like doesn't have a political leaning say that, and I believe it. If I heard that from somebody that was actually working with Biden, Biden's doctor said the exact opposite. Biden broke his ankle, so his walking is not great. That doesn't mean he can't lead. He stutters. That doesn't mean he can't lead. I think that some of these gaps, I think it's probably shouldn't be happening, and I think it's definitely a sign of aging. But that doesn't mean that he still can't do his job if he has a good team around him.
Brian,
Well,
he
calling
doesn't
on.
remember. He doesn't remember what question was asked when he's 30 seconds into the answer. He starts drifting into answering a completely different question. I mean,
Yeah,
Tom,
but if you
seriously,
go
if you
back,
hear him,
go
Yeah,
back
but
15
Brian,
years and
Brian,
you do the same.
yeah, but he's calling on people when he was answering the question. He mentioned the lady's name who had been dead for several years, right? I mean, that's concerning, is it not? I mean, these are not just little gaffes. This stutter has nothing to do with it. Yeah, his age is one thing, but again, just for me and again, who am I? I'm no one, but just the lack of coherency and cognitive abilities, it's concerning for me, right? It just is.
Brian's not concerned by it. He trusts those people, those invisible people that control him.
So my granddad had
Grant, I
Alzheimer's.
guess I'm never going to be invited on a stage at your
Dude,
conventions.
not
I'm
if
sorry.
you walk on a stage and you don't know which way to go when you get off.
Yeah. I
It's
mean, like,
weird, bro.
so my
What if I
granddad,
got
he had
nerves and everything?
Alzheimer's before he died, right? He had it for a few years.
Stages have one way on and one way off. There's not
And
like
like, the thing I noticed about my granddad and Biden is, it's sad. Like, I don't laugh at what Biden's going through. I know it's very difficult, like having a personal experience with my granddad having Alzheimer's, very similar, like gazing off into the distance, not knowing what's going on. Sometimes he's lucid, sometimes he was lucid. Biden's the same way, right? There are those moments of lucidity, but then, there are moments where he's sundowning. He's not really sure what's happening. He can't answer questions. I mean, I see the exact same thing in Biden. I mean, it's anyone who's
I
experienced,
actually had a
someone in a family
grandparent.
member who's had Alzheimer's knows this. They recognize
Yeah, I
this
mean,
Biden is
and
really, really bad.
look at Dianne Feinstein, right? People are being respectful. Democrats are saying, "Listen, you've done one." You even tweeted it out, right? You have done a wonderful service to the country, but it's time for you to step aside. So, at which point does your hatred for Trump, kind of take second stage and
Let me
just
let
say,
me.
"Look, for the best of the country and for the Democratic Party, it's time for someone who can have a two-way conversation."
So just for the
So
audience,
so
the
with
stream will.
Feinstein,
Brian, hold on. I'm
yeah.
gonna say something and then get your thoughts on it. First, the stream will start in 15 minutes. So just giving the audience a heads up. We'll be streaming it here live and commenting afterwards. But Brian, let me articulate something and let me know your thoughts. So if I tell you the following, Biden's cognitive ability has diminished to an extent where you don't want him to make decisions deciding the path for the world's most powerful country and the world's biggest economy. Yet that's not necessarily an extremely bad and concerning thing. I'm not saying it's good, but it's not a bad thing as long as he gives away those decision-making abilities to his cabinet, to people he trusts?
No,
Because
no,
we've seen a
no.
lot
So,
of.
so
I'll finish my statement and I'll let you get your thoughts. Because we've seen a lot of companies, and I'm just thinking out loud. We've seen a lot of companies that are led by a CEO or a founder who owns 100% of the shares or a majority of the shares. And they're in their 90s and they pass away owning most of the shares, but they
Samsung,
just give the decision making.
Samsung, Mario,
Samsung's one
Mario,
of
like
many
the CEO
examples.
of
So
Samsung,
they
right? He's
give,
basically dead.
yeah. So yeah, exactly. So let me give this statement to Brian, get his thoughts on it. So we've seen these executives very old that the company continues operating well, hitting great profits because they're given their decision making powers to people that are cognitively in a better shape. Is that a fair statement, or you disagree with it? Because I think you disagreed.
yeah. So I don't think Biden's at that point. I don't think he's lost significant cognitive ability and he can't lead the nation. I think that if it came to that, I would hope that he would step down. And I would not be surprised if he won re-election, if he was to step down halfway through. And not because he lost cognitive ability, but because he realized that he is slowing and he doesn't have the energy anymore. I'm not saying that an old 84-year-old, 86-year-old should be president. I don't really think they should. I think that there's younger Democrats that they could be running and probably should. But I also think that Biden's earned the ability, the right to run again. And if they think he's the best shot, then I'm all for it.
Has there been any cognitive tests done on Biden or that we know of?
Yeah, so the White House doctor every year he has a physical. The report came back and it said that he had no Alzheimer's or no cognitive whatever you
Man,
want to
that's
call it.
ridiculous, man. Come on, man.
Well, yeah,
But
no,
I've done. But how
and I
trustworthy
mean
are
you
those?
got
Like
to
I've done a
trust
similar
They're
test
not. Come on,
on.
Mario. Mario, you know that
I know,
man's
I
not.
know, but like I've done a similar test on Slayman, man. It came out, all aces. So I know that you cannot trust these.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can show you 50 people that they would pass it, and we all know they're fucking nuts.
I
I
can
would
give you one.
hope that if it came back, if the doctor said, hey man, you got a problem, that Biden and the people around him would recognize that and ask him to step down or say, hey, don't run again. That hasn't happened. I trust that if that was the case, that's what would happen.
Come on, Brian. Man,
I mean, I don't see why not.
you're so
Like why wouldn't
disingenuous.
they do that?
You're
Grant,
so dishonest with the room, though, man.
Grant,
No,
do you
no.
think?
What
No, but
I mean, why wouldn't they do that? What would be the damage caused? I prefer a younger candidate. I think that Democrats that think that happened, if the White House doctor thought that happened, I think they'd be honest with him, and I think it would leak out that this is the case. And I don't know.
Brian,
I mean,
Brian,
you can.
Brian, if what you're saying is true, that there's a circle of people, a great team around him, don't you think it's in that great team's interest in trying to help him win re-election? Because they're basically serving as if they're the president of the United States and he's a figurehead. So would they not want to have controlled messaging to ensure that Biden's health is as little an issue as possible?
Well, I mean, there's people around him that don't have a political standing, family members, and like all those. And Kamala Harris, she could be running right now if she wanted to.
You don't think Barack Obama is one of
She
the
could be
people who's
leaking
around him?
crap if she wanted to.
Do you not think Barack Obama is one of the people who's very close in that circle as far as influential in what's
I
happening here?
do.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so don't you think that Barack Obama, who probably, if he is in that circle, we have to assume that he is the dominant player there, because who the hell is going to stand up to Barack Obama? Let's face it. I mean, Susan Rice, no one else around him is going to be standing up to Barack Obama. So if he is the one with his hand up figuratively, up the crack of the puppet and making all decisions, don't you think it's in his interest to make sure that Kamala is not the one who's next president, because he won't have as much control, or anyone else, but that it's actually helpful to have Puppet Joe up there?
I don't think Obama gives a crap about control anymore. Yeah,
Oh, sure he does.
no, I mean, why? He retired president. What
He
does
has
he care?
expressed it. He has expressed
Why
it.
did he move to Washington, D.C.? Why would he move? Well, no president has ever done that. Why would he move there?
He has foundations, he has charities, he has his library. I mean, I don't
That's in Chicago,
obviously he doesn't
Brian.
have political ambitions.
I mean,
I didn't hear you, Doc.
sorry, go ahead, Doc. No, Doc was just saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, all that is in Chicago. His library, which still isn't built, is in Chicago. All of his papers are there in Chicago. Are we really going to ignore the fact that the guy's a traitor and a pedophile and what's happening on the border? I mean, do those issues become something that we talk about when we talk
I
about
mean,
the
I'd be happy
competency
to
of
talk
Joe
about the
Biden?
border. I'd be happy to talk about the border. Like, I'm actually curious what Republicans think the solution is other than building a wall.
Well, we've got a space on it tomorrow, so we will discuss that tomorrow, Brian.
Well, we showed the wall didn't really work and it was a waste of money, didn't we?
Hey,
So-
Mario, if you don't mind, Mario, I threw a poll up in the nest. I'd love to see. My brother actually asked me to do this. I'd love to see how much of the room thinks Joe Biden, contrary to whatever Brian's talking about, thinks Joe Biden is mentally competent, meaning 100%.
So Grant, let me ask you,
Brian, even if he's not mentally
Grant, one second.
competent,
Grant, let me ask you a question, right? So Grant, I understand that it does look like he's got dementia, right? But how much of that do you think is, again, a bit of propaganda from the right?
Oh, definitely.
Zero?
Definitely.
Some of it is,
No. There's never, it could not be, not even possible that it would be zero. Some of it is definitely played and propagandized and pushed and promoted. But it doesn't mean, the stuttering doesn't bother me. I don't know where I am. Like when this is your job. Your job is to go to a podium, do a presentation, and walk off. It's not fucking complicated. It's not a four-way stop sign. Like, it's not figure out directions. Just go outside, do the podium. That's all he does, guys. You guys don't think he's doing more than that, do you? And when you mess that one thing up, and it repeatedly, I don't know where I'm going. I'm shaking hands with people that aren't there. I'm mentioning people in a room that aren't in the room. In fact, they're dead. Those are signs. Those aren't mishaps. They're not. If you did it one or two times, one thing. There's strings and strings of these. And he's not the same guy he was 20 years ago. And nobody said he was smart 20 years ago, by the way.
Yeah,
I think he was
watched his stuff 20 years ago. He was very, very coherent. I mean, it was articulate. He was a very strong speaker, very charismatic. I mean, he's the guy people called America's uncle. I mean, people looked up to him. They were like, wow, this is the guy who knows what he's talking
Look back to his debate with Palin, right? I mean, he was coherent, he was strong, he was poised, and we don't see that anymore.
I mean, Sarah, another question to you is just a link to what everyone's saying. Is when it came out last week. I mean, people knew it anyway, but just the blatant obviousness from the pictures, where essentially the reporter had the predetermined questions, and he had kind of like a chart of who the picture of the reporter and what questions they were going to ask, and essentially it was all scripted. Do you think that's again another problematic where you literally everything's scripted? You can't trust the journalism even when it comes to Biden. Sarah.
Yes. I'm listening to everybody talking about, mental competence, and we've seen it. We've seen it with Donald. They're both old. We've seen it with Donald Trump. We watched him get off a plane and to a waiting car and wander off. We've watched him wander off out of a conference room where he was supposed to sign documents. We've seen it. They're both, in my opinion, not mentally capable of running for office. And yet this is what we are left with. We are left with two senior citizens that, in my opinion, why are we not having presidents in their 40s and 50s? I'm 40.
Well, Sarah, why don't you just vote for Robert Kennedy or
Oh,
DeSantis?
God.
Okay.
Andrew Yang.
There are alternatives. This is a primary.
Andrew Yang,
We're not
I'm all
stuck
for
with them.
Andrew Yang.
And I just wanted to say to Sarah.
Brian, honey.
Sarah, listen, I remember those images, right, of Trump seeming to be wandered off. But you have to remember, Trump wasn't a statesman, right? Those surroundings were new to him, and yes,
we can't have this conversation unless we are being very, very honest. We know that that there are some mental limitations.
Well, it's not even that. It's not even the competency.
I disagree with you, Sarah, because we
the issues that matter today, the pressing issues like AI. I mean,
I would agree with
Ian Sarah,
on that.
let's see.
Guys, like 3 people are talking. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you. I would agree with you, Ian. There are things that are happening today, and like you said with AI, I'm not that old, but I don't understand it. Um, how could how could Biden understand that? How could Trump understand the needs of today and how technology is changing? Um, and I'll reference, remember when they had Facebook and Twitter execs before Congress, and suddenly you saw like somebody's grandpa asking questions about their own Twitter accounts. It was laughable. I think there could be a whole conversation had about what is too old to run for office. But then again, that would be considered ageism, right? And
But
I'll let you go here in a second. I'm 48 years old, and when I noticed it in my 40s that I was starting to decline, I spent 20 minutes looking for my glasses, which were on my head. We all know it, Benjamin. We all know that as we age, our mental acuity is not what it is. Now, I couldn't find my glasses for 20 minutes on my head. Could I still do my job? Yes.
no, I agree with you, right? I mean, and I think there is a difference, though, between being able to do your job and then having to have the Easter Bunny point you which direction to go to, right? So one thing about Trump, you saw his interactions, right, with the press. Whether you liked his answers or did not like his answers, I tend to not like them. He was able to engage them and respond, right? And look, we'll see with this interview tonight, right? Let's see this interview with Caitlin Collins, and we'll see how sharp his faculties are. Then I would like to see an interview with Joe Biden that's
I agree.
of
I
similar
agree.
format. So, and
I
again,
would agree.
you are right, right? Because I'm not that old either, but because you can't find your glasses doesn't mean that you're not able to do your job by any means. However, if you're starting to have cognitive decline, you may have your driver's license taken away from you, right? If it's severe. So at the same time, you have to say, somebody who I believe has severe, maybe cognitive issues, do you really want that person either running the country or figuratively running the country, right? It's a bad image in my mind.
Yeah,
I
and
agree.
Biden has said that
It has
So let me
nothing to
hold
do with
on.
that.
So
So
just
Elon
just
Musk,
two secs, go. Sorry, Joe, to interrupt you. By the way, congratulations on your new teeth, Joe. Trash, you're there. You've got the stream ready. It starts in a couple of minutes.
I'm here. I'm ready.
Yeah, I've got to run,
I,
guys. I've got to run, guys. Thanks for the great chat as always. I'll
Cool, cool.
catch
All
you
right,
guys.
cool. Yeah, guys, just anyone that has to jump off, just jump off, guys. No need to say bye.
Mario, are
Logic,
you
much love.
guys
Thanks
just
a lot.
streaming?
It's not
Trash,
an
Are
airport.
you streaming
hold on,
this?
Sarah.
Are you going to
We will
stream?
stream it
Okay.
here.
Okay.
Yes. Trash. All good. Is all ready.
yep, ready to go, man. I'm here. I'm set up.
Cool. All right. Let me know when it starts. You can just interrupt us and start streaming it as soon as it starts. Okay. I think it's just a few minutes away.
Can I ask Sarah a question?
Well,
Does it
Sarah
matter?
it
question. Yeah, go ahead,
starts
man.
in like 1 minute, so.
So, real quick question:
Yeah,
Does it
all good.
matter
We'll
to you?
just interrupt you guys when it starts. All good.
Does it concern you at all that Biden has already said he will not debate other Democratic candidates?
Absolutely. I'll answer that. Absolutely, it does.
And isn't that a sign of his cognitive decline? Isn't that a confirmation?
I wouldn't say
Isn't
that
that
that's.
possible,
Well,
Brian?
it's the norm, though. It's the norm.
I wouldn't say that.
No, it's
I
not.
wouldn't say that is.
Yeah, it is. For an incumbent,
No,
it's the
it's
norm.
not. There have always been presidential debates. The candidates from both parties have always participated.
Did Trump?
But
Did Trump?
Doc, to your point, Doc, does it concern you that RFK is still going on about chemtrails?
Well, I like Kennedy for a couple reasons, but I'm not going to vote for him. But I admire the fact that he's running, given the history of his family. I don't agree with everything that he says, but I agree with his concerns about the deep state, and I agree with his concerns about the vaccine and the way that was pushed on us. Those two things make him a more credible candidate, in my opinion, for the Democrats. I think he would be more competitive with Trump, who I assume is going to win the Republican nomination. So, yeah.
Let me go to Brian. Brian,
Yeah.
what were you saying? How was it different? How was it different? Please, Brian.
Yeah. So typically, typically there's no inter-party debates for an incumbent. Trump didn't do it last time. Obama didn't do it. If somebody runs against the incumbent, there usually is not a debate. It's not all the time, but usually within the party there isn't a debate. So, but that doesn't mean I don't want him to debate. I think he should. I think everybody should. But typically, that's not the way it works.
So, Doc, the question to you then, based on what Brian said, if Trump didn't do it, why do you want Biden to do it?
Well, I don't think anybody was actively running against Trump as an incumbent. Kennedy clearly is. So is Martina, whatever. There are other candidates, and there should be other candidates for the Democrats, just given the conversation in this room. I mean, Ben certainly isn't a MAGA Republican, and look and listen to what he's saying. I haven't heard from Kim, but I bet Kim thinks that it should be a debate as well. The reason you do
I think
debates
so
is to
too. I
expose
think
the
so
sort
too.
of cognitive decline.
Absolutely, Doc. And you know I'm not a mega Republican. I'm more on the DeSantis camp. But no, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. They're important, right? They're important not so much for the voters that will vote for their party and candidate regardless. You know, they have somebody picked out already. But it is for the undecided voters. And they're important questions that need to be asked. And you're able to gauge a lot by how that potential leader would act, not on the domestic stage, but the world stage. Of course they're important.
Yeah,
Totally agree with you.
Trump's being introduced on stage right now.
Yeah,
We'll be streaming it.
you're ready, just start playing.
Yeah, he'll be starting playing in a minute. Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah,
Actually, give them a Joe. Joe was speaking, so maybe Joe, I'll let you jump in.
Yeah, it's just about the poll. Like, if the polls show that someone's a real candidate, like RFK, which I hope does go up in the polls, he already has good numbers for just announcing, then I think it should be debated. And about cognitive decline, you know, you look at someone like Richard Branson in his 60s, or even Elon now in his 50s, I don't see a decline. It has more to do with personality than it does anything else. And there's a lot of studies on it. People who continually like to learn and challenge themselves continue to stay sharp. People who don't. Do I think Biden's still sharp? No, I don't. I think the fact that Biden keeps refusing to negotiate with Russia and Ukraine, I think is a mistake. I think if China is able to implement this peace deal, Biden is going to damage the entire Democratic Party. He's going to look like an idiot, and he should move out of the way, to be honest. And I'm a single issue voter. I'm against CBDCs. So DeSantis or RFK, I'm fine with either one.
All right, we'll be kicking this off any minute. We're just setting up the stream. Brian, anything you'll be looking out for in today's
He's doubling. I'm watching it. He's doubling down on the election claims.
Oh, okay, it's streaming on the YouTube live. So on my account, there's a YouTube live. Can anyone stream it from an audio perspective, Joa or Benjamin, while we fix it on Trash's side? Benjamin, if you've got it, can you put it on the speaker while Trash?
Well, I'm just watching it on TV. It's on CNN.
All right, can anyone stream it, guys? Slayman is setting it up. Let me.
Yeah, the issue I'm having is I don't have a TV provider, so I signed up for CNN.com, but it's not letting me log in. So I'm trying to find a side stream.
Is it? All right, isn't there a YouTube link that's streaming it? It's not being streamed on YouTube.
No.
Let me get it sorted from my end. If anyone else has a link where they can play
it,
Benjamin, if you're watching it on TV, can you just put your speaker up to the TV and maybe
Yeah, I can try. My speakers are on my headset, though. Can you hear it? Hang on.
Because if you look at what's gone to our country
Can you hear it?
gone to hell. Our borders
yes,
are bad.
perfect. Yeah, perfect.
Our military's been bad. You look at the taxes. You look at inflation. What's happened to inflation? It's just destroying our country. We've really become, in many ways, a third world country. And it's very sad what's happened in this administration. And it's something that will turn around on day one. We were energy independent. Now energy is at a level that we've never had to pay before. Nobody can afford to continue to pay what's happening with energy. But we were energy independent. We were getting out of Afghanistan with strength and with dignity. And instead we got out, we looked like fools, probably the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
We have a lot of questions about the economy and foreign policy tonight, but what you just said there, Republican officials debunked those claims about fraudulent ballots. We want to give you a chance tonight.
Who?
Republican officials in Georgia and every single state. There is no, your own election officials, Mr. President. So we wanted to give you a chance.
We're afraid to take on the issue. But we have a big problem in this country. We have elections that were horrible. If you look at what happened in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, if you look at what happened in Detroit, Michigan, if you look at what happened in Atlanta, millions of votes. And all you have to do is take a look at government cameras. You'll see then people going to 28 different voting booths to vote, to put in 7 ballots apiece.
But Mr. President, I have to stop you there because there is no evidence of that. Your own election officials testified to that and have said that Republicans in these states did this. In Georgia, there were multiple recounts, including a hand recount. We have questions about the claims that you're making tonight from voters on this topic. I want to bring in Scott Dustin from Concord. He works in insurance litigation. He's an undeclared voter. That's what they call independents here in New Hampshire, as you know. He did vote for you in 2020. Scott, what's your question for the president?
Hi, President Trump. Welcome back to New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Will you suspend polarizing talk of election fraud during your run for president?
Will I suspend, excuse me, what?
Will you suspend polarizing talk of election fraud during your run for president?
Yeah, unless I see election fraud. If I see election fraud, I think I have an obligation to say it. And you know what we went through a short while ago has really put our country in a big problem. I hope to do that. I hope we're going to have very honest elections. We should have voter ID. We should have one-day elections. We should have paper ballots instead of these mail-in votes. But the answer is yes, and I hope that it's going to be very straight up, because if it's going to be straight up, we're going to win the election.
So you will suspend talk, to his question about the 2020 election on the campaign
Well,
trail?
I guess we're going to just win. We're at a point now. We're getting so close. Let's just win it again and straighten out our country.
One other question on this. When you've talked about the 2020 election results in the past, you once suggested terminating the Constitution. Do you stand by those comments?
You were able to do certain things. I'm not talking about terminating the Constitution. I'm talking about cherishing the Constitution. The Constitution says that we're supposed to have legal and well-maintained and well-looked-at elections, and we didn't have that. I cherish our Constitution, but we have to live up to the Constitution. We weren't living up to the Constitution.
Well, I was just saying there's no evidence of that election fraud. You did once tweet.
You're supposed to say that, but I'm glad you say that. But look, that was a horrible election. That was a horrible election, and unless somebody's very stupid, and I know you very well, you're not stupid at all, but you perhaps are given an agenda or you have an agenda. Look, we have to have honest elections in our country. We have open borders. We have.
So Trash, I'll let you stream it from your end. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so the TV...
And it's also, for anyone that wants to watch the video, it's on my account as well. You can go on my profile. You can watch it there if you want the video. Go ahead, Trash.
Well, so the TV's ahead. So, you know what? I'm just going to start it right here, okay?
Yeah, all good.
Terminating the Constitution. I'm talking about cherishing the Constitution. The Constitution says that we're supposed to have legal and well-maintained and well-looked-at elections, and we didn't have that. I cherish our Constitution, but we have to live up to the Constitution. We weren't living up to the Constitution.
I was just saying there's no evidence of that election fraud. You did once tweet.
You're supposed to say that, but I'm glad you say that. But look,
That's
that was a horrible election. That was a horrible election, and unless somebody's very stupid, and I know you very well, you're not stupid at all, but you perhaps are given an agenda or you have an agenda. Look, we have to have honest elections in our country. We have open borders. We have. You look at what's happening. I mean, we have elections. We have open borders. Look at what's happening on our southern border. Millions and millions of people are coming in. They're being released from prisons. They're being released from mental institutions. And we have millions of people pouring into our country. And now they're getting rid of Title 42, which I put on, which kept people out that were sick.
And Mr. President, we have a lot of questions about immigration to get to tonight. Obviously, that's a big topic, especially given what's expected to happen tomorrow. But I want to talk about the influence you have over your voters. It's very clear that you are very influential over them. You have a lot of impact. I've been to many of your rallies and seen it up close, which raised a lot of questions about the influence that we saw that you had on them on January 6th and your supporters when they attacked the Capitol. Do you have any regrets about your actions on January 6th?
Well, you know, January 6th was, again, we go back to it, but January 6th had to do with the fact that hundreds of thousands of people, and you don't see the pictures very often. A lot of the people here probably were there. January 6th, it was the largest crowd I've ever spoken to. That was prior to the walk down to the Capitol building. I don't think, and I've spoken to hundreds of thousands of people. I've never spoken to a crowd as large as this. And that was because they thought the election was rigged. And they were there proud. They were there with love in their heart. That was an unbelievable, and it was a beautiful day. And what I was asked to do, I wasn't involved in it very much. I was asked to come in when I make a speech. I made a speech. I said, walk peacefully and patriotically, you know, many different things. In fact, I brought a list of things. I don't want to bore the audience, but we can go sentence after sentence after sentence of things I said and things I put out. One of the big problems was that Nancy Pelosi, Crazy Nancy as I affectionately call her, crazy Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington were in charge, as you know, of security, and they
They're
did
not
not
in charge
do
of
their
the
job.
National Guard. You're in charge of the
They
National
are in
Guard.
well, I offered them National Guard. I said, we'll give you soldiers, we'll give you National Guard, we'll give you whatever you want. And they turned me down.
You're
and in
acting
fact,
defense
she turned me down.
secretary.
She turned me down in writing. They turned me down.
But your acting defense secretary, Chris Miller, at the time, he says you never gave a formal order to deploy the National Guard. But when it came to that day,
just the opposite.
He
Chris Miller wrote a book, and he's a fantastic guy, and he was ready to go. They turned him down. If you look, the mayor of Washington, D.C., lovely lady, she said, we don't want it. We don't like the look. Nancy Pelosi said, oh, we don't like the look. If they would have had I offered them 10,000 soldiers. I said, it could be 10, it could be more, but I offered them specifically 10,000 soldiers. If they would have taken 500 soldiers, you wouldn't have had the problem. They turned it down. And if you look at the Inspector General report, he says they turned it down. They made a terrible mistake.
Well, Chris Miller was your acting defense secretary. He says you never gave that order. But back to what happened on that day. You said you weren't.
Say that.
He has testified that, Mr. President.
He did not say that.
But you said you weren't very involved that day. You did tell your supporters to come to Washington. You tweeted about it, about that speech that happened on the rally.
Am I allowed to say that?
When they went to the Capitol and they were breaking into the Capitol, smashing windows, injuring police officers, why did it take you 3 hours to tell them to go home?
I don't believe it did. Oh, let me pull it out. So if you look at, on January 5th, the day before, I said, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. Stay peaceful. This was the day before, and this was in the form of Twitter. Now I use Truth Social. I think it's far superior, okay? I hope everybody's on Truth. If you look, January 6th, this is before 2:30. I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. This is right after, as it was happening. But what happened is they took it down. I don't know why. I think they took it down because it was so good. They didn't like it being up there. I am asking, and we didn't know until I got it back, because now I have 90 million people waiting for me to go back, but I'm on Truth, and I'm staying on Truth. Listen, I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violation. We want no violation. We want no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you. That was at 2:30. That was very early.
Mr. President, I looked at the same timeline that you did. Once
No,
it was
but you
clear,
didn't report that. You know why? Because it was
we
taken
did report
down.
it. I was reporting
it was
that
taken down and it wasn't.
But when it was clear to you that they were not being peaceful, you saw them rushing the Capitol, breaking windows. They were hitting officers with flagpoles, tasing them, beating them up. When it was clear they weren't being peaceful, why did you wait 3 hours to tell them to leave the Capitol? They listened to you like no one else. You know that.
They do. I agree with that. But
So why didn't you tell them to go
Pelosi,
sooner?
Nancy Pelosi and the mayor are in charge. I assume they were able to do their job. They weren't.
But
And
Pelosi's
it
not in
kicked
charge of
And
Capitol
if you remember, I made a video right outside the Oval Office in the Rose Garden, and I'm very proud of that video. I didn't have a script. I don't need scripts like a certain person that's in
Well,
there
what
right
time?
now.
The video. Later.
It was a beautiful video, and it said, I mean, I don't want to read it all, but you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people of law and order. We love the people of law and order. We can't play into the hands of these other people. We have to have peace. Please go home. I said that.
Referring
You know
to
what
the
they
law and
did?
order there,
They took
Mr.
that
President.
down. And to this day, it hasn't been put up. And the reason is it's so good and so conclusive that all of this nonsense and all of the tens of millions of dollars that have been spent are just wiped away with this one. And they've never put it back up. They had another one that they did the same
But that video that you referenced there, it wasn't posted until 4:17 p.m.
No, I'll tell
They
you,
breached the Capitol at 2 p.m.
That video was
Mr. President.
posted.
4:17
Yeah,
p.m.
actually a little bit before that.
Right. So
But,
that's my
excuse
question. Because
me.
in that 3 hours, over
Excuse
140
me, it was
officers
posted
were
after the
injured.
first one I just read, though, and that was at 2 o'clock.
But I think the reason the timeline is so critical here, because going back to your influence, in
Here's
that
another
3
one I
hours,
posted.
over 140 officers were injured that day.
And a person named Ashley Babbitt was killed.
Yes.
You know what? She was killed, and she shouldn't have been killed. And that thug that killed her, there was no reason to shoot her at blank range, cold blank range. They shot her, and she was a good person. She was a patriot. There was no reason. There was no reason, and he went on television to brag about the fact that he killed her.
The officer was not bragging about the fact that he killed
he
her,
was
but
bragging.
one person who was at the Capitol that day, as you know, was your vice president, Mike Pence, who says that you endangered his life on that day.
I don't think he was in any danger.
Mr. President, do you feel that you owe him an apology?
No, because he did something wrong. He should have put the votes back to the state legislatures, and I think we would have had a different outcome. I really do.
But he doesn't have the authority to do that, as you know.
What?
The vice president does not have the authority to
Okay,
reject
are you ready?
those
Let's have
election
this one out
results.
just now, because it's interesting. Let's keep it interesting, right? I like Mike Pence very much. He's a very fine man. He's a very nice man. He made a mistake. His lawyer said, you cannot move. I called him the human conveyor belt. I said, even if the votes, I talked to his lawyer, even if the votes are absolutely fraudulent, he can't say, yes, sir, he can't send back. And the Democrats played it, and the rhinos played it. And then the election was over. They told him he couldn't do it. And Mike said to me, I can't do it. The lawyers told me I can't do it. They can't do it. But the lawyers were wrong, because right after the election, they all met, the rhinos and the Democrats, and they worked out a plan to make sure that future vice presidents don't do what I said you could do.
That's not what happened. You're referring to the Electoral Count Act.
That's
I've read that. There is no authority.
No,
legal
excuse
experts, including Republican legal experts, say that he does not have that authority, Mr. President. But I want to
why
move
did
on.
they change the law then, saying that you can't do it?
They didn't change the law. They strengthened the law because they were worried about
They
presidents
strengthened it,
exploiting.
meaning you could do it. Thank you.
That's not what it means.
Thank you.
They strengthened the law
Mike
because
had
they were
the right
worried.
to do it. They convinced him he didn't, and it was a horrible thing for our country. If you would have sent those votes back to Georgia, Pennsylvania, and other states, Wisconsin, which if you look at Wisconsin, they've virtually admitted now that the election was rigged. If
They
you
have
would have
not
sent
admitted
those
that,
votes
Mr.
back to
President.
many of those states, they would not come back in the affirmative. And remember what I said, and you just said it pretty much. You admitted what I said was right.
I
They
did
said
not.
he didn't have the right to do it. And he did have the right to do it, and that's why they changed the law, taking that right away.
I should note that your campaign paid for a recount that happened in Wisconsin. It actually had more votes for President Biden by the end of it. But I want to move on to Wayne Beyer. He's a retired attorney from
By the
North
way,
Conway.
so many illegal votes were cast in Wisconsin, and if you look in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, they had so many illegal votes, they didn't even know what to do with them. You're absolutely wrong
Mr.
about
President,
that.
there weren't any fraudulent votes in Wisconsin. I do want to get to the audience, though. We have questions for you from the audience. Wayne Beyer is a retired attorney from North Conway. He has previously served in Republican administrations. He volunteered for the Republican Party in the 2022 midterms. He voted for you in 2020. What's your question for the president, Wayne?
Thank you for coming, Mr. President.
Thank you, Wayne.
My question to you is, will you pardon the January 6th rioters who were convicted of federal offenses?
I am inclined to pardon many of them. I can't say for every single one, because a couple of them probably they got out of control. You know, when you look at Antifa, what they've done to Portland, and if you look at Antifa in Minneapolis, there are so many other places. Look at what they did to Seattle and BLM. Many people were killed. These people, I'm not trying to justify anything, but you have two standards of justice in this country. And what they've done, and I love that question, because what they've done to so many people is nothing. And then what they've done to these people, they've persecuted these people. And yeah, my answer is, I am most likely, if I get in, I will most likely, I would say it will be a large portion of them. You know, they did a very, and it'll be very early on. And they're living in hell right now.
So when it comes
they're
to
living
pardons,
in hell. And they're policemen, and they're firemen, and they're soldiers, and they're carpenters and electricians, and they're great people. Many of them are just great people.
Mr. President, one of the people who was convicted was a former policeman, but he was convicted of attacking a police officer, I should note. But when you said you are considering pardoning a large portion of those charged with crimes on January 6th, does that include the 4 Proud Boys members who were charged and convicted of seditious conspiracy?
I don't know. I'd have to look at their case, but I will say in Washington, D.C., you cannot get a fair trial. You cannot. Just like in New York City, you can't get a fair trial either.
Speaking of New York, I want to ask you about a significant verdict that was reached yesterday. I know this is something you want to weigh in on as well. The Manhattan jury found that you sexually abused the writer E. Jean Carroll and defamed her. You've denied this, but what do you say to voters who say it disqualifies you from being president?
Well, there aren't too many of them because my poll numbers just came out. They went up. Okay. I'm the only person in history who had a charge like that. And usually you leave office, you say, I'm sorry, but I'm going to back home. I'm back home to my family and everything. I'm going to be resigned. My poll numbers went up, and they went up with the other fake charge, too. Because what's happening is they're doing this for election interference. This woman, I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is. I had a picture taken years ago with her and her husband, nice guy, John Johnson. He was a newscaster, very nice man. She called him an ape. Happens to be African American. Called him an ape. The judge wouldn't allow us to put that in. Her dog or her cat was named Vagina. The judge wouldn't allow to put that in. All of these things, but with her, they could put in anything. Access
This
Hollywood.
was a jury of 9 people who found you liable of sexual abuse. Do you think that will deter women from voting for you?
No, I don't think so, because I think the whole thing, just so you understand, ready? I never met this woman. I never saw this woman. This woman said, I met her at the front door of Bergdorf Goodman, which I rarely go into other than for a couple of charities. I met her in the front door. She was about 60 years old, and this is like 22, 23 years ago. I met her in the front door of Bergdorf Goodman. I was immediately attracted to her, and she was immediately attracted to me. And we had this great chemistry. We're walking into a crowded department store. We had this great chemistry, and a few minutes later, we end up in a room, a dressing room, at Bergdorf Goodman, right near the cash register. And then she found out there were locks on the door. She said, I found one that was open. She found one. She learned this at trial. She found one that was open. What kind of a woman meets somebody and brings them up, and within minutes, you're playing hanky-panky in a dressing room, okay? I don't know if she was married then or not. John Johnson, I feel sorry for you, John Johnson.
Mr. President, can I
No, but
add
think
to this?
of it. Think of it.
I know you're recounting what she said, but Mr. President,
Let me just, if I could, because you asked the question.
This was a
just so
jury,
you understand,
though.
if I was walking in at the park, because I was very famous then, and I owned the Plaza Hotel right next door, and I owned buildings around it, I'm not going into a dressing room of a crowded department store. Then I say, if she was being raped, and by the way, they said she wasn't raped. Okay, that was her charge. She wasn't.
They found that you sexually abused her.
What? Say what? They didn't. They said he didn't rape her. And
They did
I
not say
didn't do
that you
anything
did.
else either. You know what? Because I have no idea who the hell she is.
But Mr. President,
I don't know who this woman
can I
is.
ask you, given your recounting
I
your
don't know
version?
who, and I tell you this.
But Mr.
Are
President,
you ready?
can I
swear
ask
on
you
my
because
children, which I'd never do. I have no idea who this woman. This is a fake story, made up story. We had a horrible Clinton-appointed judge. He was horrible. He allowed her to put everything in. He allowed us to put nothing in.
Mr. President,
this is a
you're
fake
recounting your version
story.
of events here right now to the audience. You referenced the trial. You did not go to the trial and actually
That's right.
testify. Do you wish that you had
No,
testified?
it wouldn't have made a difference. This was a rigged deal. This was my lawyer said, sir, you don't have to do it. I actually said, I think I should. It would be respectful. They said, sir, don't do it. This is a fake story, and you don't want to give it credibility. That's why I didn't go.
One thing you did do in this.
And I swear, and I've never done that, and I swear to, I have no idea who the hell, she's a
Mr.
whack
President,
job.
you did not testify in person in this trial. There was a taped deposition of you from October in it. You defended the comments that you made on that Access Hollywood tape about being able to grab women how you want. Do you stand by those comments?
I said, if you're famous and rich or whatever I said, but I said, if you're a star, you are, and I said, women let you. I didn't say you grab. I said women let. You didn't use that word. But if you look, women let you. Now, they said, will you take that back? I said, look, for 1,000,000 years, this is the way it's been. I want to be honest. This is the way it's been. I can take it back if you'd like to, but if you're a famous person, if you're a star, and I'm not referring to myself, I'm saying people that are famous, people that are
You were
stars,
asked in the deposition,
people
do you
that are
consider
rich,
yourself to be a star, and
people
you
that are
said yes.
powerful, they tend to do pretty well in a lot of different ways, okay? and you would like me to take that back. I can't take it back because it happens to be true. I said it's been true for 1 million years, approximately a million years, perhaps a little bit longer than that.
So you stand by those comments?
Well, I don't want to lie.
Mr. President, we have a lot of
here's
questions.
what she wants
Mr.
me to
President,
say.
let's
A
get to
rich
the
and
audience
famous
questions
person
tonight.
has no advantage over anyone else. Well, you do have an advantage, and I say unfortunately, but that's the way it is.
You said fortunately or unfortunately,
Well,
but Mr.
fortunately or
President, we have a lot of
unfortunately for
audience
her.
questions to get to tonight. I want to go back to the audience. We've got Danielle Rieger. She works as an oral surgery assistant. She's a Republican activist from Derry. She was a New Hampshire delegate for you in 2020. What's your question?
Hi, thank you so much for coming to New Hampshire to answer our questions. My question is regarding the economy. Over the past 2 years, we have seen the prices for everything skyrocket. From food to gas to utilities and insurance costs, many people's bills are up several $100s a month, including mine. If elected president again, what is the first thing you would do to help bring down the cost to make things more affordable?
Drill, baby, drill. So, we were energy independent. We were soon going to be energy dominant. And nobody had ever done what I did. We got oil down to $1.87. Actually, it fell lower than that in some cases. We had to save the oil companies, the price was getting so. We were doing incredibly. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, probably the greatest economy in the history of the world. We were energy independent, soon to be energy dominant. We were going to be bigger than Russia and Saudi Arabia put together ×2. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation. Any other nation. And these stupid fools ended it. And energy went from $1.87 and even lower for gasoline, for a car. They went from $1.87 to $5, $6, $7, $8, and even $9. And your electricity bills went through the roof, your heating bills went through the roof. And that's what started inflation. And it hasn't stopped because people are paying now for bacon and for eggs and for the 2 and 3 times what it was just a little while ago. We created the greatest economy in history. A big part of that economy was got you the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, bigger than the Reagan cuts, bigger than any cuts. And also, Caitlin, also, as you know, we got the biggest regulation and regulatory cuts. This place was rocking, and then we were given a gift from China, and China paid a big price. And let me tell you something, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes from China, but prior to COVID coming in, and then I rebuilt the economy again, a second time. But we had, prior to COVID coming in as from China, from Wuhan, which I said it came from Wuhan. Everybody said, oh, you're wrong about that. You're wrong. It came from Wuhan. I said it right from day one. So we had the greatest economy in the world. Here's the story. They made energy so high, and energy is all invasive. It is massive as an industry and as a cost. It lifted everything. If you made donuts, no matter what you did, and we had inflation, the likes of which I guess we haven't had, say, said for 52 years, but I think more than that. We had no inflation. We had the lowest energy prices we've had in decades. This country was rocking and rolling. And by the way, we had the most secure border in the history of our country.
Mr. President, we have more questions on the economy, and I want to make sure we get to all of those. As you know, the U.S. right now could be just 3 weeks away from defaulting on its debt. That could mean millions of jobs lost, people not getting their Social Security payments. People believe it would put the U.S. economy into a recession. On that topic, I want to bring in Marta Cervella, a student here at St. Anselm. She is an undeclared voter who did not vote in 2020. Marta, what's your question?
Hi, Mr. President.
Hi, thank you.
So my question is, what do you think about the United States' current debt situation, and how can we move forward?
Such an important question. So we're at $33 trillion, a number that nobody ever thought possible. When we had our economy rocking and rolling just prior to COVID coming in, like literally, we were making a fortune. And oil, we were going to make so much money from oil, we were going to start paying off debt. But then with COVID coming in, we had to do other things. We had to keep this country alive because it was so serious. But we have to get the country back. We have to lower energy prices. We have to lower interest rates. Interest rates are through the roof. Energy has to come down. It all has to come down, and we have to start paying off debt. But when we have a debt limit, and they used that very seriously with me. They came in, Schumer came in with Nancy Pelosi, and they were using, we'll violate it, we'll do whatever. They talked a whole lot different than they do right now. I say to the Republicans out there, congressmen, senators, if they don't give you massive cuts, you're going to have to do a default. And I don't believe they're going to do a default because I think the Democrats will absolutely cave because you don't want to have that happen. But it's better than what we're doing right now because we're spending money like drunken sailors.
So just to be clear, Mr. President, you think the U.S. should default if the White House does not agree to the spending cuts Republicans
Well,
are
you might
demanding?
as well do it now because you'll do it later. Because we have to save this country. Our country is dying. Our country is being destroyed by stupid people, by very stupid people.
You once said that using the debt ceiling as a negotiating wedge just could not happen. You said that when you were in the Oval
when I was
Office.
president.
So why is it different now that you're out of office?
Because now I'm not president.
The U.S. defaulting would be massively
Well, you
consequential
don't know.
for everyone in this room, for all of
You don't know. It's psychological. It's really psychological more than anything else. And it could be very bad. It could be maybe nothing. Maybe you have a bad week or a bad day. But look, you have to cut your costs. We're spending $7 trillion on, much of it on nonsense. $7 trillion on nonsense.
We've got
And I
another
actually
question from a
said,
voter tonight.
get all of that money that was wasted, and frankly, the Senate should have never approved it. Get all that money that was wasted, and if they don't get rid of that, you'll have to default. Okay?
Mr.
You'll have to
President,
default.
we've got another voter here
And by
tonight.
the way, you're going to default eventually anyway, but it's going to be much messier. I don't think you'll have to default. I think if the Republicans hold strong and they say let's say we want $5 trillion off, I really think the Democrats have no choice but to do it. And if I win, they're going to be doing the same thing to me in 2 years. I guarantee you that.
Mr. President,
they're
we've
going to
got
play a
another
very
voter
hard
here
ball game,
tonight.
and they did that before.
Bobby Petrino has been waiting very patiently.
Sure.
He's a student at St. Anselm. He's a member of College Republicans. He's an undeclared voter right now. He supported you in 2020. Bobby, what's your question for President Trump?
Hi, thank you for coming. This is a bit of a pivot, but with gun violence and mass shootings in the news cycle recently, I'm worried that state governments and the federal government are going to act to repress gun rights. Under your administration, you instructed the Department of Justice and the ATF to ban bump stocks. If elected president again, how would you act not only to defend our Second Amendment rights, but to restore rights that have been taken from us, such as, by example, recently the ATF's ruling on the pistol stabilizing braces?
Yeah, as you know, the bump stocks are actually a very unimportant thing. And NRA, I went with them, and they said it doesn't mean anything. Or actually, all they do is teach you how to shoot very inaccurately. So we did that. There's been nobody that's protected the Second Amendment, as you know, like I have. I protected it through thick and thin, not easy to do. But we have a very big mental health problem in this country. And again, it's not the gun that pulls the trigger, it's the person that pulls the trigger. And we have to protect our Second Amendment. We have to protect our Second Amendment.
Mr. President, you dealt with a lot of mass shootings when you were in office. This year, there have already been more than 200 mass shootings in 2023. If you are reelected, are there any new gun restrictions that you would sign into law?
I would do numerous things. For instance, schools, we would harden, very, very much harden. And I'm a very believer. I believe in teachers. I love teachers. I think they're incredible. And they love the children, not quite like the parents, but they love the children in many cases almost as much. Many of these teachers are soldiers, ex-policemen. They're people that really understand weapons. And you don't need 5% of the teachers would be more than you could ever have if you're going to hire security guards. But in addition to that, have security guards. You have to harden your entrances. You have to make schools safe. And you can make other places safe. But it is a big mental health problem in this country more than anything else. And remember, we have 700 million guns, 700 million. Many people, if they don't have a gun, they're not going to be very safe. I mean, if they don't have a gun, it gives them security. Now, you need them for entertainment, you need them for hunting, you need them for a lot of different things. But there are people that if they didn't have the privilege of having a gun in some form, many of them would not be alive today. You know, there's a certain country that had a very strict policy on guns, very, very strict.
Which country?
And, Brazil, okay? Brazil, very strict. And the former president of Brazil, and the killing was incredible. They were walking into people's homes and killing people. They had no protection. He said, go out and buy guns. People went out and bought guns, and it went way down. The numbers went way down because they had security. If you look at Chicago, Chicago has the single toughest gun policies in the nation. They are so tough you can't breathe. New York, too, and other places also. All of those places are the worst and most dangerous places. So that's not the answer.
No new restrictions that you would sign if reelected, Mr. President. I want you to meet Julie Miles, a registered nurse from Merrimack. She's a Republican who voted for you in 2020. Julie, what's your question for the president?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate you answering this question this evening. How do you plan to appeal to women voters in New Hampshire who are concerned about the Dobbs decision and how states may change their laws?
It's such a great question, and it was such a great victory, and people are starting to understand it now. You know that they wanted to bring it back to the states, but that was probably the least important part of that victory. Getting rid of Roe v. Wade was an incredible thing for pro-life because it gave pro-life something to negotiate with. Pro-life had absolutely nothing being stuck in Roe v. Wade to negotiate with. And now what's happening, and I see it all over, deals are being made, deals are going to be made. And look, everybody that was president wanted to get rid and tried to get rid of Roe v. Wade.
You mean
for 50
Republicans?
years. Republicans. For 50 years, this has been going on. Actually, a couple of Democrats too. But for 50 years, this has been going on. I was able to do it, and I was very honored to do it. But by doing it, things are happening that are very, very positive. And I happen to believe in the exceptions, the life of the mother, rape, incest, like Ronald Reagan believed in the exceptions. But I happen to believe that. I think it's frankly important to do that, but a lot of people are against that. A relatively small number. But the way I look, I think it's very important to say this. I consider the other side to be radical because the other side, under Roe v. Wade and other things, the other side, they're radical because they will. Remember the debate with Hillary Clinton? They said, rip the baby out of the womb at the end of the 9th month. They will kill the baby in the 9th month. If you look at that crazy governor of Virginia from the former governor, where he said, no, the baby will be born, and then we'll decide essentially whether or not to execute the
But, Mr.
baby.
President, can we talk about what you would do if
These are the radical people.
reelected?
It's not the pro-life people that are radical.
But if you are reelected and you're back in the Oval Office and you get legislation to your desk, would you sign a federal abortion ban into law?
What I'll do is negotiate so that people are happy. But the fact that I was able, I'm so proud of it. We put 3 great justices on the Supreme Court. We have almost 300 federal judges on the Supreme Court.
So just to be clear, Mr. President, you would sign a federal abortion ban into law.
I said this. I want to do what's right. And we're looking. And we want to do what's right for everybody.
But what's right?
But now, for the first time, the people that are pro-life have negotiating capability because you didn't have it before. They could kill the baby in the 9th month or after the baby was born. Now they won't be able to do that.
But I think this is a really important question for you to answer because this is something every Republican, including those who are running against you for the nomination, are being asked about is would you sign a federal abortion ban into law?
And many of them are going to give you the same answer as I am. First of all, I am honored to have done what I did. And a lot of people said in 150 years, he's now the most consequential president because he saved so many lives. And I'm honored to have done it. And because of what I've done, we now have a great negotiating ability. That's what I do in life. I negotiate. We have a great negotiating ability, and I think we're going to be able to get something done.
What do you mean negotiating ability? Because the question that Republicans have, and some of your allies on Capitol Hill say that they want to introduce legislation when it comes to banning abortion. If they send it to your desk, would you sign it?
Some people are at 6 weeks. Some people are at 3 weeks,
where's
2
President
weeks.
Trump?
President Trump is going to make a determination what he thinks is great for the country and what's fair for the country. But the fact that I was able to terminate Roe v. Wade after 50 years of trying, they worked for 50 years. I've never seen anything like it. They worked, and I was so honored to have done it. We are in a very good negotiating position right now, only because of what I was able to do. And remember this, again, you talk about radicalism. People that will kill a baby in the 9th month or the 8th month or the 7th month or after the baby is born, they're the radicals, not the pro-life.
I just want to give you one more chance, though, because you did not answer whether or not you'd sign a federal abortion ban or how many weeks into pregnancy you believe abortion should be banned.
Yeah, but
Can you answer either
I've
of those
given you
tonight?
the answer probably 4 times already.
Which one is it,
I'm looking at a solution that's going to work. Very complex issue for the country. You have people on both sides of an issue. But we are now in a very strong position. Pro-life people are in a strong position to make a deal that's going to be good and going to be satisfactory for them. If you weren't able to get rid of, you wouldn't even be having a discussion if you weren't able to get rid of Roe v. Wade, which put pro-life in a dead position, a horrible position. They could kill the baby at any time they wanted to, but we did something that nobody thought was doable. And other Republican presidents, and others, by the way, they wanted to get it out. They also wanted to bring it back to the states, but bringing it back to the states is a less important issue
But that's why
than
it's
the
the
issue that
question
we
about a
just talked
federal
about.
abortion ban. You did not say yes or no to that. You did not say how many
It
weeks.
depends what the deal is. Lindsey Graham's
You did not say
a good
how many
man.
weeks.
He's got an idea, and a lot of other people have an idea. And I look at all the
And a
different
lot of people
ideas,
will
and
be
I'll make
curious
the,
what
I'll
your
make the right
idea is
decision.
on that. President Trump, we've got more questions to come for you tonight.
I'll
We'll
make
be
the right
right back
decision for the
in just a moment.
Holy shit, Trump is killing it, guys.
This is
He won't
this is a
answer the
big wish.
question.
Just
It's a
before
simple question. Will you ban abortion?
before.
Yes or no? And he's like,
Hold on, guys,
I
hold
don't
on.
know.
An issue. It's hot.
The issue.
Customers can't make payments.
Oh, it's an ad. It's an ad. Slayman, do you want to mute? Yeah. I thought it was
a
yeah.
fucking ad.
So anyone that wants to watch the video, like wants to stream video, it's pinned above, so you can watch it there. But Andrew Yang just posted. I'll message him now if he wants to jump on. But he just posted the following: "This is a clear win for Trump." And no, this CNN town hall is shaping up to be a clear win for Trump, certainly in the Republican field and probably overall.
I totally agree
And I
with
agree.
that.
Love him or hate him, he's just well spoken.
I'm happily surprised that he didn't, become moderate, right? Except for the last question, which he didn't answer.
Well,
which is why she asked him repeatedly, "Would you ban abortion?"
I have thoughts on that, Ian. Right? I get
But
it. I wanted him to
didn't
answer.
he say?
I actually wanted him to answer it too, and answer it either one way or the other. But the reason that I voted for him is not because I have like these strong traditional conservative values, and you guys know my position on many things. But the deal making is why I voted for him. So that's kind of in the same vein. That doesn't really affect me, but I would be interested to hear in more traditional conservatives what they thought about that answer, because I bet it's going to vary.
But didn't he say you could kill the baby on the 9th month or even after they're
So
born?
the governor did come out and say,
I think he
Not true.
misspoke. No.
No.
That's not him that said it. He was quoting the former governor of Virginia.
Yeah, he did say that.
Who was the one who said it?
He said,
Yeah, Trump was not the one who said it. Trump actually condemned it. Yeah.
He said even if the baby's born, then.
And just for the record, Ian, you're a DeSantis guy, so just to coming from a person that's not a supporter of Trump.
But guys,
Also, what do you
Mario,
think?
isn't it refreshing that you have a president who can actually answer questions and engage in a debate and just be completely aware where he is and awake to the questions, and actually giving not only smart answers but also having a sense of humor about him? Like, you don't have that with Biden at all.
He's got a point, right? I mean, we were talking about this earlier. I mean, Kim has a very, very valid point. We're talking about Biden's ability to answer and engage. Whether or not you like Trump, you have to admit he's doing a pretty freaking good job.
So,
but you
Simon,
also but he's doubling down on lies. Like he talked about Pelosi, and that Pelosi rejected the National Guard, which is complete bullshit because she wasn't even in charge of the security on January 6th.
So Joa, what he said was, and I'll be clear about this because I've gone down this. So he said Caitlin said that Nancy Pelosi's not in charge of the Capitol Police. The Speaker of the House does have that authority over the Capitol Police, but Muriel Bowser is the one that turned down the National Guard. That's correct.
So just to take a step back, guys, Slamman, just jump in, mute everyone, and start the stream when the town hall continues, which could be any minute. Also, your thoughts. Look, I've heard a pretty good town hall so far. Like, Trump is doing well from what I've heard so far. Also, anything that I missed, any flaws, any concerns that you heard?
I think quickly, because I think CNN is going to do it.
I'm not talking from a policy perspective, just how well he performed.
So I think I think this is kind of what Joe I beat, but I think the focus on this, and this is just the first rounds, Republican primary. We got to go back to like looking again at the Trump-Biden debates when those happens. As the first one was kind of very disastrous for Trump in that. But what really matters of this is the first shot of the Republican primary, ironically on CNN. I think that kind of shows the problem with Fox News. But I think this is the huge focus really in the two front runners, Trump and DeSantis.
Welcome back to
And it's
CNN
important to
President Townhall with former President Donald Trump. President Trump, I'd like to meet Jennifer Simmons. She is a stay-at-home mom and former town selectman from Wyndham. She's a Republican, and she voted for you in 2020. Jennifer, what's your question tonight?
Good evening, Mr. President. Title 42 is expected to expire tomorrow. Our southern border and now our northern border are experiencing record migration. We learned on May 2nd that the Biden administration plans on deploying 1,500 troops to the southern border. Do you agree with deploying troops to the border, and how will a Trump administration slow down the rate of migrants coming across all our borders?
Sure. Very fair questions, especially since tomorrow is going to be a day of infamy. You're going to have tens of thousands of people pouring into our country. Even the judge overruled them when they wanted to terminate it early. And he said, you know that you better extend this thing. The judge in Texas said, I hope you're going to extend this. But this is my policy that they're letting terminate because they lost in court. They wanted to go earlier. You're going to have millions of people pouring into our country right now at a level that nobody's ever seen before. These people are sick. Anybody that wants this to happen to our country, they're destroying our country, and this should not be allowed to happen. How they're not going to do a version of Title 42 or my Title 42, which was tough. If people are sick and have infectious diseases and lots of other problems, we don't want them being into our country. We have enough problems right now. We have problems like we've never had in the history of our country.
But Mr.
Our country is being destroyed.
The reason it's ending is because the health policy, the COVID era pandemic emergency, is coming to an end. That's what Title 42 was. You put it in place because of COVID.
True, but
when it comes to big questions about what your immigration policy would look like if you are reelected, some of your Republican rivals have criticized you for not fulfilling the promises that you made on the campaign trail, like finishing the border wall. So how did voters know that you would get those done if you're reelected?
I did finish the wall. I built a wall. I built hundreds of miles of wall, and I finished it. And then I said, we have to build some more because there are areas like water going through a dam. There are some areas where a lot of people are coming. You close up one, and they come into another. And we started another 100 miles of wall. In fact, I said to my people, if we start this and don't finish it, and then we had a rigged election. I'm sorry to say it.
The election was not rigged, Mr. President. You can't keep saying that all night long.
And so then they took over and they decided not to finish it. It would have taken them 3 weeks. I built hundreds of miles of wall. If we didn't have it, it would be hard to believe it could be any worse. They're just letting people flow into our country. Look, a country has to have borders. There's never been anything like is happening to our country right now.
You built about 52 miles of new wall when you were in office, Mr. President. It wasn't the complete wall. One other thing that with
but I have to respond to that.
With your immigration, it was only about 52 miles of new wall.
This is what she does. I built hundreds of miles. Some of the wall was up there, and it would be laying on the ground, rusted, rotten steel, rusted, rotten wood, and what the radical left crazy Democrats did, if there's a piece of wood laying down, they consider that a wall. I built 30-foot walls that go down 7 feet into the ground. If there was a little piece of wood sitting in the ground, they said, oh, he's not building a wall. We already had a wall. Because this is the game. They're a party of disinformation.
It's not a game, Mr. President. It's about 52 miles of new wall. One other immigration policy you had when you were in office.
I built new wall.
52 miles
for hundreds of miles.
CBP, Mr.
What I
President.
did is I replaced other wall that was laying down, that was up and rotting in the ground for 30 years. Some of it was steel that you couldn't even see.
Mr. President, it was only about 52 miles of new wall. But moving on, another immigration policy you had was the zero tolerance immigration policy that separated families at the border. If you are reelected, are you ruling out instituting that?
Well, when you have that policy, people don't come. If the family hears that they're going to be separated, they love their family. They don't come. So I know it sounds harsh, but if you remember they said I was building prisons for children. It turned out that it was Obama that was building
But
the
would you
prisons for the
re-implement that if you're reelected? Is that what you're saying?
We have to save our country, all right? We
So
can't
it sounds
afford,
like that's a yes.
No. When you say to a family that if you come, we're going to break you up, they don't come. And we can't afford to have any more. Look at New York City. Look what's happening. They're living in Central Park in New York City. The city is being swamped. Los Angeles is being swamped. Iowa is being swamped. Our whole country is being destroyed. Millions of people are coming into our country. And you know what the number is going to be, in my opinion, by the end of the year? Not the 4 million that you hear and the 3 million. I think it's going to be 15 million people. And in these people, they have no idea where they come from. They come from 129 different countries so far. 120,
Mr.
not
President,
just the four that we
just
talked
to put a button on that, it sounds like what you're saying is that you're not ruling out re-implementing that immigration policy. I want to get to another voter. Caitlin Boissonneau is a student here at St. Anselm College. She's a Republican. This will be the first election that she has voted in. What's your question for the president, Caitlin?
Hello, President Trump.
Hi.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
The current administration has made it clear that we should continue to provide military equipment to Ukraine so that they can defend themselves. Do you support this decision, and how would you deal with the increasing threat posed by Vladimir Putin?
First of all, thank you very much. It's really nice. And it's an important question, so important, because we're giving away so much equipment. We don't have ammunition for ourselves right now. We don't have ammunition for ourselves. We're giving away so much. But here's the thing. I have to say it to start off. No longer matters. If I were president, this would have never happened. And even the Democrats admit that. Putin knew it would have never happened. And his pipeline would have never happened. A lot of things would have never happened. But this
Which
would never have
Democrats
happened.
say that,
And
Mr.
all those
President?
dead people, both Russian and Ukrainian, they wouldn't be dead today. And all those cities that are blown up and disintegrated right to the ground, that wouldn't have happened. Okay. Now, here's the problem. We've given so far $171 billion. They've given, meaning European Union, which is approximately the same size altogether as our economy. They've given about 20. So we're at 170, let's say, and they're at 20. You don't have to know too much about history to realize, or geography, to realize that they're a little bit more affected than we are, okay? So they've got to put up a lot more money because they're taking advantage of us like every other country did. That's why I ended NAFTA and replaced it with the USMCA, Mexico,
But on
Canada.
this issue, Mr. President, I should know, I don't know any Democrats who have said they don't believe Putin would have invaded if you were president. But her question is, would you continue to give Ukraine money and weapons if you're elected? What's the answer?
I have a very good relationship with President Zelensky because, as you know, he backed me up with the phony impeachment hoax number one when he said the president didn't do anything wrong. So
That
I
was when
happen
you
to
asked him
like.
for an investigation
So I
in
happen to
exchange
like. Yeah,
for
that's right.
weapons.
And I was totally exonerated, by the way. Just a waste of time and money.
You were impeached over that. You
Yeah, I
were
was
impeached over that. But let's stay on topic here, Mr. President, because the question is, would you give Ukraine
I
weapons
was
and
impeached
funding?
by a crazy woman named Nancy
But the
Pelosi.
question here is, would you give Ukraine weapons and funding if you were
I would
elected?
sit down. Let me just put it a nicer way. If I'm president, I will have that war settled in 1 day, 24 hours.
How would you settle that war in 1 day?
Because I'll meet with Putin, I'll meet with Zelensky. They both have weaknesses and they both have strengths. And within 24 hours, that war will be settled. It'll be over. It'll be
Do
absolutely
you
over.
want Ukraine to win this war?
I don't think in terms of winning and losing. I think in terms of getting it settled so we stop killing all these people and breaking down.
What do you? Can I just follow up on that? You
But
said
one
you
of the
don't
things
think in
you have
terms
to
of
do is
winning
you
and
have to get
losing.
you have
Mr.
to get
President, can I
Europe.
just follow up on that because that's a really important
Excuse me,
statement
let me
that you
just
just
follow
made
up.
there. Can you say if you want Ukraine or Russia to win this war?
I want everybody to stop dying. They're dying. Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying. And I'll have that done. I'll have that done in 24 hours. I'll have it done. You need the power of the presidency to do it.
But you won't say that you want Ukraine to win. You
know what I'll say? I'll say this. I want Europe to put up more money because they're in for 20 billion. We're in for 170, and they should be. And they should equalize. They have plenty of money. They should equalize. I got with NATO.
But I'm
when I
asking you
sat down,
about
I got
Ukraine
them
right
to
now,
put up
Mr.
hundreds
President.
of billions of dollars that they weren't paying under Obama and Bush and all of these other presidents. That's why they're able to help them fight the war because of the money I got. But I
let's
want
talk about
Europe.
what's happening in Ukraine,
Excuse me.
Mr.
I want
President.
Europe to put up more money because they're laughing at us. They think we're a bunch of jerks. We're spending $170 billion for faraway land, and they're right next door to that land, and they're in for 20. I don't think so.
When it comes to what's happening there, when you were in office, you said that you respected President Putin. Do
Yeah,
you
I do.
still respect him today?
He made a tremendous mistake. He's a smart guy, you know. I remember I said he was smart, she was smart. He said President Xi of China, right, is smart. Okay, 1.5 billion people. He's the ruler of 1.5 billion people. I said, yeah, he's a smart guy. How dare he say he's smart? Of course he's smart. They want you to say he's a stupid person. Okay, he's not a stupid person. He's very smart. He's very cunning. And Putin made a bad mistake, in my opinion.
What was his mistake?
His mistake was going in. He would have never gone in if I was president. We used to talk about it there.
Do you believe that he is a war criminal?
What?
Do you believe that Putin is a war criminal? He's responsible for the deaths of thousands of Ukrainian men and
I think
women
it's
and
something that
children.
should not be discussed now. It should be discussed later, because right now we have to get a war. If you say he's a war criminal, it's going to be a lot tougher to make a deal to get this thing stopped. Because if he's going to be a war criminal where people are going to go and grab him and execute him, he's going to fight a lot harder than he's fighting, under the other circumstance. That's something to be discussed at a later date.
Isn't it
Right now,
important
we
to
want
call
to
it
get
what
that
it
war
is?
settled. And I'm not talking about the money either. I'm talking about all the lives that are being, the number of people being killed in that war is far greater than you're hearing. When they blow up a city and those buildings come pouring down and then they say 2 people were injured, no, hundreds and thousands of people are being killed, and we have to get that war settled.
We have more with former President Trump. Right after this, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back.
Well, solid answers on the Ukraine thing. It's definitely not a simple issue, right? I mean, she's trying to distill it into, are you for Ukraine or Russia? I mean, it's a stupid question. I mean, I get that she's asking that because they need to, but
No, it's a stupid answer.
no, why is it a stupid answer?
No,
You think
It
that
wasn't an answer. He literally is not addressing anything.
nailed the key, which is to make peace and stop the dying. That makes absolute sense.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think he answered it really well.
It's a
Everyone
perfect
knows I
answer.
don't like Trump. He answered that really well.
It's not a simple issue. It's not, oh, let's fight until Ukraine wins. Nonsense, right? That is wishful thinking. Trump is a realist, and this is where I like Trump. I fucking endorse this. This is good. This shows that a man understands geopolitics. You know, it's a much more sophisticated answer than your simple, oh, Ukraine must win, Zelensky #1. That's nonsense, right? That's
Sophisticated answer is people stop dying? That's a sophisticated answer?
Yeah,
That's the
peace.
dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Anyone
it's
can
not
say
it's not a
war
team
is
sport.
bad, killing
It's not a
people,
team
but
sport.
how do you make it happen?
This idea that we need to treat this like a team sport, that is one country
Well
versus
done, Ian.
another.
Well
That's as
done.
simple as that. It's not simple. It's not simple. They have to be
People
concessions.
stop dying. Very
So
simple. Well done.
everyone
I
here
hope
needs to
Russia pulls
understand
out of the
that
territory
hundreds
and
of
Ukraine retakes
thousands
their
of
territory. He
people,
would have said something like that.
hundreds of thousands of people would not have died in this war if Joe Biden would have accepted Putin's proposal to agree that Ukraine does not join NATO. That's all Joe Biden had to do. He was arrogant. He didn't do it, and hundreds of thousands of people died. That would not have happened under Trump.
Well, and not
agreed,
right? Not only that, right? Because
yeah, Trash, Brian, and Ben. Go ahead,
yeah,
guys.
thanks. I appreciate it. So he actually one of the questions was very, very important. The war criminal question, right? I mean, I understand the job to try to pin him on an answer. Who do you want to win? Because they're thinking in the dichotomy of win and loss. Who's the Russia, Ukraine, and my argument, and now Trump's argument, it seems, has always been I don't want this to happen. Period. But the specific rhetoric around calling Putin a war criminal, I thought he answered that very well, and because that's something that I'm complaining about. It's like, how do you get somebody to negotiate when the countries have united against you are calling you a war criminal and want to send you to a tribunal? Like, how do you negotiate with that?
Exactly. You're removing the off-ramp, right, for the guy. You want an off-ramp, and calling him a war criminal takes that away, and Trump is not taking that away. He's giving it back. He's putting it back there, and that's what we want. This is how you establish peace. You call a guy a war criminal, that's off the table then. There's no more peace, because it's like, okay, at that point, he's just going to fight harder and harder. Because why would he want to be tried for war crimes, right?
Let's go, Brian and Benjamin. Go ahead, Brian.
I mean, not necessarily. It could also be used as leverage. Hey, we're not going to go after you if you do pull back.
Stephen Bryan agrees with me. Yeah, look at that.
No, I'm not totally agreeing with you.
By the way, if Putin is a war criminal, then every U.S. president is also a fucking war criminal.
I agree. Yeah, every single US president, every single British president, Blair, Tony Blair in particular, he's a war criminal.
Benjamin?
Just so Zeno down there, I just want to make sure that we heard the Trump's answer, right? So when she asked, do you want Ukraine to win or whatever, do you want Russia to win? I believe he said, I don't want them to win, I want them to settle it. Is that not what he said?
That's essentially what he said. He wants peace.
Yeah, I mean, that is, I have to admit, right, like I am not a Trump guy, but That's a pretty goddamn good answer. I mean, that is pretty good, and it goes back.
There's a
I would like to
statement
see.
talking.
Does
I
anyone?
would like.
Actually, let me ask questions for the audience and someone that hasn't spoken yet. Does anyone think that this coverage, this town hall, is not helping Trump's re-election chances? Does anyone think it's not helping?
Well,
Absolutely, it's
I
helping
think
him.
Welcome back to CNN's Republican Presidential Town Hall with former President Trump. President Trump, we have a lot more.
Sorry, man, we can't hear you.
You're facing. We talked about others at the top, but this is the special counsel's investigation into classified documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago. Why did you take those documents with you when you left the White House?
I had every right to under the Presidential Records Act. You have the Presidential Records Act. I was there and I took what I took and it gets declassified. Biden, on the other hand, he has 1,850 boxes. He had boxes sent to Chinatown, where they don't speak even English in that Chinatown we're talking about.
I got to stop you right there
about
because
him. They talk about us. Just so you understand, I had every right to do it. I didn't make a secret of it. The boxes were stationed outside of the White House. People were taking pictures of the GSA of the various
I got to stop you right there, then, because the Presidential Records Act, which is not well known to a lot of people, I read it. It does not say that you can take documents with you. It says actually that they are the property of the federal government.
You negotiate, you make a deal. It's not criminal, by the way. The Presidential Records Act is not criminal. And just so you know,
it's not that you can negotiate to take the documents with you.
Can I tell you? Just so you understand, the Presidential Records Act is not criminal. I took the documents I'm allowed to. You know who else took them? Obama took them. Nixon took them. Reagan took them. Oh, he did?
The difference here that I'd like to know.
Reagan
the National
took them.
Archive says that President Obama
Even Jimmy Carter, even Mike Pence had some documents, and he's a
you
very honorable
Pence,
guy.
You referenced
but you know who took them more than anybody is Joe Biden. He has 1,800 boxes, and nobody even knows where they are. 1,800. And nobody talks about him.
Mr. President,
and they put a rough guy on us, and
I think it's important, Mr. President, to actually set the record straight here. They took documents, including Vice President Pence. When they realized they had documents, they turned them back over. The difference is that you waited to turn yours over, and it was a year-and-a-half effort that included a subpoena with those documents. One question about what happened when you had those documents.
It included a raid on my house. That's what it included.
But you'd gotten a subpoena and they had not been turned over yet.
They didn't raid Biden's house. You know what happened? They put him in the house. That's the one with the Corvette where the documents were laying all over the floor. That was fine. And you know who happens to be at Mar-a-Lago? Secret Service, and they're phenomenal. I have Secret Service. He didn't have Secret Service. The other thing, the vice president cannot declassify. He didn't have the right to declassify. He has documents from when he was a senator. And even Democrat senators say, I can't believe it. No, I went by the Presidential Records Act.
That's not
and we were negotiating with NARA.
That's not what it says.
And NARA has red flagged a thing called the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights because they consider them
Mr.
dangerous
President, that's
documents.
not what it says, and I should note that there is a special counsel investigating your document situation, also President Biden's document situation. When it comes to your documents, did you ever show those classified documents to anyone?
Not really. I would have the right to. By the way, they were declassified
What do you mean, not really?
after. Not that I can think of. Let me just tell you, I have the absolute right to do whatever I want with them. I have the right. I was negotiating with NARA. Do you know what NARA is?
The National Archives.
Extremely left group of people. Extremely left. And I was negotiating with them. All of a sudden, they raided my house. They didn't raid the house of Joe Biden. They didn't raid Obama.
But Joe Biden didn't ignore a subpoena to get those documents back like you did.
And so that's the question. 1,850 boxes.
But that's the question that investigators have, I think, is why you held on to those documents when you knew the federal government was seeking them and then had given you a subpoena to return them.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Can I talk?
Yeah, what's the answer?
Do you mind?
I would like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
It's very simple to. You're a nasty person, I'll tell you.
Can you answer why you held on to the documents?
I was negotiating, and we were talking to NARA, that's Washington, to bring whatever they want. They can have whatever they want. When we left Washington, we had the boxes lined up on the sidewalk outside for everybody. People are taking pictures of them. Everybody knew we were taking those boxes. And the GSA, the government service, the GSA was the one taking them. They brought them down to Mar-a-Lago. We were negotiating with NARA. All of a sudden, they raid our house. When Biden has his documents, he won't give back the 1,850 boxes. And you're going to find some real gems in there.
But it was
So
Biden
you
who
can't have
alerted
all
them that
these
he
different
had the
sets of-
documents.
all
The
these
National
different
Archives
sets
reached
of-
out to you to get your documents back. Why did you not turn them over when you got a subpoena
Because we were
asking for you to turn
negotiating
them
with
over?
them. We were negotiating with them as per the Presidential Records Act. We were negotiating with NARA.
That's not what the
Very
Presidential
nice
Records
people,
Act says. I've
but they
seen
got to
it.
love our Constitution a little bit more, and they shouldn't red flag it, by the way. Very nice people. We were negotiating with NARA, and that's what the Presidential Records Act says, because Richard Nixon, surprisingly, had problems, and he had a lot of problems dealing with NARA, and they ended up passing legislation called the Presidential Records Act, just for this kind of a thing. We were dealing with them. We were talking. Excuse me. Wait a minute. Wait. We were talking to them. We would have done it, but all of a sudden they raided the house. Now, why hasn't the FBI raided Biden?
But I just explained to you why.
No.
It's because they alerted the government that they had those documents and had them come and get the documents from his house.
No,
My question for you, though, when it comes to documents, do you still have any classified documents in your possession?
Are you ready?
Do you?
No, I don't have anything. I have no classified documents. And by the way, they become automatically declassified when I took them. But
No,
why?
you have to declassify
Let me ask you a question. Why is it that Biden had 9 boxes in Chinatown? And he gets a lot of money from China. Why is that? And why aren't people?
Why aren't
people bringing that up?
Mr.
And why don't they put this
What
guy
you're
Jack
referring
Smith
to
and his
is an
group
office that he had.
of thugs?
Mr.
Why don't
President,
they put him in charge of that?
I need to stop you right there because there's no evidence of what you just said there. What you're referring to there is an office that he had after leaving the vice presidency. He had a temporary office. But I want to ask you about another investigation that you're facing.
You don't know the subject.
I do know the subject.
He had one at University of Pennsylvania, but he also had 9 boxes in Chinatown.
I want to move on to another investigation that you're facing, which is the one that's happening in Georgia, where they are investigating your efforts to overturn the election results in the state of Georgia.
At the center of that,
let me finish my question. At the center of that is that call that you had with the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger.
Yeah, sure.
Given the fact that there are indictments expected to come in that case this summer, is that a call you would make again today?
Yeah, I called questioning the election. I thought it was a rigged election. I thought it had a lot of problems. I had I guess he's Secretary of State. I called. Listen to this. There are like 7 lawyers on the call, many of them from there. We're having a call. We're having a normal call. Nobody said, oh, gee, he shouldn't have said that. Why? If this call was bad, I questioned the election.
You asked him to find you votes.
I didn't ask him to find anything.
We've heard the audio tape, Mr. President. There's an
bad,
audio of you asking him to find you 11,000
you owe me votes because the election was rigged. That election was rigged. And if this call was bad, why didn't him and his lawyers hang up? How dare you say that? This was a perfect
Well, they were clearly concerned enough. They recorded the call, and I should note that,
this was a call that was made to question the results of election. And when we can't make a call to question election results, then this country ought to just forget about it.
You weren't just questioning the election results.
I was questioning the election.
To find you votes. And I should note that there is no evidence of fraud. There is no rigged election in the state of Georgia. I want to get back to the audience, though, Mr. President, because those are false claims you're making about what happened in Georgia. Jordan Sullenberger is here. He's an undeclared voter from Hollis. He voted for you in 2020. Jordan, what is your question for President Trump tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
Thank you very much.
I'm 26. I'm a veteran. I help manage a private aviation company.
You want a job?
I'd love one, yeah.
I'm looking for somebody very good.
I'm not for mandates or government interference in private business, but I've seen Republicans going after us like DeSantis after Disney.
Right.
What would you do as president to protect us from government interference?
Well, I'm the one that really wants to protect you. All of these fake investigations of me are about election interference. They think because I'm leading Biden by 11 points, 7 points, 9 points, I'm leading DeSanctimonious by a lot. By 40 points or 45 points. I think he ought to just relax and take it easy and think about the future, because right now his future is not looking so good. I will tell you this. We are really putting it to Biden, but he's putting it to himself because the economy stinks, inflation is horrible, and the border is a disaster. And by the way he got out of Afghanistan was the single most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
Mr. President, I have one more question for you here tonight, and I think while we're in front of the voters here in New Hampshire, this is a fundamental question for you. You're running in the 2024 race. If you are the Republican nominee and you are in that 2024 race, will you commit tonight to accepting the results of the 2024 election?
Yeah, if I think it's an honest election, absolutely, I would.
Will you commit to accepting the results of the election regardless of the outcome?
You want me to answer it again? If I think it's an honest election, I would be honored to. And right now, we are so far ahead of both Democrat and Republican. And you know what? If I don't win, this country is going to be in big trouble. It's so sad to see what's happening.
But no commitment there on the accepting the results regardless of the outcome.
If it's an honest election, correct, I would.
Okay, so not committing to accepting the 2024 election results. President Trump, I want to thank you for coming here tonight. This is an important conversation with voters to hear and to have. Thank you to our audience and to our host, St. Anselm College. CNN's coverage continues with Andrew.
He went into the lion's den to CNN and he fucking owned it. It's absolutely amazing performance.
Well done, Trump. Well done.
Caitlin Collins has been harboring this for years, right? So if you guys remember back, I actually shared the clip back in the press pool. He constantly shut her down, said enough, because she was going after him. So I think she's been harboring this.
She did well. I think she did well as an interviewer. She did fantastically well. You know, I mean,
so I think it's important though when we're talking about this town hall though, and I think this is where the lens I think is really important, and I think Ian, this is where I think it's very important from your perspective is one, this was a Republican primary town hall, right? So Republican leaning. Yep. You know, Republican voters, Trump voters, Republican independent, conservative independents, right? So that political people who are going to vote in the Republican primary. And what I think it proves, right, at least this town hall, is that Trump is the front runner. And if DeSantis, with all reporting coming out that he's going to run, it would be extremely interesting to see a next, a DeSantis town hall similar to this. And again, I find it crazy that that CNN is the first to do this for Trump, right? And not Fox News, which you would expect. But boy, I think the biggest loser, I'm sorry to say it, is DeSantis. I mean, because everybody else, I don't consider them as serious contenders. It's DeSantis, I don't know how he's going to turn this around.
I want to see the next poll numbers after this. I want to see the next poll numbers because this is an audience that, watching CNN that is primarily hostile to Trump, and he's been doing so well in this town hall, and the mood of the audience was great.
Dude, just stop making it up. They filled it with fucking Republicans in the audience. They filled it with Republicans to balance. That's a joke.
It's not a balance.
So can I speak?
Well, Andrew Yang had thought it was great. He said he thought this was good for Trump and the Republicans.
Enough, Doc. Enough.
Good
enough.
Overall.
They filled the audience with Republicans.
Enough. Just because he disagrees with you?
Enough.
So how are you the judge of what's right?
Doc, enough.
All right, guys, Satiari, you wanted to jump in?
Sure, thank you. So if the question is whether Trump did well, the answer is yes. He was vital. He was on point. He wasn't hideously mean, which sometimes he can be. If the answer is whether he told the truth, of course the answer is no, frequently. Okay, so the question becomes whether you care. So for example, no, he didn't build the whole wall. You might not care about that, but he didn't build the whole wall. That was a lie. The thing about Northam, the governor of Virginia, is a lie. Sorry for people who say that he said you could kill babies after they're born. He didn't say that. He said in the rare cases of third trimester issues, if the baby is born, we will try and make the baby, when the baby is non-viable, we will try and make the baby comfortable, and we will have the discussion between the mother and the doctor. That is a far cry from we're going to wrench the babies out and kill them after they're born, but nobody seems to care about context or nuance. If, as Kim.com said, he was wrong about that, frankly, that was not, Russia was not just saying that NATO in December of 2021, Russia prepared some points. It's like 8 points, right? What they wanted in order not to invade Ukraine. One of them was that Ukraine shall not enter NATO, but the other was that NATO shall pull back all of its troops and all of its, I think it was just as weapons, from anything that was not in NATO in the borders that were there in 1997, as well as the fact that NATO shall do no more eastward expansion. So if you think that NATO is basically going to say, okay, fine, we're just going to go back to 1997, that is a bridge too far, and I believe that. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that Trump said.
Well,
now,
NATO needs to stick to its promises. Like the idea that NATO is a defensive
Ian,
alliance,
can I finish?
and yet it's expanding.
Ian,
Tara,
finish?
unfortunately, you are
Ian,
wrong because there was a
Ian,
promise by the United States government and Europe
that was
not to
never
expand.
memorialized, Kim.
No, it
Never
was, and
memorialized. No, it
there's
was
It was
actually
not.
a
memorialized.
website that
Not
there's
memorialized.
a
It was
website that
verbal.
provides all the
Yeah.
evidence about what has been said
So
and promised to Russia, and
now,
all
as
these
to the,
facts are
can I
available.
finish or no? Is this like just
Well,
guys' night out? I want to finish.
unfortunately,
Can
you need to
I
accept
finish?
that I rebut
May
when you
I
say
finish,
something
sir?
else.
May
No, you have.
I?
So guys, so Tira, let Tira finish, and then Kim, you'll jump in right after, please. Go ahead, Tira. I'll let you finish the point.
Okay, so if you look at a lot of what he said, there were clearly, he was, now the Presidential Records Act was really one of the worst things that he said. No, it doesn't give, he doesn't have the right to just declassify anything whenever he wants. He can't do it in his head. Even Sebastian Gorka said that one night on this stage, okay? He can't just do it. He can't keep everything with the Presidential Records Act, which does not have a criminal, that's true. It doesn't have criminal penalties. The penalties arise under other acts and provisions. But what it says is the president is entitled to personal records, but everything else belongs to the U.S. government. And no, Obama did not take documents. Obama had an agreement with NARA. Okay, so all of that stuff that he was saying about I had a perfect right, all this stuff, that's just nonsense, unless he's somehow claiming that all those records there were all his personal records. But I should point out that some of them, as far as we know, have been identified as records that even predated his presidency. So if you're telling me that Donald Trump's personal records included records that were there when he got into office, that is, once again, nonsense. Thank you.
And don't forget, he admitted on live TV that he shared those records with people.
Then,
right, let's go for Kim.
Go ahead, Kim, please.
Yeah, so first of all, the promise that the United States and Germany and the UK made to Russia is well documented. They gave Russia their word that the NATO alliance is not going to extend eastwards in exchange for Russia allowing the reunification of Eastern Germany with the West, so that we now have this new Germany that has reunited, and this is well documented. Their websites, and I'm going to put the link to that website up in the nest, and then you can all verify if what Tyra has said is correct, or if what I'm saying is correct.
All source.
I know me and Kim are going to disagree on this because they're going to show up declassified memos from the National Security Council of conversations of people that had in certain space and times of about NATO expansions. But let's be abundantly clear. There is no signed agreement between NATO, the United States, Europe, whatever, or Russia on this, number one. That clearly states that there will not be an expansion.
Thank you.
And number two, the only act that the U.S. and NATO signed was the 1997 NATO-Russia Foundation Act, in which it clearly stated every country had their own right and decision to determine their own security policies, which implied if you wanted to join NATO, you were free to do so in the European continent. The 1997 NATO-Russia Foundation Act is the key.
I want to go to Ian before going to Benjamin and John. Ian, I've got a question for you. What is your biggest concern after listening to Trump today? Do you think he spoke well? He was direct in some points. I think he answered many questions really well. Do you think he twists or exaggerates the truth at times?
100%
Is that the
he does
concern
that.
you have?
Yeah, 100% he does that. I don't think anyone on the stage or even off the stage can deny that. There are parts where he does manipulate certain events, but it's not like no one else does.
Straight lies, not manipulate. Straight lies.
Just acknowledge that
And
you know he's a scam artist, but you accept the scam because that's what you want the outcome to be.
I think there's a difference between scam artists.
Don't put words in my mouth, man.
Yeah, I think scam artists.
Ian,
exaggerated.
Ian, I'm sorry. 1 second. Ian, is he not a scam artist?
Well,
yes or no? Is he not a scam artist? Trump Steaks, Trump College. Doc, be quiet. Ian, is he not a scam artist?
Yeah, and also the wall. He never completed it, so he lied.
No. Yes or no? Is he a scam artist?
You just asked me if I think he lied on the stage. I said yeah.
No, I did not. I said, do you think he's a scam artist? Doc, be quiet. Ian, I'm asking you a question. Do you think that Trump is a scam artist?
I do believe he is a quote-unquote businessman, and he,
did he not pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for construction? Is he not a scam artist or not? Why? Just answer.
Why
yes
are you
or no?
attacking me on this? I'm not a Trump supporter. What?
All right, so Ian, I'll let you answer the question. Just
Yeah, I don't know why you're like grilling me on this. I'm not a Trump supporter. What the hell? Like,
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, is Trump a scam artist?
You're asking me if he's a scam. I'm telling you how he scammed people. I'm telling you that he's full of shit when it comes to the wall. I'm telling you he's full of shit when it comes to J6. I'm telling you he's full of shit when he makes a lot of these promises. But he does have a lot of redeeming values, right? Like when he talks about foreign policy, that's something you can bank on because he has delivered every single one of the campaign promises that he made when he was in office or before he was in office in 2016. So there are things that he does deliver on. He did make the economy better. Let's look at that. Let's look at
from what you're saying,
he did a damn good
what
job.
you're saying,
not a single soldier died when he was in office, and then the instant Biden comes in, 13 soldiers die. Why
No,
is
but
that?
that's the
Trump
point,
started
right? We're talking
zero
about
war.
Biden being a shit person, and I agree. He's an
Trump
old
started
relic
zero
shit
war,
person,
right?
but does that affect the decisions and the outcomes that he makes? And that's what we're talking about. We're
But
saying
so
you
Ian,
agreed he's a scam artist, but you like
It
what he
doesn't
did.
matter if he's a fucking
person.
scam
It's
artist or not. It's an
liberal.
irrelevant question. So maybe he's a liar. Maybe
Exactly.
he bullshits a lot. So what? He does
Exactly.
promises, doesn't he?
So do you, so
Anyway,
Ian,
Mario, let me
gotta
jump
articulate
in.
your point.
So I don't
go
agree
ahead,
with Ian or Digital because
And
essentially,
I just want to say, if you want to call Trump a scam artist, Biden's the same way. Now you can't call DeSantis that because DeSantis is not a liar, but Biden 100% as much of a scam artist as Trump.
just coming back onto it,
moving away from semantics. Go ahead.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, it's not about Biden being bad because you've seen it. Let's just take one example: Ukraine and Russia war. You saw in the interview how childish she was, but she represents the left, she represents the liberals, she represents the neocons. Where essentially it's like, who do you want to win? It's like a game, Ukraine or Russia.
Yeah, I mean, this is the media doing
He gave an excellent answer for that
Like
regard,
Trump,
an answer that will cause world peace. An
Exactly.
Answer
Yeah, it's like
but I guess when it comes to the left, they don't mind people dying as long as they got.
No, the question is the person or the outcome.
Sorry, just 2 seconds. 2 seconds. What is that? Simon, I don't know why you had to twist that. I agree with everything Santi said. People on the left don't care about people dying.
Yeah, of course they do. No, you have to be straight.
No, they do care.
If they want the war to continue, when they're saying we want Ukraine to win.
Simon, hold on. Simon, look at this statement. Now, Ian,
what is the result? Right, Mario, let me ask you a question. Like, please be honest as possible. Right? When someone is saying, I want Ukraine to win, and you want to fight till the last man, what does that mean? What happens to the people?
Sulaiman, it's the establishment. It's both left and
well,
right.
People, look, Sulaiman, you ask your question. Let me answer. This is fucking human nature. In every country, people are killed because people are egoistic, people are selfish, people make decisions that benefit them, benefit their pocket. For you to paint it as the left are criminal, ask your question again, bro.
So my question to you is very simple. When they are saying the liberals and the neocons and the rhinos, when they want Ukraine to fight till the last man, till they win, what happens to the humans in Ukraine and Russia?
Humans die. How's that for an answer? That's the stupidest question. Of course, great. Doesn't make your point that you say, and that pisses me off, especially coming from you. That doesn't make your point. And if someone on the left says the right don't care about people dying, I'd answer the same thing. The left or the right? People make decisions where innocents die.
I agree, Mario.
People on the left did that. People on the right did it. To make a statement. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, then you can fix what you said, because I'd like you to do that. If they say people on the left don't care about people dying, or for anyone to say people on the right don't care about people dying, no. There are people that don't care about people dying, they care about their pockets more than they care about people in Ukraine or people in Africa.
Yeah, it's not really a left or right issue.
What I said, Mario, was...
You made it a fucking left issue.
Neocons... I said the liberals, neocons, and rhinos. Rhinos are the Republicans, right?
No, both of you made it a left issue. Both of you did. You both said the left.
Saman, I'll let you. Saman, take it. Okay, I'll give you the mic. Yeah. He's up. I'll give you the mic. So
I never blame left for this.
Ian, I'll let you clarify what he said, and then we want to move on to Ben, who's been waiting for a while. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So it's the entirety of the left, and then it's the neocons, and then from the right, it's not everybody. So it's the rhinos, at least the MAGAs and the people from the Trump's people.
Fuck off, dude.
Right? Okay, great answer, Digital. Right? But essentially, what
you literally said you didn't say the left and said the left again.
It's okay. Let him. It's okay. Sorry, Fidget. I think he'll correct him. You can say misspoke or misunderstood. It's all good.
So he's not going to. He's going to repeat the left again.
I can make the same argument backwards.
what is hard to understand when I said liberals, neocons, and rhinos? What does rhino mean for digital? Maybe you don't know. That's probably the problem. But essentially, these guys want the war to continue. And let's be honest, we have to call a spade a spade. When you want the war to continue, when you're saying that I want Ukraine to fight till the last man, you want death, you want people to die, and you want nuclear war. It's time to say call a
Or
spade
you
a
want to
spade and say,
protect Ukrainians from being killed, maybe, Suleiman.
bro, you're
You can make
supporting
the same
Ukrainians to
argument.
get
You can make the
killed.
same
It could
argument
be.
that
So Simon,
dying,
you're
though.
simplifying. No, so Simon. So the argument of saying that you'll fight to
I
the
mean,
last man,
it's kind of
saying
silly
it.
to
Hold
say
on,
that
Ian, please, guys, Ian, Joa, Fiji, guys, let's all relax. So I want Simon to kind of move on from this point so we can go to people that
Yeah,
haven't spoken
I'm
yet.
just saying, continuing the war is not going to end it, Mario. I mean,
Yeah, true.
sending more
So,
troops, sending more
Ian,
money there
I
is
just
not
said,
going to solve it.
Ian. Oh no, man. Look, Kim, John, Ben have their hands up. But it just Simon on that point. So saying that you'll fight till the last man and actually fighting till the last man are two different things. So I would agree with you that actually fighting till the last man or saying it and actually, your actions showing that's obviously it's never the right decision. It's always you gotta negotiate. You gotta negotiate a peace deal, and it's gotta be somewhere in the middle. So I agree with you there. I agree with you as well. So it's the left and the right. It's just people in power, neocons, whatever term you want to use. I think it's just it's just happened throughout history and all around the world. So I'm glad we agree on that one. I do want to go to Benjamin if you don't mind, Slayman, and then go to Kim and John and other speakers. Benjamin.
Yeah, I mean, look, I tend to agree with Kira, right? I mean, he doubled down on what I believe are some falsehoods, but that was expected, right? I mean, I don't think anyone expected him to say, well, yeah, the 2020 election was safe and secure and so forth. But I will give him credit, right? So the answers that really mattered, the economy, the border crisis, Ukraine, whatever your views on it, look, he gave pretty logical, clear answers, and I have to give him credit for that, right? And it goes back, I want to say, to our earlier conversation regarding Joe Biden and his, communication abilities and cognitive abilities. You'd be hard pressed to find Joe Biden doing an interview like that, right? Unscripted, unprompted, and facing the questions from the audience. So, although I'm not a Trump supporter, I got to tell you, I think he did a really, really good job, and the answers that he gave, not in relation to 2020 and his trials and so forth. I mean, what's he going to say? Yeah, I was wrong. No, he's not going to say that. That's not who he is. But he gave pretty good answers, right? And I think that the answer he gave that resonated with me is, look, I don't want them to win. I want them to settle. That is a very powerful statement, which I think he deserves credit for.
I think his answer relating to the Ukraine war, I think we all agree was a pretty good answer in terms of how the question was framed. It's the should have. Okay, so again, man, let's move on, bro. I don't know if you noticed, I'm trying to move on because there's a lot of points to cover. I do want to agree as well. The person asking the questions, yeah, who's surprised that's going to be gotcha moment? That's that's the whole purpose of media, getting clicks. Yeah, gotcha, and furthers their agenda. It happens on again most mainstream media. Kim, the mic is yours, and then we'll go to John.
Yes, I just like to make one quick point here. Will not be long, but try not to interrupt me, please. So a couple of people on the panel here said that the promise to Russia about not expanding NATO eastwards is not documented, is not real, it's not a real agreement. I posted a link up there. It's in German, the tweet, but the link goes to an English website. It's actually the National Security Archive. It's run by a university, and you can find all the declassified. Just a second, I'm not done yet. You can find all the declassified documents.
I said I posted the link as well, Kim. Don't have to get mad at me.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish what I'm saying. Why are you interrupting then? Thank you. So what it says here, it's all the declassified documents, and they show security assurances against NATO expansion to Soviet leaders from Baker, Bush, Genscher, Kohl, Gates, Mitterrand, Thatcher, Hurd, Mayer, and Werner. And all of these documents are there for everyone to see. And for anyone who's claiming here that this wasn't somehow not a valid promise because it wasn't put in writing, this website completely debunks that. It is in writing. All the things that have been said are well documented, and this is what Putin asked for, that Ukraine does not join NATO, and that Europe and the United States should fulfill the promise that they've made to Russia.
Yeah, so there's and I agree. I think there's no explicit formal agreement, but there's a lot of discussions or indications. And I think we'd all agree that, and I think even all sources would agree that even if there's no formal agreement, there are reassurances
The link I
made,
posted is in
these are
English.
logical
That's why I
reassurances.
was interrupting you. You don't have to get fucking mad at me. I'm trying to help you out.
All right, so
Well, maybe
we'll
you
go to
should
John.
stop swearing, and maybe you should just respect what I asked for, not to be interrupted.
I don't care. I'm helping you out.
I don't need your help.
Guys.
I clearly don't need your help, Ian.
Yeah, and you're saying your link is in German, my link is in English.
So let me.
I said my
People are
tweet was in German and my link is in English. So just shut the fuck up, Ian. Why are you even talking?
Cool, guys. So I want to go to John just very briefly. John, I know you've been waiting for a while. You had a few comments to make moving away from NATO and Russia. John, you want to take the mic before All Source jumps in?
Yeah, how you doing? So my overall perspective on what I heard is this is a lesson on how to lose a general election. And this is my problem with Trump. I just don't think he's going to win the middle. I think he's got major problems. He did give solid answers. The answer on energy was very strong. The foreign policy question, the Ukraine questions were good. But by and large, I thought this forum was going to be, we're kind of ignoring the primary and going after Biden and picking a forum to kind of mainstream himself. I don't see this message at all resonating with the general election people. And if you put it with an independent candidate, which we're definitely going to have, and this is why we had President Clinton, not because we didn't like George Bush, it was because of Ross Perot. And the reason we had George Bush instead of Gore was because of the third party candidate in the Green Party. So third party candidates are extremely powerful, and he's going to have to do more to appeal to a larger group of people. I just thought it was, there was some strong parts to it, but his duplicity throughout is just kind of weaved within. And I don't know how a neutral and objective observer can just ignore that and go on.
Joe.
You blanked out. I don't know if you were calling on me or not.
Yeah, I was, man. I was.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think John brings up a good point. He's using the same rhetoric he's used in the past, expecting that this time he'll win when he didn't win last time. On top of it, if you have two brain cells, he says, I built thousands of miles of wall, but we have a border issue. So the wall is supposed to stop the border issue, but we have 3 times the amount of migrants, although you spent billions of dollars to build a wall. It doesn't make sense. It didn't work, but he still uses it as a badge of honor. And anyone with 2 brain cells can be like, okay, so then why did we spend all that money? It's just like...
Because they only have one brain cell, Joe.
And they double down on lie after lie after lie. Like, it's just constantly. I hope the bar is not, our president speaks well, so he should be president. I really hope that's not the bar, because from what I'm hearing from the panel, he spoke really well. And
one of the bars is
content is shit.
It is a bar. You have like
one
a guy
who
who speaks relatively well and a guy who's fucking senile, right? That is literally the bar.
That is a problem. But
welcome to American politics.
Hey guys, if you don't mind, General Flynn was listening for a while. We were trying to get him up, and the team was actually DMing with him. And he actually made a comment, and we do have permission to read that on the stage. I would actually like to get your guys' feedback on this, because I do find it very, very compelling. Mario, do you mind?
No, not at all. Go ahead, man.
Okay. So, well, 2 things. First, before I get to that, let me just read the statement real quick from Trump campaign. So May 10th, Mar-a-Lago, Florida, Donald J. Trump for president campaign. Tonight, President Donald J. Trump laid out his vision to reverse the Biden decline. So that's going to be the talking point, the Biden decline. Starting on day 1, Joe Biden has turned everything into a disaster: inflation, the economy, the border, crime, energy, China, Russia, and wokeness in schools. President Trump will save the economy, bring down inflation, secure the border, crush the deep state, and prevent World War III. President Trump is the only one who can stop the forces from destroying our country. Anyone else will be ripped in shreds. Okay, expected that. But this is what I wanted to ask the panel. So General Flynn, his comment is interesting, and it was I thought about it for a minute, and there towards the end of this, I kind of had the same feeling. So he says tonight's, whatever you want to call it, it was a lose-lose for Donald J. Trump and CNN. Both lost. It wasn't a debate. It was an argument. The biggest loser was America because the moderator was undignified and unprofessional, and Trump wasn't able to address more questions with the audience, the true reason for the reason he was there. It's a really interesting take. Because I got a different feeling out of it. Towards the end, though, it did seem a little bit more personal and stopped kind of going to the crowd. But I do find it interesting. I don't know what you guys thought about that. I saw Brick come up, and Dr. Gorka, thank you for joining us, by the way. Did you guys have feedback on that?
Yeah.
So I think it's. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Gorka.
Yeah. Sorry, could you tell me where you read that? Was that General Flynn?
Yeah, we were talking to General Flynn in the background. We were asking him to come up, and then I asked for permission to read that quote that he sent us.
That's fascinating. That's a very fascinating take. So a couple of things. A woman was on about 10 minutes ago, utterly misquoted me. A couple of people have DM'd me in shock. I never said anything of the kind, referring to the president.
No. They got it wrong, sir. What I said was, and I want to be really clear because I corrected what the person had said. What I said was, when someone asked you on this stage if you could the president could declassify in his head, you said something like, "That's ridiculous."
No, I never said that's ridiculous. The president makes the decision, but it has to be.
Was the operative phrase.
Yeah, I never would have said anything of the nature that's ridiculous without having some kind of communication verbally or in writing. And I'd like you to be quoting me accurately. So it's declassified at the point at which it is communicated in any way, shape, or form to a witness or in writing. With regards to the debate tonight, interesting take from my former colleague, General Flynn. It was a disaster for the moderator. Caitlin Collins dripped disdain for the president, didn't act like a moderator, acted like she was debating him. And somebody, some leftist said about half an hour ago, "Oh my gosh, they packed the room with Republicans." That person clearly has some IQ problems.
That was me, Sebastian.
It was even CNN.
It's
even
not
CNN. Oh,
Sebastian. It's not dripping.
Okay.
It's not dripping.
Shut up. Okay.
Really?
No, shut up.
Shut up.
Yeah. That it was advertised.
It's not dripping if there's contention.
Advertised as a Republican town hall. CNN advertised it as a Republican town hall. It was meant to be Republican voters. So maybe you should read the words on the chyron when CNN is actually advertising.
I won't tell you shut up then. That's okay.
Oh, you're such a big boy. So when it comes overall, when it comes to the debate overall, the point somebody made earlier was sound, that this wasn't an exercise in winning over the undecideds. This was for Republican voters in New Hampshire. The president performed well, especially on the energy answer. It made Caitlin Collins look bad, but the one real positive, of course, will be CNN's ratings. I think this will get a huge boost for a channel that's slowly dying.
So, Sebastian, the comment that was made by Trash, just reading General Flynn, but that was a comment made by John earlier, that both Trump and CNN lost. I would love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it depends what the objective is set for the event. If you're thinking that this is the event to win over the middle, yes, but that's not how it was staged. Even CNN, the only way they got to do this with Mar-a-Lago is to say this is an event for Republicans with Republicans in the room. Therefore, this target was Republican voters, not the middle of the road average CNN voters. So it was a very strange setup that you have a rabidly anti-Trump outlet hosting a Trump event. I mean, look at what MSNBC did today. Look at the way they were lambasting CNN all day, saying, "How dare you platform this dangerous man? He's a threat to democracy." But CNN needs, I mean, they crave some kind of salvation given what's happened with their ratings in the last few months. They've gone from 600,000 viewers in peak hours in the evening to less than 400,000 viewers in prime time. So I think that's why they agreed to it. For them, I think it's a win for them in terms of viewership, in terms of Caitlin Collins. Caitlin Collins will be trashed by her honest colleagues in tomorrow's press. And for President Trump, it's a win from the perspective of his voters who need reassuring, but from everyone else and from the middle and the 20 to 25% undecideds, didn't move. I don't think it moved the needle in any positive direction.
All source.
No, I mean, I think again, like this is. I mean, Sebastian Gorka said it perfectly. This is a Republican primary debate. So who's the audience? Republicans. This is the definition of this whole thing. It's the conservative movement within America, is the Republican voters who are going to decide the 2024 candidate for president of the United States, right? And I will go back with everything that's gone on, and I think we've seen the shit, right? Because we kind of debated back and forth, maybe sometime last year, oh, is DeSantis going to be the 2024 nominee? And then the whole shenanigans with that, and then his polling dropped. Like, I think the biggest loser, because you just have to really focus on the Republican Party, the biggest loser here is DeSantis. The question is, once he announces that he's running, because I think that's just a win, not an if. Once he announced, how does he then how is he able to challenge Donald Trump within either the MAGA movement or just the Republican voters in general? And I think it's going to be very hard.
Yeah, this is a fascinating point. So the think about what happened at the end of last week. Thursday and Friday, it was leaked, or rather it was rumored, that DeSantis is going to announce on Monday. It's already Wednesday night, and he hasn't announced. So there's this strange analog situation whereby, you know, the left is debating how do they get rid of Biden, and it's almost impossible to get rid of an incumbent unless he voluntarily steps down. DeSantis is in a very similar situation. You know, President Trump right now is the incumbent leader of the opposition, and the longer he waits, the harder it's going to be to make any kind of dent. One more thing, and I appreciate Kim posting that information. So on NATO, I was the NATO desk officer in the Hungarian Ministry of Defense after the Warsaw Pact fell, and I worked on getting Hungary into NATO. After that, I was the first Hungarian Partnership for Peace fellow at the NATO Defense College in Rome. So let me be very explicit on what happened and what didn't happen. Yes, verbal commitments were made which have no weight in international law. Why? NATO is a collective defense organ. Paradoxically, every single ambassador at the North Atlantic Council has the same power. Each one has one vote. Even if you're Luxembourg, you have the same voting power as the United States, which means any such commitment to a NATO member or an outside country would require the universal consensus of the then 12 member nations of NATO. No such proposal was ever brought to the North Atlantic Council, and no document was ever signed. There was the Russia Joint Act with NATO, has nothing, no stipulations with regards to expansion or non-expansion. So it's classic politics, it's cowardly politics. Assertions were made by individuals who had no right to make those assertions and who are too cowardly to take it to the NAC in Brussels to have a vote on it. So while these things may have been said or not said, it's really irrelevant to the official stance of NATO with regards to expansion. I just want that to be, on the record.
If I can ask Dr. Gorka one question very, very briefly. It's nice to see you again, Doctor. Thank you for speaking with me. You made sort of of course this was advertised as a Republican town hall, but I think this may have moved the needle with some dissatisfied Biden supporters. And the reason I say that is, I mean, not only group chats, but I have a whole bunch of family that are dissatisfied Biden voters. And I've been texting back and forth, and even the most ardent anti-Trump people within my family within the United States are saying, look, he did a pretty good job, and the answers that he gave are preferable to the non-answers that Biden is giving. So I absolutely take your point that this was clearly a Republican audience, a target audience, but I'm not a statistician, but I think it might have moved the needle for some people.
Ben, I'm seeing, Gorka, Sebastian, before you respond, I was going through the comments as well. So some of the sentiments. So obviously Trump supporters are praising this speech as having destroyed any chances of Biden being elected or DeSantis being the nominee. But then you're seeing people that oppose Trump and they still don't like Trump, but they're like, not Mario, but they're putting in the comments, despite, and there was someone making a statement, a few panelists making statements before about Trump over-exaggerating the truth or even lying in some cases. They're like, yes, we think he's lying, we think he's over-exaggerating, and all these things are being debated here. But despite that, at least he's answering questions directly. I think he's articulating his answers well, and there's a lot of good points he's made, despite the exaggerations that they see. And these are people that oppose Trump. So I'm seeing a similar sentiment in the comments. But I'm curious, like, I want to hear more because this seems to be the sentiment by most. I'm curious to hear more from people that think, including the comments. Anyone that's listening, if you can put a comment on why you think that Trump did not perform well, or that's not going to help his chances of becoming the next president. I'm curious to get more takes on that. And John, I've sent you an invite to come back up because I know you were making it such an argument. But Dr. Gorka, I'll let you respond.
Yeah, look, I'm fascinated by what Benjamin just shared. Somebody who's on this Spaces right now just DM'd me and said, I think Trump did appeal to middle and moderate voters. I really do. He is being compared to Biden, and everyone wants common sense. Look, I don't know. I mean, I'd like to hear from other people. I live politics day in, day out. I do a MAGA-based radio show for 3 hours a day. So, I don't hang out with Biden voters or undecideds. Conservative bloodstream is where I'm at. But if he kind of appealed to people in the middle or people who are disaffected with Biden, that's fascinating. The question is, he's got to maintain that now for 19 months.
If he were to keep up what he did today, maybe he would, right? Because I am not a Trump supporter. You know that very well, Dr. Gorka. But you know what? But I got to tell you, of course he doubled down on what we talked about earlier, but he sort of maybe won me over a bit, right? We have to hear what DeSantis has to say, but I don't even know if that's relevant at this
double
point.
down on it's so. I mean, this is why it's so embarrassing what Caitlin did today. Oh, you built 3 meters of wall, not 5,000. It's kind of irrelevant when 6 million illegals have crossed the border in 2 years. People aren't going to be judging on the discrepancies on the length of border wall built or not built. They're going to be talking about illegal aliens coming over in literal hordes come tomorrow afternoon. So that's I think the far more interesting question. Will people react?
So was the wall a good investment? Was
Dr. Gorka, I'll put you in a Biden group chat with me.
I'd be fascinated.
You can hear their opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll send you an invite.
Joel,
yeah,
you had a question. Joel?
No, just asking Sebastian if the wall was a good investment then.
No, I think it had to be done, and I think that's why he was elected. No, absolutely. The way we crushed illegal immigration down to a trickle, especially after Title 42, was good for all Americans and good for illegal immigrants as well. Why do people want women and children to be raped and sexually abused? I don't get it. I don't get it why the party who says we're for the small guy, we're for minorities, is fine when the UNHCR says upwards of 60% of women and young girls are raped by the cartels when they're trafficked. It's like, if you have a heart, build a stinking wall and don't let anybody cross. I mean, this is what I don't understand. The utter cynicism.
The wall didn't help. People are crossing right now.
The wall did help, though.
Of course it did.
Help.
What if the wall didn't stink?
How did it help?
What do you mean? How did it help? Look at the figures. Look at the figures for illegal. This isn't a debate I'm prepared to have because it's absurd to tell me that 6 million people.
It's 3 times higher now. I get that.
People.
Yeah, it's 3 times higher now because the Biden administration is not deporting people. It's basically just letting them in.
Yeah, but okay.
Keep in mind.
But they're climbing the wall. Are you missing the point? They're climbing the wall.
Seriously, you're blind. Have you not seen the footage of people walking across the border? Have you not seen the footage of people walking? I went down to the border and I actually saw it for myself.
Sebastian, regardless if they're getting through that door, they're still climbing the walls. It was a stupid investment.
Yeah, let's have nothing.
Like the walls do nothing.
Yeah, let's have nothing.
It proves that the walls do absolutely
that
nothing.
Let's have nothing. That works. That's how every other country in the world does
No, I'm not saying let's have nothing. There's other ways that you could have invested. Maybe you could have restructured, spent that money on technology.
Yeah, that's right.
Because what do you think the walls do? The walls are not just a simple wall. There are drones there. There are sensors that tell the CBP where to go. That's what the wall is. It's not.
The wall is a funneling device. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
It's a funneling. You don't have no idea what you're talking about. Go to the border and get back to me.
Yeah, the wall is a way. The wall is a way to get his buddies.
Guys,
quick.
too many people are talking. Joa, go ahead. Joa, go ahead.
Yeah, he forgot to unmute.
While we're waiting
Alright,
on
go ahead,
Joa,
Ian.
real quick.
He's making a left on the
The
wall.
wall,
It's
the
okay.
wall was
Guys,
a
real
way to give his contractor buddies money that he owed him. That's what the wall was.
Really?
Because the wall doesn't do anything. You don't need the
Yeah,
sensors
and
on the
your
wall.
evidence for
You
that
can
is
put
what?
sensors on the
Nothing.
ground
Fine.
without putting up
It's
huge steel
conjecture.
structures.
Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Trump, but that is conjecture. You know, you gotta
It's
actually.
not conjecture. Look at who got the
Okay.
contracts. The same people that he stiffed for Taj Mahal. Are you kidding me?
Okay, so you asked if it was a good investment. It was 1.4 billion that was allotted to it. We've sent 171 billion over to Ukraine. I mean, but there's other investments.
Why are you making a comparison? I'm asking, is the wall a good investment?
Well, I'll be
Period.
clear.
Why are you
Joe,
comparing?
that makes
Joe.
complete sense. Continue with that analogy, that correlation. That's good. Keep on going.
Well, we're saying about wasteful money. But second
That
of all,
is
it was
nothing. That's a nonsense discussion, homie. Nonsense discussion. Let's pay attention to the point. How much wall was actually built? I watched Trump say that there was no. I watched Trump say that there were pieces of the wall that fell down that they put back up that correlated. You can actually bring in Dustin. Dustin actually did the initiative for the wall. Yeah. And how many feet of wall?
I'll tell you.
How many miles of wall did he say he did?
Digital. 458 was built
That's a
out
lie.
of 1,000.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
This is pointless. This is pointless. People are really feisty today, huh? Like, no one's letting
Yeah, I
anybody
guess.
speak. We're all calling each other names. We're all being fucking assholes. You know, like, even people
So-
like each other. It's like we're just
Right,
yelling at
Trash.
each other today.
Yeah. Trash, go
I
ahead.
like everyone here. You know, like, I apologize, Kim. I did interrupt you, so that was my
I
bad.
appreciate
So I
it.
was being an asshole.
Thank you.
Yeah. I should have just kept quiet and I was just letting you speak, right? Because we came to the same point eventually. I was being an asshole and then I got a little fired
Yeah,
up.
because
Sorry about that.
I'm getting tired of being in space where people just constantly talk over each other.
Yeah.
There's no structure. There's no moderation. It's so unprofessional. And I think the audience would want to hear people say their piece and not have this bickering and fighting the whole time. It's so unprofessional, people.
Yeah, it turns into Jerry Springer. I don't like it either. You know, I think
Kim, what would Ira say?
Ian can help with
Kim,
that.
what would
Let's go
Ira
Trash.
say?
Right, 1 second, guys. We can help with that because the same people complaining are the ones interrupting. Trash, go ahead. You were going to say something.
Yeah, so I agree with Dr. Gorka. It is a non-argument. It is a funneling device. It was being monitored correctly. The Border Patrol under Trump, they had orders. They were deporting people. There was no message that it was open. That therefore there was no incentive to have droves of people coming up. That is not what's happening under this administration, right?
Look
I
at the
understand
nest.
that.
Look at the
What?
nest. Look at the nest.
What are you showing me? Like some parts where people are scaling it in one specific area? That's not several hundred thousand.
No, you can see thousands of pictures of people scaling the wall. The wall does nothing. It's a stupid idea, and I don't know how people can't just say, "Yeah, it's a stupid idea. You could put sensors on the ground and get the same effect."
I don't get it. I mean, like, okay, Israel has a wall. Hungary has a wall. Poland has a wall between Belarus and Poland, right? It stops illegal immigration. Why is that? Oh, it's because they work. When you actually apply,
Because they don't have the board. No, they don't work, and they don't have the
it's not
amount
just
of
the wall
border that
standing
we
by
have.
itself. It's not just the wall standing by itself. You have recon. You have soldiers patrolling the place, and that's what Trump
Exactly.
had.
Yeah,
Trump had
exactly.
that.
Exactly.
And Biden took all of that away. He scaled back CBP, and now all of that standing is parts of the wall built up there. What it doesn't do anything, obviously, because there's nobody to guard it, right? The wall is basically a funneling device. As
Thank you. That's my point. There's no one to guard it.
So you have to have a
It's
wall.
not a
though, to
funneling
work.
device when people climb the wall, and it's easy
Oh my
to
God.
climb.
Like, okay, so your house.
The
your house
vast
got a door, right?
majority of 458 miles of the wall was already constructed. Is literally in the pin tweet.
They were short, and it was easy to scale. And also, your house
thank
has
you.
a door,
So
right? Your house got a door. Your house has a door, correct? It's got a gate or it's got a door. Now, if you were to leave the door open, people are gonna walk in, right? You got to close it. You got to make sure it's got a lock, right? That's what the wall does. It's basically like a door, but if you don't guard it, if you don't watch it, yeah, people are gonna scale it. It's useless at that point. But the point is, you have that there. It's a security barrier. It is a layer. It is one of several layers. You have recon, you have surveillance, you have drones, you have
This
CB.
is the modern Tower of Babel. You guys are hilarious.
No, it's not. It's not even that expensive. It's what, $1.6 billion? How much have you sent to Ukraine?
But he
$170
said it
billion.
was thousands of miles, clearly over 1.6
It's
billion.
not a lot of money.
The
So he
funny
must have
thing
done
is,
more.
Ian, you could build the Chinese wall with the money the U.S. government has sent to Ukraine.
Right? Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. It is
This is a
insane the amount of money
pointless
America sent to
argument.
Ukraine.
This is a
Just
pointless
ungodly.
argument.
Let me just go to Brick. Brick, on the show, she claimed that he'd only built 56 miles of wall. He said there was hundreds of miles. Do you have any information on how much of the wall was actually built? Because that's really what the contention is, whether what Trump was saying was accurate or not.
Well, the figure of actual wall constructed was around 450 miles. She is correct that in segments where there was previously no wall, that is a much lower number. However, you need to look at the fact that some of the wall that was originally in place and replaced with the new version of border fencing was really not doing anything effective. And one thing that nobody here has mentioned is that much more of the wall, the critical sections in some places to complete sections that were built, contracts were already signed, roads were already graded, labor was on site, material was stored at the border, and it had already been budgeted and paid for. And yet when Biden came into office, he stopped construction on the money on the wall sections, the fencing sections that had already been arranged for. Now, does that mean we saved any money? No. We continued to pay those contractors up to $6 million per day to sit on their butts and not build the wall with all the materials that we had already paid for and staged at the border. So if you want to look at whether or not it was a good investment, yes, because it was never intended to stop all cross-border traffic. It was intended to be something that would lessen human trafficking and drug smuggling. And to that regard, it was successful. And Biden didn't allow key finishing aspects of some areas to be constructed, notably in Yuma. There's some areas in Texas where there's miles of border fencing and then a gap and then miles of border fencing because they wouldn't let them finish the construction. So, what really has driven the increase in people crossing the border is not the fact that the fencing wasn't completed where planned. It's the change in the policy of the Biden administration towards accepting illegal aliens into the United States. And one last thing I want to mention on a completely separate subject, because it's going to come up a lot, is the question was asked of President Trump if he will accept the results of the next election. He answered perfectly well. Yes, if it's a fair election. Nobody asks a lawyer before a trial, will you accept the verdict of this trial? Because the answer is always, we're going to appeal it if we feel there's something to appeal. And, Trump is exactly right to say he'll accept the results of a viable election.
It's hard to argue with that logic. I mean, yeah.
I agree with everything you said. I think
0 to 51.
Biden's another idiot. To be honest. Like, that's not the issue. But you're saying the one point I disagree with you on is you said it was effective. If it was effective then, it should be effective now because it's a wall. It didn't go anywhere.
No, it's not.
And they're not.
That's not exactly true because it was effective as part of a system. And when you change the system by increasing the incentives for people being allowed to cross the border and converting border patrol from people who actually patrol the border to now being like Uber patrol to pick up illegal aliens who are walking across the border and then just taking them to distribution centers where they're then flown wherever they want to go into the United States. That's what you converted border patrol
I
to.
want to be very clear.
But the
You
wall
changed
wasn't
the word
effective
from wall to
because of the other
fence.
systems. The walls weren't effective because of the other systems. I agree. I just said Biden's an idiot, right? So the other systems aren't in place, which is what was stopping people crossing the border, not the wall. The wall is not effective. That's my whole point.
The fencing was
Why are
never
we
intended.
discussing this?
The
Why
fencing
are
was
we
never
discussing
intended to
this?
be.
It's just a
Yeah,
major point that he
It's not. No,
kept doubling down on.
nobody's going to be talking about this in 19 months' time. They're not going to be talking about how big was the wall, how long was the wall. They're going to be talking about the literal millions that have crossed the border and have created absolute disasters for those living across the border and for
What's the
those where they are being
disasters?
shipped to.
What's
That's
the
going to be the issue.
disasters?
You've got to think
I'm
of it in
asking you,
terms of
Sebastian.
politics.
What is the disasters? What is the disasters?
Ask the angel mothers.
I'm
Ask the
asking
people who live.
you what the disasters are.
No. Ask the people, for example, who are living in the colonia who had 5 members of their family murdered by a person who had been deported previously. Ask them what a disaster.
And what
looks
about the 10,000 more people that are natural citizens that cause more harm than that? Like, what is the harm you're talking about?
like. That is the most stupid thing I've ever heard in my life.
No, it's literally that's actually out of me yelling at fucking fences versus walls. That's actually the most base question I've asked.
You should ask Eric Adams what he thinks of illegal immigration. I mean, New York City is suffering right now.
Who's suffering?
The city. You can't afford to fucking keep all these guys.
Who
right?
is suffering, Ian?
The city.
What city?
New York
What
City.
city?
I just said, ask Eric Adams. He's fucking speaking out against this right now.
I'm in Los Angeles and New York. Nothing. We're fine.
No, it's
and
not
we will
fine.
pay. And we will pay the taxes to organize.
No.
Just because you say it's not. Just you're gonna yell. If you're just gonna yell over me, you're just gonna yell over me. Okay,
they can't handle it.
Right, guys. Just because Ian, you're doing the very thing that you were basically complaining about. Fidget will go first, finish your point, and then Ian will go.
Everybody who doesn't live in California yells and cries about California taxes. Everybody who doesn't live in New York yells and cries about New York taxes and living. We live in California and New York because we choose to. Don't tell us we have the problems that you think we have when we don't say we have those problems.
That's why a record number of people have left New York. Is that right?
No problem. No problem. That's why California is the 5th or 6th largest economy in the world, and New York is the 7th to 9th largest economy in the world. That's not a problem. If you want to live in Texas, and then you want to cry about the problems that we allegedly have in California and New York, that is not an astute or honest conversation. We live in these states because we choose to accept the realities of these. People,
a lot of people.
How is that not complicated? So then leave. So then you leave California. So then you leave New York.
And you're saying
we're not
no
arguing
problem.
about it.
The fact that people are leaving the place and they love the place, they love the state, right? They love the cities, and yet they're leaving because there are these problems and they're not being addressed. And the longer they stop being addressed, the worse they're gonna get. Like,
tell me a California or New York person that's arguing about paying the taxes or paying for the. It's an amazing.
Let's say you live in San Francisco.
It's an amazing proposition, Ian. It's an amazing proposition to tell us.
It's unsafe out there.
It's an amazing proposition to tell us we live here. We're the ones paying the taxes.
Yeah, and they're complaining about
I live in California. I live in California, and I complain about it.
But fucking people on Twitter, I know a lot of people in San Francisco. They're complaining about it, and a lot of them are Asians, by the way. They're complaining about the lack of policing. They're complaining about the illegal immigration, the homelessness. These are real issues that need to be.
So then, why did they stay there? It's because the upside of
they can't just afford to leave.
What did you say?
They can't afford to leave.
No. The first part.
Their jobs are there.
Their jobs are there. Their jobs are there.
And they pay high taxes and they want some safety. Are they not entitled to it? If you live in an expensive city and you pay a crazy amount of taxes, you're at least entitled to basic safety, correct?
Ian, could we at least confirm that New York City is not one of the most dangerous cities in the country? In fact, but per capita,
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was the most dangerous
city. But you're saying you mentioned New York.
I'm just saying it's a dangerous city and it should be safer. It should be safer. You should not be okay with
compared to St. Louis. New York does not hold a candle to St. Louis.
Yeah, I'm not even calling it St. Louis. Okay, I'm saying it's unsafe compared to what it could be, and it used to be a lot safer.
Ian, this is the same conversation I have with Ian. This is the same conversation I have with my mom. My mom complains about taxes. My mom complains about Democratic, and my response to my mom is, go to another state. And then she says, well, I like the state. She says, I like the state. I like my job. This is a trade-off.
Why does it have to be a trade-off, though? Why? That's not explained to me. It's like,
We're
okay, so the
not
place sucks and
complaining
people are dying,
about
but it's
we're
okay.
not complaining about illegal aliens. You are. You don't live in California. You don't live in New York. You have no jurisdiction
I have a
or
lot of people
standing to
who
talk
do live
about.
there.
You have
A lot of
no
my friends
jurisdiction
live
or
there,
standing to
and
talk
they're
about
complaining
our
about it.
I live in
opinion.
San Diego, and I'm complaining about.
One at a time, guys. Go ahead, Brick.
I live in San Diego. I live in California. I'm complaining about illegal aliens. It's a tremendous burden on the state. We're a sanctuary state. We don't deport people even when they're identified as criminals under existing federal law. Counties in California violate federal law on a routine basis. If you want to talk about people leaving the state, we have to include all the businesses in downtown San Francisco who are shuttering their doors and closing because of rampant theft, in part because of domestic drug policies, but also because of the rise.
Nonsense. Downtown San Diego is already a dying little area.
No, I said downtown
nobody
San
cares.
Francisco. I said downtown San
I thought you said you live in
Francisco.
San
I did
Diego.
not say San Diego. I live in San Diego, but San Francisco, last I checked, is in California, which is still my state. So businesses are leaving downtown San Francisco, widely reported because of the problems there, much of which is because of the sanctuary nature of San Francisco as a sanctuary city and the drug trade that comes in there. And to say that unchecked droves of illegal aliens crossing the border don't depress the wages of the honest, hardworking American citizens in every state is to ignore the actual impact that all of these people have in our country. So when you say who gets hurt by it, every single working American has fewer dollars in their paycheck because of the unchecked supply of cheap,
because of the
illegal
people that
labor.
hire them. Because of the people that hire them.
But if
Don't
they
blame
weren't,
the people coming in. Blame the people that hire them. Blame the people that leak profit by hiring those people.
I absolutely do not blame anybody who wants to try and enter America illegally to better their financial situation or the situation of their family. I do not fault them for that. I understand that. And I actually, on some level, I respect them for that because they want something better for themselves. Okay. But as Americans, we cannot take in everybody from the world who wants to get into our country and still have our country. We need to have reasonable immigration, and just allowing anybody who can pay the cartels to get them to the border so they can wade across the river is not a valid immigration policy.
They don't get hired, does that argument hold water? No. Just here for a second. If they don't get hired, does that hold water?
I am definitely in favor of E-Verify, and that is something that would allow that to not happen. But we know that there's a shadow economy. And you're absolutely right. Hiring of illegal aliens is a problem that needs to be addressed. But part of the reason it's a problem,
Brick, if they don't get hired, would they come here? Brick, if they never got hired, would they come here?
It's a multi-layered problem.
No. Simple. If they didn't get hired, would they come here?
There are still plenty of jobs that they can get without being hired at major corporations. And in addition,
I didn't say major corporations. If they didn't get hired, would they come here?
You know what? If they don't get jobs and they're here, well, they get paid anyways. They get paid by the American government.
Would they come here if they knew they could never get hired?
Yes, they would. They would still come here. Their life in America without a job on the taxpayer dime is still infinitely better than many of the countries from which they are arriving here. And I want to be clear here. I'm not talking about just Central American illegal aliens. We're getting them from all over the globe. We're getting them from China. We're getting them from Africa. We're getting them from South America. We're getting them from Europe. It doesn't matter. I don't care where they come from. I don't even want illegal aliens from Canada coming here illegally. All right. It has nothing to do with where they're, in many cases, these people, it's such a huge step up for them to come into America and to be supported by the American taxpayer that even if they did not have a job, they would still come as long as we are allowing them to enter and enticing them with the benefits.
Here's the problem. The Republican Party, unfortunately, is about 40 to 60 years behind in terms of accepting evolution. It is not they or them or us. The borders don't mean anything. A dollar that controls tax ecosystems or human flow ecosystems does not sustain. Like, so we can sit here and we can love oil and we can love fossil fuels, but all you're doing is literally ignoring the fact that AI is going to take over in certain degrees, and ignoring the facts that certain skills will become irrelevant. And so we consider and plant our chairs, our Capri Suns, our Sauvignon Blancs, but that does not avoid the fact that the reality is AI will change the landscape of our employment systems. Influx of quote unquote aliens that you're saying is irrelevant. This is all literally vestiges. These are vestiges of your grandparents. And until you guys accept
illegal
that,
immigration is just
go
going to make
ahead.
it worse. It's going to exacerbate the situation.
There is no illegal immigration in the long term.
You have to compete
Okay,
against
go
illegal
ahead.
aliens.
Go
You're
ahead.
going to have much fewer jobs.
1 second, guys. Brick, I got a question for you. You know what you said in terms of, and I really genuinely asking. So, in terms of what you said in terms of illegal immigrants negatively impacting the economy to the extent where basically people can't get jobs, or whatever your argument was. I'm paraphrasing. Where's the evidence of that? I'd like to see it.
Well, if you look at the first 3 years of President Trump's administration, when there was a curtailment of the amount of illegal aliens crossing the border, real wages for Americans rose on a consistent basis, and that trend has reversed. And on a surface level, even if you don't have
multifactorial, Brick. Like
I understand.
I thought Trump did some great things with the economy. He made so many moves. So none of that had an impact. It was just his immigration policy.
Well, the immigration policy is part of that because they've been a tight labor market because of fewer people who were able to work who were non-citizens in a compacted, in a constricted labor pool. Wages go up. So, obviously it's multifactorial. But if you just want to look at it, if you just change that one variable, higher availability of labor will lead to lower wages. So even just on that one sense, that's broadly true. But you're absolutely right. It's multifactorial.
I want actual evidence.
Well, I mean,
I always hear these talking
do you want me to send you the photographs from my area Home Depot? That's about a mile and a half from where I live, and the vast number of casual laborers who are there.
Evidence.
Well, I'm just saying, these are people who displace legitimate contractors who are working, who could be getting jobs because they're basically illegal alien day laborers who are encamped in America and work under the table, off the records for cash and, without insurance in most cases, without benefits. And yet they're taking jobs away from Americans in that category. Now, I don't want to say like the illegal aliens are stealing our gerbs, like that meme, but
do you have any stats of the people who are hiring them?
There's no.
Because I'm willing to bet.
The question is because I know there's no stats.
Unfortunately, some of the biggest hirers are like meat packing, like chicken. There's a vast industry.
We have a 3% unemployment rate. Whose jobs are they taking?
Well,
American needs them.
Would
They're not taking anyone's job. You don't see Americans lining up outside Home Depot.
Would you agree with me that the definition of unemployment has been changed? Well, you may not agree with me, but it's a fact that it has. And to Fidgetal's point about AI, I agree with him. AI is going to change a vast majority of the landscape of the working public. Maybe America doesn't need to import labor in quite the way we used to in the pre-AI era.
Well, no. We need to guys, just pause. We need to import efficient labor, and what you're talking about is inefficient labor. And to sit here and say,
I agree with that.
Just let me finish my thought.
In favor of uncontrolled immigration.
The opposite. How did we become the leaders in technology and in science? We imported, quote unquote, foreign labor. We brought in Germans. That's what we did. That's how we got our leg up. So we're not importing these people, but what I'm trying to say is to try and artificially create borders and barriers does not last the test of time. And it's the same argument of, okay, we're going to switch to solar. And all of a sudden, a bunch of people who climbed into fucking caves to get oil all of a sudden don't have jobs. And then do we redistribute or re-educate them to find out, can I have an AOL account? Can I have a MySpace? Like, the fact is, as technology advances, people get lost in the sauce. It's just a fact. And to try and sit there and say, we are going to try and create CBDCs and try and create borders and control borders, and then say on the flip side that people are coming in, they're stealing jobs. They're only stealing jobs because we're giving them jobs. If there were no jobs to give, they would not be coming in. And so it's a really base analysis of trying to understand where we're going to be in 2, 3, 5, 10 years. And it's sad, but it's true.
Right,
fundamentally, I would say,
Rick,
is it fair to?
Rick, I'm gonna come to you back to you, bro. Let me just go
Okay,
to Kim.
no problem.
Kim, go ahead.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to check out soon. I just wanted to say that the biggest point that Trump has scored tonight, to me personally, is the most urgent issue in the world right now, and that is the war in Ukraine. That war keeps escalating. It may escalate to involving NATO troops, and then we have a hot war between NATO and Russia, and that can end tragically for the whole world. So for Trump to be up there on stage and say that, not taking any side, neither Ukraine nor Russia, and saying that his primary objective would be peace, to end the killing, and to prevent people from dying, that to me is the single most important issue that he has raised and answered really well. And I applaud him for that. You all know I'm not a big fan of Trump because he missed the mark. He made a lot of promises, from draining the swamp to appointing people that are dealing with the deep state. Unfortunately, not much of that has happened. But in that single issue, he's made the most important point tonight, and I just wanted to point that out before I'm leaving. It's not about the fucking wall. It's not about illegal immigration. Of course, these are major issues in the United States, but that's a regional issue. We're talking about a global issue that may lead to nuclear war between nuclear powers, and that is the most urgent matter that the world should focus on.
Thank you for that, Kim. And let me just go to Ian on that, and then I'll go to Allsauce. Ian, one of my issues with DeSantis was basically his comments about Russia and Ukraine, and then it adds to this idea of him being, a rhino, neocon, or whatever it may be. Do you think he'll be as resolute as Trump was today in terms of the Ukraine-Russia issue?
I would hope so. That would be my response. I don't know if he will, but I would certainly hope so. I think that he should watch this over and over again, watch it multiple times, see where Trump went wrong and where Trump went right. And Trump definitely nailed the Ukraine answer. I think it was very statesmanlike for him to give that answer. It's very nuanced, but it's something that I think a lot of people need to listen to. And, you can criticize Trump for a variety of reasons. You can call him a scam artist, you can call him whatever, right? But that doesn't matter, right? What matters, I think, as Kim said, is World War III. That is a pressing issue. And right now it looks like we're on the brink of it. And Trump may be the only one who can stop that from happening. And I would like DeSantis to actually step up, because I think he's a much better administrator. He's better at implementing his policies. He's better at fighting the deep state, like in his own state.
Or China will do it, Ian. And
or China might do it. Yeah, and then we won't have to be talking about this. Who knows? I mean,
and then imagine the way America looks to the rest of the world.
Looks terrible.
And again, more decentralization of not decentralization, more de-dollarization.
Yep.
I believe will occur if that happens.
Yeah, so it's better for America to step up, be a leader in this, and not be a bunch of idiots and saying, hey, we need to send more money to Ukraine, because it's clearly not fixing the problem, right? We love to talk about, a lot of people have to talk about how you want Ukraine to win, it's an invasion, blah, blah, blah. That's irrelevant, right? That's not how the world views this. The world views this as a much more complicated issue. It's not Team A versus Team B. It's not Team Red versus Team Blue. Trump understands that, and I hope that DeSantis understands that too, and that he won't be playing to his rhino base. I know he has a huge base of people who don't like Donald Trump or very establishment types. I get it. I don't think he himself is establishment. He has very firmly established that he's not
Ian,
a member of the establishment.
Why do you think he understands that? Because from my perspective,
he's a smart man.
Hear me out. Syria, he pulled out of, gave it to Russia. Afghanistan pulled out, knowing they were going to give it to China. Like, but all I've seen from his actions while he was in term is he pulled away, gave territory to quote unquote the enemy, and I feel like that's exactly what he would do here. Because
Unfortunately, that's not
not that I
entirely
agree with
true,
what Biden's doing.
guys. It's not
Biden's
entirely
completely
true.
wrong because we need to get to a peace deal completely, and I think he's going to jeopardize the way America looks in the world. But from Trump's past actions,
Okay,
they
I'll
weren't
answer
good
that.
either. They were very
Just real quick,
enemy.
because there was one
go ahead.
wrongful information in here. It's not true that Trump handed Syria over to the enemy. There are hundreds of U.S. troops there controlling the oil supply of Syria and stealing Syrian oil right now. And they have been doing this. They have been doing this for years. And they have, what right do they have to be in Syria and steal the oil of the Syrian people?
Whoa, Kim, are you telling me went into Syria and Iraq for other reasons? That's crazy.
If you look it up, Kim, we pulled out of northern Syria. We left millions of barrels of oil for Russia and the pipeline.
You got a dozen bases there still.
We went and protected UK and US company.
Joe, I got to stop you, dude. Most of our wars are to steal oil. Let's just be honest about it. It's for us to steal oil and to steal resources. It's just a fucking fact. So let's be honest across the board, right? Immigrants are not taking jobs that we're not paying for, and mostly Republicans are paying for. We did not go into the Middle East to make diplomatic democracy across the globe as if it means something to us. We were stealing resources. We continue to steal resources. We will continue to steal resources, but we're fighting against China that is also stealing resources and reinvigorating the Silk Road, that is stealing infrastructure and trade. So this is a large war, and pretending anything else is nonsense.
That's what you're saying. What you said just now.
Kim,
let me answer.
Which part?
Let me answer.
Which part?
The Road and Belt Initiative is making infrastructure investments in the countries that are partnered
with usurious terms.
Can you just be respectful for a moment? I'm trying to answer. China is investing over $1 trillion in markets that are participating in the Belt and Road Initiative. These are harbors, highways, railways, major infrastructure investments that are helping these countries to connect to more markets and generate more revenue for those countries. So to say that China is stealing...
And Kim, how many ports did they take over in the last year? 22. 22 ports they took over.
Well, what does that have to do with
infrastructure
investment?
Communist China is a charity. You're supposed to believe communist
No, what
China
is building is infrastructure that allows for more trade. And China, of course, is doing this because they have a vulnerability in the South China Sea, and they want to circumvent that by having more rail and road traffic into Europe and into other nations. And that is a very good investment. That's a very good thing that helps a lot of countries. I'm not done yet.
Okay, go ahead.
And that is a very good investment that a lot of countries are very happy for, because not only does it create jobs in their economies, it creates the infrastructure that allows these countries to grow and advance. And what has the US done in comparison? It went into those countries and stole the resources, like you said. So there's a big difference between what China is doing and what the US has done for decades.
Kim, towards the end, guys, just one second.
That Sri Lanka would beg to differ. I think that Sri Lanka would beg to differ.
It is. Go and talk to the people of the African states where that's happening, and you find out instantly, Kim, that they see this as neo-colonialism. You're making it sound like communist China is helping these people out. They're getting 50 or 100-year deals on natural resources that will suck these countries dry. You really want us to believe that China's doing this for humanity? Come on.
Me and Sebastian almost never
Sebastian, isn't
agree.
that better than doing it with
I love this.
military? They're just two different strategies. One's doing
Yeah,
it by
it's just
by
that's true.
placing them in debt for a century versus going in with military,
And killing everyone.
destroying their livelihoods. I mean, I don't know which one's better.
I don't know, but like I want to answer your
Well,
question, Joa.
just take Afghanistan and Iraq, for example. The U.S. went there, destroyed everything, and now China is the country that is building hundreds of schools in those countries.
How much of the supply chain did China privatize unilaterally at the end of COVID? How much are you going to say that they don't have a meat and produce shortage? Anybody who knows anything about supply chain knows that they are suffering dramatically from meat and produce shortages, and they privatized I think about 60 to 70% of their supply chain infrastructure. They literally took it from private markets. Are you going to deny what I'm saying right now?
Well, what I'm denying is that China is destroying. China is.
No, I asked you a question.
China,
I asked you a simple question.
Your question the way I want. My answer is that China is building where the U.S. has been destroying. That is the big difference.
And I want to answer Joa's question. Earlier you asked me why did America pull out? Trump, why did he pull out, and how is that beneficial given that, okay, so here's the thing. It's a sunk cost. What did America have to gain in these places? It didn't have a plan. There was no order. They were dying. Soldiers were dying, right? Civilians were dying. There was no point in being there. If you don't have a real plan, if you don't have a plan to reconstruct the country after you invade it, and you don't fulfill it, if you just send BlackRock in, and they're just gonna disappear all of the money that's intended to rebuild the country. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like, what happens, right? What happens afterwards? It's like, obviously you're gonna pull out because there's nothing to be gained. Why pull out of Syria? Why pull out of Afghanistan?
I agree, but isn't it a national? I agree with your points, Ian. It's true what you're saying, but doesn't that now become a national security interest because you're strengthening your enemies, right? Your enemies have expanded. They now have access to more energy. They now have access to more
Trump's
trade.
Fault, though.
I'm not going to be that dude, but all Soros and Benjamin have had their hands up for literally 30 minutes while I've been yelling. So
yeah, sorry.
Let's go to all Soros.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I don't know. Are we doing geopolitics or are we doing immigration? Because I had a hands up because of immigration.
Well, it's the same thing.
Are we doing Trump? What are we doing? What are we talking about?
We have got a space on Title 42 tomorrow. But anyway, go ahead. Also, let's talk about whatever you want.
No, yeah. So just quickly, the reason why I had my hand up, just to really back, I guess, to the Trump and specifically the comment about the border wall. I did want to share in the nest and the jumbotron of what people talked about, and it's up there. It kind of goes, I think, to the point of what Joe and Fidget were making. And I'm not trying to say one way or the other the border wall is it effective or not. I think it makes sense. But the issue that I have is kind of this. It's a political statement, right? I mean, it's a campaign pledge, but actual things on the ground, there requires a lot more. And I think what people forget to realize is, so the video I shared basically shows within the border wall, actually on the Mexican side, migrants are drug mules. They basically opened the border area and then they ran across to do whatever they needed to do. And the reason why I say that is it's not just also then the response is oh, we need more agents. Well, it's more complex than that because what people talk about, what are the agencies in the federal government that actually has the most amount of corruption investigations is actually the Border Patrol. Right. And ties to human smuggling and cartel activities. So there's actual WhatsApp groups out there that is not that hard to find if you know where to look, that actually talk about how to go in specific areas of the border walls to get into the United States, to go in, open it, and they actually kind of know the times and they recommend it. And there's only two implications: either one, because they know Border Patrol's not there, or two, they know when Border Patrol won't be there, right? And they have some sort of that inside knowledge, right? And so it just kind of highlights that if we're going to talk about the border and border security, it's a lot more than just throwing more money at it or building more wall. It's a lot more complex. It talks about government corruption, et cetera. And this is a very complex issue that is not just a simple campaign pledge that I think is going to be enough to solve it.
Benjamin, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, it was a question to Joa. Joa, you seem to be one of the most pragmatic people I've ever heard speak, and I really like that. My question is this: are you happy with the general personalities of Trump and Biden aside? Are you happy with the direction of the country, and do you want another 5 years of the current trajectory of the country? Like, honestly, like, do you think the country would be better under Biden, policy-wise, and that's both domestic and geopolitical, or Trump?
Yeah, I appreciate the comment. You definitely didn't read the comments in the thread because a lot of the audience thinks otherwise. But um, I don't want either. If you force me to choose one, I would say Biden. But I don't want either of them. Right? I said early on, I am a single issue voter. I do not want CBDCs. I do not want crypto to stop. I think the denationalization of money is the only way that governments will stop to control people the way that they do.
Joe,
And
can
that
you
is not
can you explain to the community what a CBDC is? I don't think they understand what it is.
the central bank digital currency, which basically, you know, that those $5 you give to like your niece or nephew on Easter and things like that, the government would now know. So like those truckers in Canada, because they're protesting, they could block all money, all cash, right? There would be no cash. That is a problem when a government has that much control. And there's a famous economist, a Nobel Prize winning economist, who said there will be no good government until there's a denationalization of money. And I think that's what crypto promised. And I think CBDCs is increasing on the nationalization of money because they will know everything you do and be able to control every move you make. And there's things going on in Carolinas that I'm trying to really figure out, and I can't get much info on it, but supposedly they're testing CBDCs and they're looking at, do you spend your entire salary? Because if you don't, we'll just reduce your salary if you don't spend all of it.
So I'll go crypto clear real quick. What Joa is saying is,
For China does.
Yeah, I was just going to say China.
No, they don't yet. They're on their way there, and it's starting with WeChat, and it's probably starting with
right?
It's probably starting with XApp, and don't. So we have 8,000 people in here, and I want to be clear. You can think what you want about crypto. If I give you $1, you do not know where I got that dollar from. With crypto, if I give you a crypto, you can trace that crypto back to its source origin. What Joa is saying is, whether it's AI or UBI or CBDCs, which is all probably connected in one way or another, the government is going to be able to control and understand exactly where you got your money, how you spent your money, and you're not going to decide how you pay taxes. You're going to decide how you tried to reduce your taxes. But they'll know where you went. They'll know who you sent money to. They'll know the brothel you went to. They'll know the train you purchased. They'll know everything about you. And that is probably, if you think AI is scary, CBDCs as a core proposition is the scariest thing that you as a human, as an American, will deal with, not in the next 10 years, in the next 2 or 3 years. So if you lose your job to AI, and then you get offered a nice little cushion of, oh, here's another stimmy, but you just need to download this little U.S. government wallet, and we'll send you $2,000-$3,000 a month of this is just free money from the government. That is the end of our democracy, in my opinion.
Yeah,
because then if you don't spend your universal basic income, then they'll just reduce it because the system will depend on you spending all of it for them to be able to manipulate the economy and how much growth there is and how much inflation there is. So they're going to control. They're only going to give you what will drive the economy, but you need to spend it all. You can save nothing.
Yeah, that would be like every other government.
And while you're afraid of,
like with the military,
it's not.
No,
it's not anything.
I'm talking about like if the military or the FBI doesn't spend the money that they get, they lose it in their budget. I'm just using that as an analogy to what you guys are saying.
Just think about this. You guys we've been sitting here for an hour crying about whether illegal immigrants will come in. Imagine if it doesn't make a difference if illegal immigrants come in. Every single moment of your efficiency is controlled and hedged. That's where we're heading. If you want to fight anything, don't be fighting whether there's a wall, whether it's 45 miles or 460 miles. Wonder about whether when you go to bed at night, the government knows when you went to bed at night.
Wouldn't it be nice if Caitlin Collins asked Trump about what he thinks of CBDCs?
Well, Caitlin
Well,
Collins.
he's anti-crypto. There's only two candidates right now that are anti-CBDCs, which is DeSantis and RFK.
Yeah, that's
and DeSantis has been more vocal on it than
And
RFK.
Andrew Yang.
Yeah, there would have been a lot of
Yeah,
questions she
and-
could have asked. She spent the entire time arguing. I waited a long time to get on, so there was something you guys mentioned earlier, which I don't know if anybody mentioned this. I was in and out. But
it was supposed to be only 20 minutes. I don't know why.
Yeah. So they so one of the things I don't know if anybody mentioned this, but I guarantee you the conversation behind the scenes was our viewers are all liberals. They're going to hate us. They're going to think we're evil for platforming Trump. We could already see the articles and the op-eds everywhere. The only way we're doing this is if you go extra hard and fact check him on the spot and try to be like Glenn Kessler on the spot with much less community notes. That was the ultimate goal, and that's why she went as hard as she did. I think that was pretty obvious. She was in a position where she had to because it was CNN and the higher ups told her what she had to do.
Why do you think calling him on his shit is going hard against him?
Because
he was spitting nonsense. Literally,
this is the thing. Some of the things you guys said that he lied about, he didn't lie about. You already covered the wall thing, right? Where you're talking about semantics, where he said we built hundreds of miles, and she's like, no, you built 40-something miles.
No.
Right?
He said he finished the wall.
Okay, no, I understand. I understand.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Again,
That's
that's semantics. He's saying that he did part of the wall, whatever. The part that you guys were arguing about was the specific distance. What he was trying to say, to clarify, was that when I say hundreds of miles, I'm including the small portion of new wall and the replacement wall. And you guys got into that while I wasn't on. You already discussed that. So that was the semantics area where he tried to make that clarification. And then actually,
no, what I'm referring to is you saying that she was being either pedantic or aggressive when she was just actually asking him questions what he was saying.
He didn't lie about when he was talking about with the Presidential Records Act and with declassification. You're wrong about that because the Presidential Records Act isn't what he was talking about with declassification. What he was talking about is what's his personal records, and you were right about that, Tier, when you said that. Is he saying that those are all his personal records because they're not? They belong to the federal government. You were right about that. That's what's governed by the Presidential Records Act. What he was talking about beyond that with declassification. The president is the chief executive, so there's no law that governs what he can or can't classify or how he has to go about doing it. That's done by executive order.
He has to be president.
He has to communicate it in some way, and he has to be president.
Can I finish explaining it? Okay, that was Executive Order 13526 under Obama. That's the executive order that governs the process, and it doesn't apply to presidents. It applies to everybody under the president. The president does not have to follow previous executive orders.
Unless he's not the president.
No, he's saying that he declassified it when he was on his way out the door, and there's no process.
Dorothy,
when did he declassify it?
No, Dorothy, the problem was what I was speaking of is seemingly what he was saying was that he did it, he could do it any way at any time.
He can.
Like in his head, which is what he claimed before. He cannot do it in his head.
The only document governing a process that says you have to write something down is the Obama
but
executive order.
But I have never said there's a process, sir. What I said was you can't just do it in your head. It must be communicated to someone. Donald Trump seems to believe that he could do it in his head. He said that numerous times, and tonight
there's no document affirming what you're claiming right now.
Literally there's no document. That's the point.
Yes.
If he wants to do that, he has to do that. He didn't do that. He is no longer president.
When he was the president.
By definition.
Let me finish.
Nope. He didn't do anything while he was president.
Okay, he's saying
you're lying. You're lying.
He's saying that when he was president, all he had to do was take the documents with him and want to declassify them. And if he wants them declassified and he takes them with him, they're declassified because that's what he wants. There's nothing that can challenge.
It requires an affirmative action.
The only
so let's not take any affirmative action. Look at the language.
The only thing that
wait, guys.
Guys, it's like Kenny is talking.
Yeah, so let me make a real quick. I don't want to go into the semantics of this argument because this is like a rabbit hole is not needed to be. So let's talk about fact checking what he said specifically, and I would like to add on to this because Caitlin Collins was trying to like double down and try to pin him into a corner. And he said, we were complying, we were negotiating, we were doing everything we were asked. One thing that's never brought up is that they were actually coordinating with the Secret Service and actually placed a special lock that no one else had access to on these documents within Mar-a-Lago. They were actually going along and complying. This was just a snap raid before the midterms.
They were already at Mar-a-Lago, dude. Like, don't lie to this fucking group. No,
I'm not lying to the panel.
You're lying. You're lying.
Then you're not listening.
At all. You cannot decide post facto that you said that they were not classified.
So we had to remove them, right? So he had to have taken the presidential papers to Mar-a-Lago, yes? So while he was there, you guys are still not showing me a process so they actually have to go through what person has to approve it. The point I'm making that was being made in that town hall was he was saying we were completely complying with NARA. We were completely complying with everything we had to do. It is known that they had to put a special lock on this where the documents were. They were complying. The raid was simply a political move. And frankly, I have no problem.
Trash. Hang on. It's worse than that. We have multiple witnesses who have been deposed that when the FBI came with the NARA officials originally and the lock was requested to be put on, the lawyers, the attorneys of President Trump said, is there anything else the records office or DOJ wishes to take now? And they said no. Only after they said, we're leaving with everything that is desired, did DOJ authorize the raid. That's how political this is. They were asked, is there anything else that you want to take now? And the agents and the NARA representatives said no. That's before the raid. That's how egregious it was. Just a little detail.
Fidget, I just want to clarify this. You called me a liar, right? Okay. I said to you, you said there needs to be an affirmative action, okay? Where is the requirement that says a president needs to have an affirmative action and can't just decide something's declassified in his own head? Where is that written down?
Let me answer this. Let me answer this, Fidgetal. I'll answer this, Darth.
Also, you know what? And can I just add to what Dad's saying? Because we had a space on this, and nearly at that point, because we had a lot of lawyers on board from both sides, they all said that there wasn't a procedure. But if you guys know one, then let us know.
It's the executive order under Obama.
This is. So let me, Darth. I think there's a misconception. So there's an executive order, but and I had to go back because I know this was in a previous space. There was a court ruling on this, and let me explain why. This is where it matters. The president of the United States is not bound by classification, right? Donald Trump can say, I just conducted a mission on Afghanistan that was at the highest classification level. And the president of the United States can say, we just did it. We killed this most wanted Russian mobster because he was threatening America's blah, 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 blah. We did it, right? Nobody's going to hold the president of the United States accountable because of that. That classification does not apply to the president. When we're talking about declassification, is literally everybody else, right? Because if a document, and this is where it goes into court, right? And this is what the court was saying when they ruled that there needs to be a process of declassification. Because by definition, if a document is declassified, it means it's for public release. I can grab that document and I can submit it to court, or I can upload it on the internet. I can grab that document and say, see, the line is crossed off.
No, that's a stretch. That's a stretch you just made. There's a difference between there's a difference between admissibility and classification. That is a fallacy, dude.
No, I'm citing the specific court case that they said, but it goes to the point. It's not necessarily the president. It means, like, let's say, Fidgetal, that you're involved in classified information with the president of the United States. The president can talk about it all he wants. That doesn't mean you can. You're still bound by a non-disclosure agreement that you cannot comment in any way, shape, or form about that classified information, because even though the president publicly talked about it, it does not give you the authority to talk about it because it's still
actually
classified.
it does. Actually, it does.
No, it doesn't.
If it's disclosed, third-party public information.
No, the president can talk about it. It's not. Disclosure does not mean declassification. The documents that were uploaded on Discord are still classified. That's literally the fact.
Bingo.
If you have a security clearance and you talk about
Just
classified
pause.
information
Are you telling me? Are you telling me that if Trump talked about classified information, that the public could not then discuss?
There's a difference. Right. If Biden himself posted that stuff on Discord, it would be declassified because he has the authority to actually.
No. There has to be a process because the declassification applies. Literally, talk to anybody that has ever had a security clearance in the military. The president of the United States is not bound by classification. He can say whatever he wants. Declassification means
I
for
don't understand
everybody
your
else.
claim. I mean, so the New York Times and the Guardian and a whole bunch of other newspapers, they all published parts of that leak, right? The Pentagon leak, or the top secret files that were talked about. What happens then? Are they all now liable under the
No,
security?
because they have First Protection Amendment. It's for people that have classified access. Okay.
Look, this is what it means. This is what it means. I still have my clearances. Okay, so when the story broke of the Discord leaks, I had to discuss it on my radio show, but I couldn't discuss the content of what was disclosed. Any one of my guests could, but I still have a clearance, and I couldn't.
Oh, okay.
But Sebastian, if you disclosed it, I could speak about it, right?
If I disclosed it,
yes.
And if you don't have a clearance. Yeah, but I'd be the one in the brig.
No. If you discussed it, could I discuss it afterwards?
Yeah, you don't have a clearance. It doesn't matter. You're a private
citizen. No. I'm asking you. All sorts. You're literally contradicting yourselves, Sebastian. If you had private, let's say you're the fucking.
Do that.
Let's say no. Let's say you're the fucking president, and you did discuss. Confidential, private.
The point also.
Could I discuss it afterwards? Sebastian, I'm asking a question. Could I discuss it afterwards?
I don't understand your
Sebastian,
question.
If Donald Trump in the bathroom.
Do you have a clearance? Vigil, do you have a clearance?
It doesn't make a difference. That's the point.
Yes, it does.
That's the only thing that matters.
Does. That's the whole point.
Are you telling? No. Okay, let's just pause. Are you telling me I didn't have clearance and you told me private, confidential information that I'm not allowed to repeat that? Do you not understand the First Amendment?
No, you are. You don't have a clearance. When you get a clearance, you signed an
right? NDA. He signed a thing. You didn't sign a thing, so you don't have to abide by any of this. So I can talk about it. The whole panel on here can talk about it, but Sebastian cannot talk about it because he has a clearance, right? So he cannot talk about it. Now, if it's the president, it's a different story, right? The president can do whatever the fuck he wants.
But can we go back to documents? I don't know what we're talking about here.
No, we're talking about clearances.
In terms of documents, okay, the president can declassify. I do not believe, nor do most lawyers that I've talked to do not believe there is an actual procedure. Obama put into place a procedure, but that doesn't mean that Trump had to follow it. However, Donald Trump cannot do it in his head. It must be communicated in some fashion.
Can we stop this discussion?
No, we don't.
Can we
But you
stop
just
that in
contradicted
his
yourself
head
here.
thing?
You just said there's no procedure. You just said there's no procedure, but he can't do it in his head. So you're saying that there's no procedure, but the procedure that you want there to be?
Because that's crazy, and you know it.
You're contradicting yourself.
You are.
No, I am not.
You said there's no procedure, so why can't you do it in his head?
What I'm saying is there's no official procedure, but there has to be some.
The only
procedure
procedure
or
is
some
Executive Order
way it is
13526.
communicated.
The only actual written procedure.
Okay, guys.
Too many people talking.
And I think I know the problem
Tira, did you finish your point?
Well, so
what I'm saying is if you went to court and said that as a president, I did it in my head, I do not believe there's any court in the country that would be like, oh, okay, great, we believe you. Because you're asking totally on trust. You must communicate it in some way. Thank you.
But really quick, can a judge make that determination when there's no law?
Darth, one second, please. So I believe you're getting hung up on the fact of, okay, I'm President Trump, and I'm saying, release all the UFO files. There's a process for that, right? Because those records are requested. He doesn't have those in his possession. He's got to call up for those records. He's got them. But he can also instruct them to release all top secret, confidential documents on alien, right? But if he has documents in his possession, he already has the documents in his possession. He can declassify those as he sees fit. There is a fundamental difference.
I'm not. I am not being confused. You're the one who's being confused. Donald Trump took documents with him, right? Okay. If he's claiming that he declassified them before he left the presidency, then he can't just say, I did it in my head. I do not see how that would fly with anyone.
Okay. He was the president
Tira,
at the time.
Here's the thing. Tira, you're saying there's no document, no legal requirement that he does anything, but a judge who would have to follow the law and analyze and rule based upon his perception of the law would say, no, that doesn't make any sense. Whether or not you think it makes
No,
sense,
his perception of the law is irrelevant.
No, okay. But
Ignorance of the law is irrelevant.
Okay, that's
Ignorance
not my point.
of the law is no.
Yes.
Those are your words. No.
Okay,
That's what you're
I was
trying to say.
completely wrong. I can see the point. I'm an idiot. That's besides the point. Well, the point that I meant to make, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. The point that I meant to make, just to stay on topic, I don't want to go on a tangent. We do that a lot. The point I was trying to make was, you're saying that, well, that doesn't make any sense, and a judge would say, well, that doesn't really sound logical. Then tell the legislature to pass some sort of law or to amend the Constitution. Because
I'll tell you right now
there
why.
is no law.
I'll tell
law
you right now
would
why.
not be relevant because we're saying that the president cannot be bound by such a law.
No,
right?
no, no.
So why are we
Kira,
talking
here's
about
the
this?
difference.
That's why I said amend the Constitution.
No, Darth. This is
the stupidest conversation I've ever participated in. Okay, it's completely pedantic. It's pointless.
Surely not.
It is
So
pointless.
here's the issue, Darth. Here's the issue. Trump, when he was president, he could take anything. Like the president of the United States can grab top secret documents, take them wherever they want. Like nobody is going to bound the president of the United States to anything on how to handle classified information because he's the president of the United States. The nuclear codes walk with him everywhere. That
He
nuclear code has
was
the highest
the
classification.
president of the United
Okay,
States.
well, right. The moment President Trump left office and was no longer president of the United States, those constitutional guarantees left with him. Those constitutional powers he had left. If he did not go through if he says, I declassified in my mind, here's the problem, Darth. Just as a president can declassify something, a president can classify something. So then Biden can say, well, then by that, I classified those documents in my head the moment I came into office. That's not how the declassification, the reason why it goes through a process is to let everybody know in America, the courts, people who are signed NDAs or not, the public, everybody can then access those documents because then they become public record. They declassify. Look at what Kim did. He posted from the National Security Archive documents that are now in the public record because in the past those were classified. They're not now, so everybody can study it, analyze it, and debate it for historical or this amazing Twitter space that we're all having. That's what's called declassification. Disclosure and declassification are two separate conversations, and unless you've had a security clearance and had to go through all the stupid training that we all had to do, mundane and tedious, it doesn't make sense to the common folk. But for people who had it, it's like, no, like declassification has a very specific meaning that does not mean in your head the president can do it, because that doesn't mean I can talk about it. I don't know I can talk about it. It has to be public record.
Brick, go
there's
ahead.
There's no.
Let me just go to Brick. Let me just go to Brick now. Brick, go ahead.
Yeah, I was, I've been listening to this, and it's a valid point that people are trying to make here. We're nitty gritty here, trying to determine it. But I think, I'm thinking about the town hall, and what I keep coming back to is not the nuances of this point on classification. I'm just impressed with President Trump's stage presence. I think he came across extremely well. And, I think that this is really what people are going to take away. They're not going to be...
Can I ask you something, Brick?
Yes.
Because I agree with you, except for one thing, and I'm curious if you see it the same way, because you've been at every flipping event I've ever been at, and many, many more. Body language at the beginning was not ideal. Do you agree?
I agree that it was probably not ideal, but I think that, if you're looking for perfection, it's rarely going to be achieved. But I think that overall, on balance, the performance...
No, I agree. Overall, he crushed it. But at the beginning, that slightly leaning forward away from her, not looking at her, that could have been better.
Stipulated. I'll go with you on that. Absolutely.
Thanks.
But I think that people are going to come across from this, they have not seen President Trump in this format in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
I think he excelled at it. I think his ability to handle questions let's be honest, a fairly hostile interviewer and interlocution, effort against him, was not really sympathetic and kind of, really, really off-putting, I think, to a lot of people. I think a lot of people will not be happy with the performance of Caitlyn. But I think that he showed that he can still not just take the punches, but he's still himself. He's still authentic. He's not capitulating. He is still President Trump that we knew, and I think it's a complete victory for him tonight in the public stage.
And think of this. Think of this. This is the man who less than 2 years ago everybody said was politically done and finished. After January 6th, he has no future. He's being platformed by CNN, and AOC is tweeting this. CNN should be ashamed of themselves. They have lost control of this town hall and are being manipulated. When AOC is pissed at CNN, big victory for President Trump.
If the left could make being President Trump illegal, they would. They would make it illegal, but they can't. And he continues to fight for America. He continues to fight for all the citizens of the United States, and he's not going to be stopped. He is a force to be reckoned with, and it's just an amazing victory for him tonight on the public stage.
So, Brett, I've got another question for you.
Arguably even the world, because he's the only one out there saying that he wants peace between Russia and Ukraine, and he's the only one giving a good answer.
And tellingly, Trash was exactly on point when he talked about the reticence to declare Putin a war criminal while the conflict is underway. It's just so inane that the Biden administration and Kamala Harris in particular have already used that label so many times, because it's so much harder to settle that conflict when you have Putin stipulated as a war criminal. It's just unbelievable that's already happened with the current administration.
Yep.
Brick, just from the other side. One second. Brick, from the other side, I know people are attacking the interviewer, but if you look at it from her perspective, it's CNN. They brought in Trump, and she has to go in hard, and she did go extremely hard. But if she did anything less, CNN would have been slaughtered even more than they are now. What's your thoughts on that? And it just shows how well Trump handled it. That essentially she went on an onslaught, and he still handled it well. But from her perspective, she did the best she could under the circumstances.
Well, I think this. Absolutely, President Trump is not afraid of pushback. He certainly did not expect to get the type of softball questions that are lobbed at Biden with regularity. So he had to know that there was going to be, an adversarial interviewer. I don't know, honestly, because I'm unsure how much of the questions were being fed to Caitlin via an earpiece, via producers, or the team off stage. So I don't know. Was he really having a discussion with her, or was he having a discussion with her as the mouthpiece for the production team that was off camera? And maybe that's part of the reason that she seems so disjointed, because maybe she just doesn't have the intellectual tools to debate with President Trump on an equal footing without prompting.
Well, Rick, to that point,
who was
and
denying
Dr.
that she
Gorka,
was being?
Oh, hold on, real quick, Darth, please. I'm going to go to Dr. Gorka because I saw him on mute. So I remember Caitlin Collins. I remember Caitlin Collins being in the press pool. I used to make a bunch of memes and a bunch of GIFs out of Caitlin Collins and Trump telling her enough because she was shouting down everybody, talking over everybody, Jim Acosta style. I believe that she actually had some personal animus that went back, and where she was trying to hit points for the base, I don't know. But there's a lot of personal animus there that she's been holding on to, Dr. Gorka. What do you think?
Yeah, I didn't see an IFB. I'm sure she had an IFB in her right ear that wasn't visible. I looked at, she was constantly referring to that big wad of papers she had in front of her. I don't think she was getting fed stuff, but it was, seriously, to say repeatedly there wasn't one fraudulent ballot in Wisconsin and acting that, this did not happen, that didn't happen. The animus was clear, especially at the end. You remember after there was only 2 breaks in the whole show. After the second break, they were standing. They got up from the seats. It was like a cage match, and she looked like she hated the man.
And it was slated to go for 75 minutes. It went under time. This was Duran style. They threw in the towel. I really think they did. I think that they threw in the towel and they called it early.
It kind of reminded me of the Elon Musk interview with BBC. That's what it reminded me of. The fact that they ended it early
showed that they were losing. Right, they lost control of Trump. They could not control the narrative. And I'm one of Trump's probably louder critics here on Twitter, and I think he performed extremely well. Right, I was very impressed with his answers, the fact that he handled a very hostile interviewer. I'm not saying she did a bad job, but I think they threw in the towel, and it was clear at points that she was getting fed some facts, right? Like, for instance, with the wall. Like, how did she memorize that one thing, for instance? I don't think she had that information in front of her, but she certainly, knew to bring it up about, I don't know, 5 minutes after. So that seems like, okay, yeah, she's being fed
I
information,
mean,
and
she
that's
kept
fine.
repeating it, so it shows there was lack of flexibility. Tira, go
Can I,
ahead.
Before
whether or
Tira,
not
really quick. Before
No,
I'm
let's
gonna
go
pass
to
you 2
Tira.
seconds.
Guys, everyone keeps interrupting. She tried to speak like 5 times. Go ahead, Tira.
Thank you. Whether or not she was fed answers, it's possible that they were telling her some facts or etc. I guess my view of this was, I said it, and I don't support President Trump at all. He did very well. I don't think her approach worked well with him. Let's just say it might work well with other people, but not with him, because he's really good at, he's just good at this type of adversarial thing. He's great at insulting. He's great at turning to a different topic, etc. I do feel, as Ben said earlier, that there might be some Democrats looking at this program who thought, gee, Trump did a really good job. And I guess my confusion is, why were all the questioners Republican? Why was this a Republican town hall on CNN? Normally when we have town halls, they're multi-sided. You have questioners from different political spectrums. I'm not quite clear why they even did this,
I
but
can
why
answer
it
this.
was.
It's a primary.
Yeah, not just that. CNN is trying to cater to a more broader demographic. They realize that their ratings are bottom, right, rock bottom. They've lost probably 3/4 of their ratings since Trump left office. They
Do
need
you
to
think they're
cater
trying
to
to
the
get Ian? Do you
audience.
think they're trying to get
Right.
Fox's audience as well? Sorry, go ahead.
But
Well,
Ian,
100%. Yeah, they do want to get Fox's audience. This is part of it,
Ian,
right?
to
This is part of the
me, this
strategy.
was not going to help either. There's not going to help
I'm
them
not
at
saying
all.
I'm not like it doesn't
The
matter like
people,
what you
right?
think, but this is their strategy. And right now they're trying to cater to a moderate audience. This is the new leadership that's in CNN. They fired a lot of their talking heads, like what's it, Jim Acosta. They got rid of him, right? They got rid of Don Lemon. They got rid of a fucking Potato Man, right? They got rid of Potato Man. He's probably the Brian Stelter, right? And these guys are like the most extreme voices on CNN when it came to partisan politics. They got rid of them because the new leadership at Time Warner CNN doesn't like these guys. He thinks that it's divisive, and it's true. They are divisive. They're part of the reason why the left and right are so divided. And CNN wants to be part of that healing process. You know what? I'm fine with that. Like, honestly, give more Republicans the stage. Let them speak and be fair to them. And I think this was fair because, Trump can handle himself, right? So even if you think the interview was hostile, I say that Trump handled himself, and so it was fair, right? If it was,
Okay, but from a business standpoint, I think this doesn't work at all, because the people who are Democrats watching this are probably pissed that Trump did well.
Do they
right?
even watch CNN though? Aren't they all
Well,
like
I
watching
don't
MSNBC?
watch CNN, but I assume that many of them are
They
Democrats.
don't.
The
They
people
really
who are
don't. It has dropped. Like
conservatives
I
are
said,
not going to go
3/4
back.
of their viewership
Ian,
has just declined. And right
but
now,
If you
they
guys,
have this
if
huge opportunity.
Ian,
if I'm
let Tira finish, please. You the one who was complaining to Jerry Springer before. Tira, go ahead.
Yeah,
Tira,
Tira, you're on
unmute your
mute.
mic. Then I'm going to go to Ian, and then I'm going to go to Tom. Tira, go ahead.
Okay, I couldn't unmute. Sorry. The people who are conservatives are not going to go back to watch CNN just because Trump appeared on it. I mean, this seems to be a foolhardy strategy in a way, right? Or at least this was not the time.
Why is it foolhardy? The Trump campaign has to normalize him. This is a guy who's been banished, who's even on a silent censorship ban on Fox, and CNN is desperate for viewers and relevance. It's a win-win for both sides. It's completely logical.
Well, it might be a win tonight, but I can guarantee you that many of the CNN viewers are not going to be happy with what happened.
It doesn't matter. When you've got to have advertisers, you've got to show the Nielsen metrics. You've got to show, we actually went from 300,000 to 600,000 in one night. That's what they need. They are a dying brand, and they need advertisers. You can't have advertisers with 300,000 viewers out of 330 million.
I don't think one night is going to be enough to convince advertisers to come back.
They hope. they hope.
Yes, maybe this is a strategy.
Maybe
As I
it'll
said,
work.
I don't see this as a winning strategy, but
Why
we'll
not?
see.
Could be a long-term strategy. Just to start, right? You need
Ian,
Trump to kick it
go
off.
for it.
Yeah. Trump
No,
kicks
go
it
ahead, Ian.
off. He's the first big name, that they've had in ages when it comes to conservative politics. Usually, it's all liberals, and this normalizes the stage for future Republicans. I mean, they could do one Ron DeSantis. Who knows, right? And this would be a great way to bring it back, and for them to rebuild their reputation as being, instead of something that is synonymous with fake news, they become a real news platform. And honestly, that's cool. That, as much as I want Twitter to be number one, I do like the fact that they're trying something. They're trying something different. They're trying something that's nonpartisan, and I want to see more of it. I think this is very healthy for the discourse of politics, not just in America, but for the whole world. I mean, I think we're all tired of the divisions, right? I mean, look at these spaces. We have people on the left, people on the far left, people who are liberal, people who are libertarian, people, so many different views. I mean, just on the topic of Syria alone, we all disagree with each other, and that's wonderful. I like that, right? Tiny details. And to have that kind of conversation, to see that on CNN, I think that's a good development. And, probably wouldn't have happened if Twitter wasn't as open as it is right now. And I think they're taking notes here. So,
I'm disturbed
I
by
mean,
how
for
the
me,
liberals agreed with me on China tonight. I find it very disturbing.
well, there you go,
I
right?
mean,
It's good to have these conversations. So I want to see more of it. Honestly, it may not work for them. Who knows, right? Maybe it's too far gone for CNN to salvage its reputation as a fair and balanced channel. Maybe it's too late for them. But you know what? I like seeing it. I think it's a good try, and I want to see more of it. That's my take. It may not be successful. Who knows? But I want it to be.
yeah, so I'd love to see DeSantis in the same situation because I do see him as being quite robotic. So if he was able to basically spar in a similar manner, that would change my perspective on one aspect of him. Tom,
Good,
thanks
yeah.
for joining us. What's your initial
Um,
thoughts about this interview?
Thank you. Good morning or good evening, everybody. Obviously Trump brought, the old Trump on stage and with a lot of energy and such. And I think politically he benefited from highlighting, why the American people don't trust the media. You just had someone who wanted to argue with him using partisan and ideological talking points that were often wrong and false on the issues. And, I think these so-called fact checkers make the mistake of thinking that people care about the so-called facts they're concerned about, where they'll say, oh no, it wasn't 6 people, it was 5, and they think they got you. When Trump generally is right in all material arguments he's making, he's materially right. He may be specifically wrong in an irrelevant detail that the media gets focused on. And so he always wins those arguments. But to be more specific, though, he was exactly right on the documents. He's being abused terribly by the Justice Department. He's completely correct on the law. He had every right to have those records. He deserved, under the law, all deference. The archives had no business other than trying to negotiate with him to get anyone to go in after those records. And his mere possession of them after he left office, the presumption had been previously, because we had litigated the infamous Clinton Sacra case. The Justice Department came in that case and told the judge in our case at the hearing, they said, well, if Clinton has these records after he leaves office, they're presumptively personal. Of course, they did a 180 when it came to Trump. So he's stating the Justice Department's prior policy on this, the archives' prior policy on this, and what I would call the controlling legal authority on this, the most persuasive and significant court decision on the Presidential Records Act, at least in recent memory. So he's exactly right that they changed the rules to go after him. And I think the application of the rules to Pence are ridiculous. But that's the bed that the Justice Department has set up. But of course, he's right also about how Biden has no defense for having classified records as a senator. None of that would provide any protection to Biden. So
Did they not explore Did they not explore after the presumption?
Did they not what?
Did they not explore the application of the presumption after presumption was applied? The answer is yes.
They had to all of a sudden. They all knew Biden had records at the time they were harassing Trump and treated Biden differently. And Trump is right on that. And his lawyers, Biden's lawyers, played games with the acquiescence of the Justice Department, that which were much more significant and dishonest than anything Trump's alleged to have done. And no raids, no grand juries, I can tell, going after Biden. So this is just another example of Trump being abused by the system, and he's right to raise it, and he's righter than right. And if the Republicans in Congress had any backbone, they'd be defunding Jack Smith's special counsel investigation into him.
So I asked you a fairly simple question. Was there an investigation after the presumption was applied?
I don't know what that means. If it was fairly simple,
those
I would have
are your
answered
words, dude. Those are your words. You said the presumption was applied, and therefore the presumption that wasn't applied to Trump is a misappropriation of justice. And I'm asking you, after the presumption was applied, did it then investigate whether the presumption was accurate and determine whether the documents that were presumed to be protected were protected afterwards? The answer, by the way, is no.
I frankly don't understand your question.
I've got another question, Tom, so it'll be a bit simpler. How do you think, I was asking it, but I didn't know I was muted. How do you think moderates would respond to the town hall we saw today? That's number one. And number two, how do you think DeSantis would fare in a debate with Trump?
Oh, I'm sure it would be a good debate. I think DeSantis, to answer the second question, would be, it'd be a good debate. I think, a Republican debate with Trump, you're going to get a lot of strong back and forth. I think Trump, DeSantis has benefited from, having done things recently as governor, right? And gotten credit for the good things he's done from many conservatives. But Trump's going to be in a position to talk about the good things he's done as a president, and many frankly conservatives have forgotten about all his policy achievements, which were frankly much more substantial than any modern Republican president. So it's going to be a good debate, assuming it ever happens. I guess DeSantis is running, but I don't know if it's a certainty at this point, and it seems to me it's less of a certainty the longer these this agony as to when the run goes on.
And that's one of the frustrating things, Tom. You guys know where I will vote. I've told you where I'll vote. You guys know I lean. You guys know I lean right.
Biden,
yeah.
Yep. You're lean right. You're far right, extreme right. But you gotta vote Biden this time around. I don't know why though.
Not this time. I'm done with the ice cream man. No, I voted for Trump. And I'll vote for him again as well. But the fact that if going to have, number one, like Republican debates. We're not going to have Democratic debates. We're not going to have liberal debates. That is completely unhealthy for this country. So I would love to see a DeSantis Trump, or whoever is going to try to primary with Trump. I mean, Nikki Haley, I suppose she's still in it. Vivek, I think, would be a good one. He's interesting. I think he'd be great for a cabinet position. But at the end of the day, we have to have debates. The issues are not being discussed, and then what is it? What's ever being presented to us? And as an American public,
well, he doesn't have to have a debate. I mean, there's no rule. It's not a law. No. I mean, politically, it's becoming. What's interesting about the way the race is developing, it's kind of just setting as one would expect it to set. Trump is slowly but surely becoming the equivalent of an incumbent president running in his party's primary.
Exactly.
So his challengers are facing much more significant hurdles than I frankly thought they would. And they're kind of these old truisms about politics. He's still the incumbent, practically speaking. So I don't think he has to debate the way he would in a traditional open primary. So I'm not quite sure if he's going to debate or not. I'd be happy to moderate a debate. Schwartz would be happy to moderate a debate for either Republicans or Democrats. We do a better job than the dishonest media. People like Caitlin Collins should be nowhere near presidential candidates.
Cool. Trash, I'm gonna I think wrap up the space. There's an incredible discussion, incredible 48 hours from the finance space we did with Peter Schiff to the press conference on the Biden revelations. Tom, you would have loved that space to be on there, because I know you've talked a lot about the Biden family and the corruption there.
Oh, yeah, the international racketeering operation that's been further confirmed and documented.
You would have had You missed the space, Tom. Sorry, we can't get your thoughts on it. You missed the space. You gotta be there next time. But I'd love you. We're gonna be covering it again.
on anymore, so you don't have to worry about that.
Can I ask a question about the Romania payments? I never got to bring that up earlier.
No. We'll lead to another discussion. I do want to wrap up the space. Getting late,
Okay.
and we've done like
All right.
9 hours worth of spaces today, Paul. But it's a pleasure to have you, man. I brought you up just to
It's all good. No,
thank
thanks
you,
for having
and
me. I
yeah,
appreciate it.
Slayman. Not at all, man. Cool, Slayman. Any final quick words?
No, just thanks for the
Cool, great summary.
it's been a long
Thanks,
48 hours.
man. Yes, great summary, bro.
I enjoyed the disservice
I
you
don't know
guys
if you've
did to
raised this
yourselves.
yet.
Well done.
I'm really glad Trump raised the prospect of pardons and commutations for the targets of the January 6th investigations. At this point, the Justice Department can't be trusted to fairly administer justice on any sensitive political matter that ranges from January 6th to Trump to what's his name, George Santos. We should just presume they're all compromised, and honest presidents should act accordingly when evaluating the investigations and prosecutions and sentences and such.
Cool. I have a response to this, Tom, but I know it will trigger a new debate. So I'm going to wrap up the space. Really appreciate it, and appreciate all the special guests, Kim.com, Seb Gorka, Tom, and everyone else. Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Peace.
Thanks, guys.